Chapter 201 Market Woes. Before he called Marcella, he reminded himself that he had to get in touch with his other employees as well. He assigned both Kelsey and Gavin on the important task of shaping public opinion. "Hey boss! You're back!" Kelsey perked up when she received his call. "How is Cloudy Curtain's business climate these days? It's not looking too well." She grimaced. "The war fever is dividing the population in two. You've got the younger generation who are all enthusiasts about mechs and the older folk who wants their planet to be left alone. The problem is that the latter group is holding the reins of power." The Greens and the White Doves formulated an effective strategy to fight against the creeping push of mechs onto their world. They gave up on the young folk who had never experienced a war in their lifetime and focused on the jaded parents and grandparents who personally lived through the previous bright visual wars. Ves frowned at the news. "Is the Republican commissioner letting them get away with it? That geezer is deliberately acting obtuse when we met with him," Kelsey said angrily. "He only offered vague platitudes and stuck to his opinion that he shouldn't involve himself in local politics." "Ha! If I didn't know any better, the ruling coalition has him in their pockets. Too bad I don't have any proof." That sounded highly disturbing because the commissioner was supposed to keep the locals in check, not the other way around. "Are there any worries in the short term? Not at the moment. The tax bill has stalled due to a lack of overall support. Recently, the pioneers took advantage of the situation and expanded their influence. They've been a great help in protecting the local businesses." Ves sneered at the actions of the pioneers. They only stepped in once Ves paved the way. Their shameless opportunism knew no limits. They discussed a few matters, but Ves wanted to return home before making any major decisions. In truth, Ves had already taken measures to distract the Greens and the White Doves from pushing through their plans. If Dietrich did what he asked, the consortiums pulling the strings behind the ruling coalition should find themselves in a spot of trouble with Walter's whalers. After remotely checking up his accounts and his administration, Ves decided to call Marcella. He had been out of the loop for a while and wanted to hear from her own mouth how the current market had developed these last few months. His mech broker picked up his call after a minute. "Good to see you in one piece, Ves. I'm glad to see the frontier hasn't bit you in half. I didn't get bit, but I also didn't come off unscathed," he responded with a rueful laugh. He briefly filled her in on what he experienced. "I can see why you're concerned about the fleet. You have to remember that they serve their own interests above anyone else's." Once they moved on to business, Marcella filled him in on his latest sales. "Both your gold and silver label mechs are starting to appear in public. None of your Mark IIs have seen any major action so far, but they are performing well enough in training exercises. The customers who bought your gold label mechs are especially satisfied with their comfort. That's to be expected. I specifically fabricated them to fit their operators well." Ves replied with a nod. The X Factor was one of his secret weapons and showed their true worth in the machines he fabricated himself by hand. "What about the silver label mechs? Carlos is making them up to spec more or less. Occasionally, minor defects pop up here and there, but as long as the machines pass certification, it's not a big deal. Nevertheless, the current market for last-gen mechs is cratering pretty fast. I've already lowered the price from 30 million credits to 28 million credits. In the meantime, the cost of raw materials had also gone up. Both trends had already started squeezing out the mech designers who had barely been hanging on. They simply couldn't sell their products at a sustainable profit anymore. Ves risked following in their footsteps if he waited too long on coming up with a new design. "You should take a look at these when you can." Marcella sent him some reports over the communications channel. They're the latest projections on the current market trends in the Bright Republic and throughout the Komodo Star sector. Sales are up, but they're mainly driven by mass purchase orders of frontline mechs. The middle segment of the market in which your Mark II falls under is seeing a major slump in sales and interest. He expected this to happen. During wartime, the side with the most mechs held a decisive advantage. People might scoff at a frontline mech that cost only 15 million credits or less, but you could easily field thousands of them at once as long as you can scrounge up enough mech pilots. While he read through some of the reports, VS asked another question. I'm in need of a lot of cash, since I'm preparing to design an original mech. Do you have any leads on when I can receive an order for my Ruby Label product line? Marcella grimaced at him over the projection. Like your gold label mechs, the price premium for your Ruby Label line is too optimistic, especially considering the market's current appetite for luxury mechs. You have to come up with a better value proposition. The main problem with the Ruby Label product line was that VS did not have the opportunity to demonstrate its strength. Without a real example for people to point at, no one would know of the mutually reinforcing aspect of the X factor. Despite the lack of takers, VS stuck to his original conditions. Any mech sold by the LMC that carried the Ruby label should come with an exclusive status. Each batch would be uniquely customized to fit the customer's demands. This took a lot of work and demanded him to exert his utmost. The 75% premium he charged for the Ruby label was a matter of principle. There may be a way if you join some events. If you show up at a fair or exhibition, you'll get the opportunity to make your case in front of an affluent audience. I'll think about it, he responded, though he privately objected to the idea. He partnered up with Marcella so that she could handle all of his marketing and sales. Once I've finished my business in Limar, I'll come by so we can hash it out. Once she signed off, VS slumped forward and held his head in his hands. While disaster hadn't struck his business while he was gone, he faced increasingly dire circumstances. The Barracuda spent a couple of weeks racing from the edge of the Komodo Star sector. The closer she got to the center of the sector, the more traffic she encountered. With the expert navigation of her pilot, the Barracuda never came close to other vessels while she transitioned into a star system. During the quiet voyage to Limar, VS spent most of his time cooped up in his stateroom. Designing an original mech was never an easy project. The lack of existing boundaries provided mech designers with endless choices. Mech designers had to possess a strong vision as well as solid skills to come up with a good design. Since VS had some free time on his hands, he visited the Clifford Society's Star Library and read as much free books as possible. He mostly spent his time on deepening his foundation in battle mechatronics. The skill provided him with an overarching perspective on designing melee mechs that he couldn't easily get anywhere else. While his battle mechatronics hadn't advanced to journeyman level in these couple of weeks, he did gain a lot of benefits from his reading. His expanded range of knowledge counterbalanced his earlier infusion of knowledge that came tinged with Master Olson's perspective. What do you think is better? VS asked Melker while they consumed their latest meal. A mech that's decent but will last forever, or a mech that's slightly better but breaks in 20 years? Melker rubbed his visor. That's a difficult question. It's an open question that depends on many variables. The mech core is rather slow to adopt new designs, so they highly value mechs that can take a beating and keep going. Mercenaries, on the other hand, are used to the consumer culture of buying a mech and using it for a set amount of years before replacing them with a new one. I see. So the mech core is taking the long view of things while the private market cares more about immediate performance. With his current capabilities, VS had no chance of taking part in the lucrative business of selling his mechs to the government. He had to stick within his means and focus on the mercenaries and corporations that made up his existing clientele. What kind of design do you have in mind? Melker asked. As a mech pilot, he knew how much the first original design reflected on the career of the mech designer. Anyone who had the guts to publish a deeply flawed design as his first product could never fully get rid of the stigma he accumulated on his debut. Jason Kozlowski was a good example of this phenomenon. Releasing the bloated Caesar Augustus design at its current form gave him a reputation of having too much money but not enough sense. I'm designing a knight. Of all the archetypes he designed so far, VS achieved the most success with the knight. His young blood virtual design achieved the most sales out of his catalog of virtual mechs. Additionally, his only real production designs consisted of hybrid knights. While the Mark Antony Mark I and IIs inherited some of the baggage from the base model, VS also learned a lot of lessons on how to design a good knight. That's a good type to start with, Melker replied, though he also added some caveats. You should be aware that there's only a limited appetite for knights. Riflemen mech sell the most, followed by the various types of light mech such as scouts and skirmishers. A typical mercenary squad consists of 1 knight, 3 riflemen mechs, and 2 other mechs. I'm aware of the differences in sales. The reports Marcella sent to Ves largely echoed those figures. A knight played a limited role on the battlefield. The most common mech doctrine centered around the flexible rifleman mech, which could fulfill a variety of roles even if they didn't excel in any of them. In comparison, a knight could only be employed as a defender or as the leading element of a charge. Despite these limitations, Ves wanted to stick to what he knew best for his first original design. If he tried his hands on other archetypes, his lack of experience might result in leaving behind a huge flaw when he finally published his design. A knight is solid, simple, and robust, Ves mused. It's harder to go wrong with a knight as opposed to a rifleman mech. Then again, the market is stricter about knights because the mech pilot has to trust in his machine in order to absorb blows meant for others. Occasionally, a few scandals erupted in the news about knights. Usually, a hardcore mech geek studied a knight design in detail and managed to find a small but critical vulnerability. Any opponent that applied pressure on this weak point could instantly cripple the unsuspecting knight. Any mech designer that suffered from this scandal retired from the business in disgrace. Mech pilots trusted their products to guard their lives. To have them turn into death traps due to negligence and incompetence represented a profound betrayal of the mech designer's creed. Ves had to be very careful in this matter. Still, he possessed a decent amount of confidence that he could deliver a successful product. He already formed a vision on what his upcoming design should be. Chapter 202, Vision. Ves had seen a lot of knight designs in his mech career. Besides studying the classics, he also had hands-on experience with a couple of different models. The Caesar Augustus bore no introduction. The overstuffed hybrid knight tried to do everything at once, and made a decent attempt at it by virtue of its excellent armor system. Ves captured some of the majesty of this ambitious design with the Mark Antony, but the cheap HRF armor plating hobbled the core purpose of a knight, which was to be a defensive bulwark. It's rather decent design for its price range, for a design that utilized uncompressed armor. The Mark Antony Mark II functioned well enough to those who couldn't afford anything better. Its cheap composition meant that replacing broken armor plating should be cheap and easy. The greatest strength of the Mark II is its cost-effectiveness. That wasn't always a good thing. It basically meant that the Mark II had no other distinguishing features that allowed Ves to set a premium on his product. He had to keep his prices low in order to sustain the handful of sales he made each month. Competing on price always ended up as a race to the bottom. The current circumstances in which he had to gradually decrease the price on his mech reflected this reality. Though some of the blame also lay on the generational gap. It couldn't be concealed that the Mark Antony series lacked a distinguishing feature that it excelled at. A jack of all trades was a master of none. The second knight he had an intimate relationship with was the hoplite, and the young blood he derived from the classic model. The spear-wielding knight possessed a number of interesting innovations that he partially incorporated in his sword-wielding variant. Both models emphasized the offensive nature of a knight. While they fulfilled the defensive role well, they excelled at keeping up with an offensive push as they possessed a bit more mobility than usual. An offensive knight is harder to design than a defensive knight. Both had their own strengths. But an offensive knight had to fulfill multiple criteria. It had to maintain a high level of defense while simultaneously possess a higher level of mobility. Since mech designers usually had to decide between speed and armor, striking the right balance could be challenging. It's an interesting one, and one that fits my interests. Ves had never aimed to design the fastest mech, nor the sturdiest one. He knew of mech designers who dedicated their entire lives to pursuing one extreme. Raul Mendoza, known as the Armorer, had become an inspiration to every mech designer for relentlessly developing the best protected mechs in the galaxy. Ves read his biography when he studied at Rittersberg and knew that while he faced many temptations to branch out in other paths, he stuck to his creed and continued to focus on armor and armor alone. Another model that struck him deeply was the Ajax Olympian. The massive heavy knights possessed a boundless amount of strength and sturdiness that allowed them to resist the monstrous Caius. His intimate work on studying its design and tweaking it for greater performance gave him an inside look in the mind of a knight designer. Though he couldn't apply all the lessons he learned from a heavy knight to a medium knight design, some aspects remained common to every weight class. However, there was one more knight that struck a very profound image to Ves. His ancestors' customized Mech the Valiant had been through a lot and outlived the death of its pilot. Whenever Ves thought back on the ancient knight, he could practically taste the history radiating off its frame. Of all the mechs he had seen in his life, only the Valiant showed him a possible way forward. Beyond its exquisite design and rugged durability, the knight developed an extremely potent X-factor by virtue of its hallowed history. I want to design a mech like that. He wanted to design a mech that became increasingly more compatible with its pilot. Those who bonded with such machines gained increasingly more substantial benefits the longer they used it. Ves hoped to embody the ideals of the living mech corporation with such products. It's not going to be easy bringing this dream to life. Ves activated his terminal and wrote a quick list of demands. First, it had to be durable. Its internal architecture should be robust enough to keep going even under the most hellish circumstances. More importantly, Ves had to invest in a good quality armor system composed of compressed alloys. A lot of different formulas and armor systems existed on the market, but only a few would be appropriate for his purposes. The resources required to form the armor plating should be abundantly available in the Bright Republic. Secondly, his mech had to possess a decent amount of mobility. Ves did not plan to experiment with gimmicks this time. Overcomplicated gadgets often introduced vulnerabilities in the core design. And with his skills, he couldn't guarantee he'd catch them all. No, Ves simply planned to balance the weight of the frame with a strong engine and efficient artificial musculature. Master Olsen happened to be an expert in this field, so he hoped to pick up something good in Limar. Offensive knights are characterized by their ability to leverage their aggression into shock attacks. In that regard, his intended design should barely be able to meet that standard if Ves managed to get his hands on the right components. Besides getting his hands on a powerful engine model, he also had to trim the armor scheme to keep down its bulk. It's going to be hard to accomplish all of these wishes without breaking the bank. Cheaper components generally performed worse than more expensive ones. However, the market only cared about how well the final design fulfilled its purpose at a given price level. A good mech designer could take a crappy set of component licenses and easily cobble up a cheap but practical mech design. A bad mech designer would always publish a deeply flawed mech design, even if he had access to the best components in the galaxy. In fact, more expensive components always introduced a lot of complexity in the design. In addition, they required a higher proportion of rare and expensive exotics to deliver such extreme performance. Still, Ves hoped to design a knight for the premium segment of the mech market. At the very least, it should be a knight that was able to compete in the same price class as the current Caesar Augustus. Ves set his price target at 60 million credits for the most basic silver label variant. Such a price corresponded nicely with other premium knight models on the market. In order to ensure a stable profit, Ves should aim to keep the cost of production at around 30 to 40 million credits. All of these criteria sounded fine and dandy, but they amounted to nothing as long as Ves failed to form a coherent vision of his future product. Over the past few months, Ves mulled over how to elevate his design with a powerful vision. My mech isn't the fastest, nor the most indestructible one. It simply endures. It will keep going when you least expect it to. Even if it has suffered grievous injuries, it will grow stronger with every rebirth. Ves named his first Mark I the Phoenix Cry. He did so because he already formed a hint of his ideal mech. Central to the legend of the Phoenix was its ability to be reborn after experiencing a nirvana. Similar to the Phoenix, his first original mech design should become more powerful or at least more potent in its X-factor each time it receives an overhaul. If Ves could put this vision into reality, then he may be able to emulate the Valiant on a larger scale. Such a bold ambition demanded not only a good design, but also a correspondingly powerful X-factor. I'll have to test the limits of the X-factor if I want it to acquire the properties I want. The X-factor not only has to have room for growth, It also has to be tenacious enough so that others won't be able to wipe it away. Until now, Ves formed a tentative theory that the X factor came into being if the mech designer, and the mech pilot shared a common mindset. He always feared that once other people such as Carlos or a mech technician started performing repairs, the mech would lose its X factor's potency. Now those fears were gone. After he completed the graining mission, Ves came away with more than an enhanced body. His mind also experienced a subtle transformation that Ves tentatively attributed to Jutland's heavenly flower. Though he hadn't tested his new strengths in an actual design process, he somehow knew that his ability to impart images had improved. Now that my mind is stronger, anything that I work on should have a more tenacious X factor. A random mech technician shouldn't be able to ruin my products if they replace a faulty screw or something. Ves envisioned a hopeful future for his design where each of his mechs grew from infancy into unique machines. Each experience added to the history of the mech in question. In addition, the longer a mech pilot stuck with the same machine, the more the mech took on the mech pilot's traits. He felt as if he became the architect of something new and unknown. Though the risks were great, if he succeeded in this project, Ves expected he'd be able to take this concept and use it as the core of his nascent design philosophy. Of course, the system also played a part in this process. While the system never taught him how to work with the X factor directly, it was undeniable that it had put him onto this path. His high mental attributes formed the key to empowering the X factor. Ves even suspected the reason why most mech designers still remained clueless about it was because their level of concentration hadn't reached the minimum threshold for it to become noticeable, even if they got their hands on the right theories and the correct techniques. Without a correspondingly powerful mind, they'd simply be playing make-believe instead of accomplishing something real. My current concentration is higher than almost every other mech designer, but it's not enough for my purposes. With an attribute score of 1.7, his concentration sufficiently enabled him to maintain 3 images at once, though they couldn't be too complex. Ves estimated that he required a much higher level of concentration in order to work with dynamic images that allowed for growth. I'll have to break the natural limit of the human mind in order to get to that point. Ves already had an idea on what it meant to break the natural limit. Before the doctors of the CFA stabilized his body, he felt immensely powerful and healthy. Though he lost some of that potency, his body had already cracked open a slit into the realm of the superhuman. He knew that if he wanted to raise his concentration to an even higher level, he had to accumulate a lot of design points. In between his busy schedule of acquiring all of the elements to form an original design, he also had to test out some of his ideas by designing a couple of virtual mechs. I can practice my design skills as well, so it won't be wasted time. After a couple of hours of quiet musing, Captain Silvestre sent him an alert. We're about to transition into the Lemar system. Your orders, sir? Head towards the inner system. Lemar 2 is our final destination. Once the local authorities know of my purpose, I'm sure they'll ready an appropriate berth for the Barracuda. Ves had contacted Horatio to let him know he'd be coming. Master Olson's assistant gave Ves a knowing look when he requested the help of a doctor. In any case, Horatio offered his sympathies and promised to inform their master. Hopefully, we won't stay for too long. Once I'm done with my shopping, it's time to go home. He looked forward to turning his Phoenix project into reality. Chapter 2030 Leg. Their arrival in the star system came with little fanfare. As the educational seat of the Carnegie Group, the Lemar system received billions of visitors each year. A single apprentice mech designer raised no eyebrows, and Ves liked to keep it that way. After a perfunctory inspection, the Barracuda zipped over towards the inner system and descended into the atmosphere of Lemar 2. The slim corvette arrived at a private berth reserved for Lemar's affiliates like Ves, who became an apprentice of a visiting master. First, he visited the Lemar School of Life Sciences situated on the other side of the planet. Unlike the Lemar Institute of Technology, the Carnegie Group founded the LSLS in the middle of an artificial tropical forest. A vast amount of alien flora and fauna made their home in this dangerous forest. The frequent injuries and even near deaths provided students with plenty of practice. Fortunately, VS possessed a thick skin, so the voracious mosquito-like bugs buzzed around helplessly around his body. Several other visitors deployed a small interference field that repelled the wildlife, but VS didn't bother with the gadget and strode towards the institute scheduled to receive him. Once he stepped inside the cool interior, a doctor whisked him away for checkups. After several days of intensive and sometimes invasive tests, VS finally received a verdict. "How's it look like, doctor?" The doctor in charge of his case gave him a smile. "Your genetics are in a very interesting place right now. Though we would have loved to have samples of the hexapods and a copy of the research data. Right now we can conclude that your body won't develop in a malignant for the next 5 years. There is too much we don't know about your acquired alien traits to be sure of anything more. What about the CFA's treatment? Did they do what they promised to do? It's absolutely brilliant what they did." The doctor beamed. "We can surmise that Dr. Jutland induced your genetics into a highly active and malleable phase. This allows him to apply extensive modifications to your physique to the extent that he broke past the natural limits of the human body. And this is a bad thing? You may not know this, but humans are not meant to possess so much strength. Your body would have slowly disintegrated as it strained to keep up its hyperactive state." While VS got lost in the specifics, he understood the main point easily enough. Just like his tweaks to the Ajax Olympian, his body couldn't handle the strain for an extended period of time. The doctor also added in something interesting. It's not actually unheard of to induce a human body to perform past its limits, but it's only relatively safe to do so for a few seconds at most. Any longer will result in severe repercussions. The full results of the checkup showed that the CFA already remedied the repercussions that VS had unwittingly accumulated. They also stabilized his genetics so that he wouldn't be vulnerable to biological attacks that targeted his genetics. So they hadn't sneaked in a back door or something? No. Absolutely not. The doctor shook his head. We can trace their steps in your body. They've been very open about their procedures. It's safe to say that unless they employed their most advanced techniques, there's little chance your body is hiding something nefarious. VS knew his own worth. A pitiful junior like him didn't warrant such a massive investment. If the Carnegie Group's most premier medical institution hadn't found any hidden bombs, then he probably had a clean bill of health. After receiving some warnings about his new condition, VS left the institute with a spring in his step. He boarded a long-distance aircar and flew towards the Limar Institute of Technology on the other side of the planet. This time, the LID hosted no events, so its central campus appeared remarkably empty and tranquil. He only brought Lucky along this time, having left out Melker due to the requirement that only Limar's own security personnel could pilot mechs. Instead, he allowed him to visit one of the mech academies elsewhere on the planet with some credits in his pocket. Hopefully he'd find something useful during his visit. His aircar flew past the Titanic Juggernaut wreck, allowing him to get a good glimpse of the starship-sized mech. Whoever came up with the concept of the Juggernaut must have been off his rocker. Though its monolithic size allowed it to mount warship-grade weapons, thereby circumventing the restrictions on weapons set by the MTA and the CFA. The drawbacks far outweighed the benefits. Only a first-rate superstate like the new Rubarth Empire can field this kind of boondevil. Even so, the Rubarthans largely phased out the Juggernauts once everyone started developing counters for the giant brutes. The story of the Juggernauts proved that no single mech was perfect. Human ingenuity and adaptation always ensured there was something better. The aircar landed on a landing pad next to an exclusive housing area where most of the eminent professors resided. A young man greeted him once he left the aircar. "Mr. Larkinson! Over here!" he called. When VS walked over, the young man patted his body like he beheld a strange cow. "It's great to meet you. Wow, your skin is so firm. All the stories about you must be true. Have you been sent by Master Olsen? Carmen is not even in the system right now. She's busy with another project. Horatio told me to accompany you and guide you around to where you need to go." "Ah, where are my manners? I'm Oleg Vorn, Carmen's youngest core disciple." VS almost tripped when he heard those words. The boy looked far too young and casual to be a core disciple. Oleg probably hadn't left his teens yet. Nothing about the core disciple hinted at any special traits that made a vaunted master mech designer take him under her wing. Oleg smiled teasingly at Ves. Are you wondering why I caught Carmen's eye? I don't mind telling you if you tell me what you've experienced on the graining mission. As they walked towards Master Olsen's estate, Ves regaled Oleg with a brief rundown on his experiences. Throughout the retelling, he felt as if he was reading a bedtime story to a small boy. Wow! That Jutland sure was stupid. He actually left you alone in a cave full of tools and parts. It's no wonder he died in the end, so now that I've told you my story, how about yours? Oh, it's nothing interesting. Oleg responded shyly. I grew up in a little planet in the territory of the Vermeer Group. Ever since I saw my first mech cartoon, I instantly fell in love with them. They're so fascinating, right? I wanted to pilot them so badly that I hadn't slept all night the day I turned 10. What followed after sounded familiar to almost every norm. Oleg's neural aptitude didn't qualify him to be one of the 3.5%. If I can't pilot a mech, then I sure as hell do something else with them. When I found out about mech designers, I studied hard in school so that I can design the best mechs. It just so happens that I'm really good at it. So good, in fact, that the principal referred me to one of Carmen's scouts, who eventually patted my head and told me that I'm really smart. The way Oleg said those words sounded as if he hardly knew what a cherished chance he received. Billions of mech designers never had the chance to catch the eye of a master, while Oleg was born on the right planet and at the right time when Master Olsen sought a few young seeds to nurture. So how far are you in your studies? Oh, I know a lot about mech design, Oleg boasted. I even know how to design a mech engine. The young lucky bastard proceeded to explain his latest project. The amount of detail and depth in his descriptions almost overwhelmed Ves to the point of growing numb. What Oleg knew about engines and mechanics had definitely reached the level of journeyman. The heavens aren't fair, Ves muttered. What was that? Oh, nothing. I was just wondering about something. How old are you? I'll be 19 in 3 months. If Ves still had his baseline human body, he would have received a heart attack by now. Good graces. Oleg was just 18 years old. But he already surpassed what Ves had painstakingly built up with the help of the system. Though Ves felt a momentary surge of jealousy, he quickly suppressed it. The boy was scarcely intelligent, and his naive facade might be hiding a perceptive mind. Ves did not wish to make an enemy out of someone Master Olsen cherished. Besides, despite Oleg's natural endowments, Ves had high hopes he would surpass the boy one day with the help of the system. With such a heaven-defying tool in his possession, he had high hopes of reaching the pinnacle of mech design on his own terms. By the way, that's a nice cat you have. Oleg pointed at Lucky, who silently padded alongside Ves. I don't recognize its alloys. What's it made of? I'm not sure myself. My father got him for me from a first-rate state. That piqued his interest for sure. An actual mechanical pet from a first-rate state? You're so lucky. I've also considered whether to get one myself, but the latest products takes years to ship to our star sector. By then, everyone will laugh at me for owning such an outdated pet. Ves refrained from shaking his head. A pet was not a fashion accessory. Such words betrayed Oleg's perspective on mechs. He probably saw them as nothing more than tools instead of creations that deserved to be treated with respect. On account of Oleg's status, Ves refrained from mentioning any of his thoughts. They walked for several more minutes until they came upon a highly guarded mansion. Here we are! This is Carmen's home away from home. It's not the Titanium Garden, but it's home, in a way. Let me show you all the cool stuff. Oleg ran him through the gates and led him past the finely furnished halls and pleasant study rooms. As they reached the interior of the mansion, they stopped in front of a heavily guarded gate. A pair of menacing-looking guards in hulking exoskeleton suits regarded the pair with eyes. Let me in, guys, not so fast, Oleg, one of them said with a curt tone. He obviously didn't care to be respectful to the core disciple. While you have permission to enter the basement, your new friend is not on the list. Oh, come on, do you know who he is? He's Ves Larkinson, the guy Carmen apprenticed last year. Horatio even handed me a temporary pass for him. When Oleg showed the guard a specially produced pass, the guards eventually relented. Oleg handed Ves the pass once they entered an elevator. As the cabin traveled downwards, Ves looked at the pass with curiosity. What can I do with this? Oh, lots. You basically have free access to all of the LIT's facilities, though most of that place is boring. It's also your access pass to the Clifford Society's headquarters up in the mountains. There's a lot of nifty security features integrated in the pass, so if you ever find yourself in trouble with the authorities, just flash the pass and they'll learn you're the real deal. Ves did not expect to make use of that particular function. The Bright Republic and the Friday Coalition should already have a file on him, so any random police officer shouldn't be able to arrest him on a whim. Once the elevator reached its destination, the doors slid open and revealed what could be considered a mech designer's heaven. Welcome to Master Olson's personal workshop. Oleg grinned as he swooped his arms at the impressive. Look at these beauties. Can you imagine fabricating a mech with these toys? Ves recognized none of the specific models of the machines in the workshop, but their construction alone revealed how special they were. All of the machines were made with the highest quality alloys. They incorporated an entire fortune's worth of exotics to push their speed and precision to their limits. Besides the standard machines a mech designer utilized, such as a 3D printer and an alloy compressor, Ves also spotted dozens of strange and even alien-looking machines that fulfilled unknown purposes. He didn't dare touch any of them in case he ruined these unique equipment. After letting Ves take in the sights, Oleg took his hand and dragged him towards a corner of the workshop where a set of smaller and less impressive machines rested. This is the apprentice workshop. All the other machines are locked out to anyone but Carmen and Horatio. I know, I've tried to hack them all, Oleg said with a sulk. I still swear Horatio is laughing at me behind my back. Anyway, every apprentice is free to use these gear. Though the apprentice workshop obviously housed more disposable machines, Ves still envied all of the shiny gear. The high-speed 3D printers alone made his carefully reconstructed Dortmund look like a joke. Why did you take me here, Oleg? Oleg smirked at Ves. Oh, I'm just curious about your ability, that's all. As one of Carmen's apprentices, you should be familiar with mech design duels. Wanna make a bet? I'll give you something nice if you put up your mechanical cat as a stake. Chapter 204 Wager. I'm not putting Lucky up for a bet, Ves replied with alarm. He's more than a pet to me. It's the last thing my father left me. That wasn't entirely true, but Ves really had a bad idea about this. A mere apprentice with the same status as a nominal disciple could never compete against a core disciple. Chances were high that Oleg would wipe the floor with him in every kind of mech design duel. It appeared the core disciple didn't like his answer. He pouted cutely at Ves. You haven't even listened me out. Horatio mentioned to me that you're planning on designing your first original mech. You're going to need some good component licenses to impress the mech industry. It just so happens that I've got a couple of really good engine designs under my belt. I can guarantee you that their performance will top anything in your price range. The mention of winning a component license of a high-quality engine design aroused his interest. Despite his firm reluctance to engage in the bet, he couldn't help but hear Oleg out. I'm planning on designing a knight for the premium segment of the market of a third-rate state. The engine shouldn't be made out of too many rare exotics. Oh, that's even better. I've got a slew of economic engine schematics I designed for practice. When Oleg turned on a projector and showed him the designs in question, Ves became utterly entranced. Due to his master's specialization, Ves knew a thing or two about mech engines. From a brief glance, Ves could tell that Oleg's designs performed remarkably well even though they didn't incorporate too many exotics. He estimated the market price of the worst engine license at 500 million bright credits. The value of most of the other engine licenses hovered around 1 to 3 billion bright credits. To Ves, that sounded like an incredible fortune. To Oleg, that probably sounded like lunch money to him, especially when Ves took in the different price levels in the coalition. Still, The sheer talent and capability he showed off with these engine designs scared Ves from entertaining any ideas about winning a bet against Oleg. If his mech design skills was up to par with his engine design skills, then Ves had no hope of eking out a victory. "I'm sorry, Oleg, but I'm merely a nominal disciple," he said as gently as possible. "Any duel between us will only end up in my defeat. A bet isn't a bet if the outcome is certain before we've even started." Oleg lost his perpetual grin when he heard his refusal. "Oh, that won't do. I really want to see what you can do. Tell you what. If you're so sure I'll beat you in a standard design duel, let's use a different format. You're good at something, right? Something that gives you the confidence that you're a better mech designer than anyone else at our level. Let's use that as our score." His persistence made Ves uncomfortable, but his suggestion sounded a little more reasonable. Despite the risks, his long-dormant competitive streak flared in excitement. Still, in order to compete, Ves had to show his strength. What was Ves good at? He could think of nothing but the X factor. He gazed at Oleg's eager expression and considered how to phrase his challenge. Something as ephemeral as the X factor couldn't be measured with any tool, which made it difficult to determine a winner. "How about this?" Ves said as he figured something out. "Why don't we try to compete on comfort and personal preference? Let's leave aside competing on specs, because I'm certain whatever you are going to design on a win will beat my work handedly. Instead, we'll design and fabricate a mech each and present it to a random mech pilot. We'll let him play around with them and tell him to decide which one he finds more comfortable." Sounds good? Of all the criteria Ves could possibly choose, he selected something Oleg had never seen coming. He blinked at Ves with his mouth agape. "Comfort? Do you mean ergonomics and stuff? It's not only about a good seat. By comfort I mean that the overall piloting experience should be smooth and effortless. The mech pilot should enjoy the mech and mesh well with it regardless of its specs." Oleg frowned a bit. I never really thought about that. I've never heard of a mech design duel that competed specifically around comfort. It sounds kind of fun. Ves still showed a lot of reluctance to engage in the bet, so Oleg constantly raised the value of his offering until he offered one of his best designs. "The Trailblazer will surely fit your needs for a cheap night. This engine is more robust than anything a third-rate state will typically field, and I've really been sparing in the amount of exotics I incorporated in its core components. I've accomplished this by applying some of Carmen's special techniques. See here, for example." As Oleg blabbed onwards while pointing at the schematic of his Trailblazer engine, Ves still hadn't made up his mind. Losing Lucky would deal a heavy blow to Ves. He had been his constant companion since the start of his mech design career. Yet Ves found it hard to ignore Oleg's offering. As a fairly recent design, the Trailblazer incorporated much of Oleg's recent insights and innovations. Master Olsen's shadow loomed large in the schematic as well, so Ves already determined that the engine featured her characteristic endurance and longevity. Engines with comparable performance featured a market price of around 3 billion bright credits for a standard 10-year license. As Ves continued to hold back his assent, Oleg even offered to waive the per-unit fabrication fee, which meant that Ves didn't have to cough up additional credits when he fabricated an engine. "That's as far as I go. These licenses aren't much, but they're the crystallization of our master's teachings." "All right, Oleg. I'll take on your bet," Ves decided after letting out a deep breath. "But let's make sure it's fair by setting the ground rules. I don't want the outcome to be in question." Weimar was Oleg's home ground, so Ves wanted to extract some assurances out of him. As Oleg worked with the machines in the apprentice workshop for years, he possessed an undeniable advantage in terms of fabrication. To make up for this disparity, Ves enjoyed 2 days of fabrication time compared to Oleg, who only limited himself to a single day. The boy appeared awfully confident despite his handicap, but Ves couldn't push his privileges too far. "Where can we get some neutral mech pilots to judge our designs?" Ves asked. "Oh, we can call Horatio and he'll take care of it. The LIT always borrows a couple of mech cadets from Abelard whenever we need a pilot to test out their toys." VS remembered that the mech pilots who participated in the Limar Open competition also came from Abelard Academy. He found that most of them were highly capable if a bit cocky and undisciplined. Some cadets even let their arrogance get ahead of them. Could they be honest and objective enough to prefer his design over Oleg's? Let's go with 10 pilots. It won't take too long to let them take our mechs for a spin, okay. In the end, they came to an agreement on the format of the mech design duel. They would design a knight based off a random selection of old components equivalent to 3-star mechs in Iron Spirit. VS had 48 hours to design his knight and fabricate it with the machines in the workshop, while Oleg made do with 24 hours. In the meantime, Horatio already received their request to provide a number of cadets to Master Olsen's estate so that they'd be able to test the finished products. Horatio looked rather critically at VS. Are you certain you want to go through with this wager? Oleg is not a normal child. His talent in mech design is extremely frightening. With all the concessions he's already made, I don't have a reason to refuse anymore. VS resolutely replied. Do take care, and don't come crying if you lose. In truth, VS still felt apprehensive about this duel. However, his pride as a mech designer urged him to confront the direct disciples' challenge head-on. He already stacked the deck in his favor. When he considered the potential payoff, VS became determined to succeed. He had to get his hands on Oleg's precious license. With the powerful Trailblazer as a central component to his original design, his Phoenix would truly be able to embody the persistence and longevity he laid out in his vision. In addition, if he won the license, he'd be able to spend his credits on other goodies. The mech engine and power reactor component licenses always cost the most due to their fiendishly high complexity. A good engine could make or break a mech design. If he could get that taken care of now, VS could allocate more funds on procuring a decent power reactor license. The better his components, the likelier his original design attracted positive attention, though he also had to pull out their strengths in a splendid overarching design. Throughout his musing, Lucky meowed indignantly at VS. I'm sorry, Lucky! He apologized and picked up his cat and stroked his chin. I know the bet is callous and all, but it's for a good cause. You don't expect me to lose, do you? Lucky hissed at VS and forcibly jumped out of his embrace. VS merely shrugged at the cat. Fine then. Just wait and see. VS calmed his mind and tried to get into focus. They agreed to start the duel within minutes. Oleg stood at the side and stretched his fingers, ready to employ his considerable talent and skill into designing a great knight mech. In truth, VS treated the mech design duel as a practice session for designing his original mech. Every duel forced the participants to form a complete design out of a handful of standalone components. While the duel format made things easier by providing pre-designed limbs, torsos and heads, the concept essentially stayed the same. The mech designers had a lot of freedom to shape the form and content of their designs. Want to design a 3-legged mech? Sure! Want to design a ball-shaped mech that rolls around like a ball? Go ahead! A mech designer had the freedom to realize every possible idea no matter it was good or bad. In this regard, VS admitted his inferiority to Oleg. He expected any Night the Boy Wonder design to be a high-quality machine despite spending half his time on its design and fabrication. Even if they set their goal on designing and fabricating the most comfortable mech, strength provided its own way of comfort. For example, any mech pilot would rather own a Caesar Augustus than a Mark Antony Mark II due to the former mech's superior armor system. The two designs differed so drastically in performance that his homemade Mark II simply couldn't close the gap with its trivial advantages. That was the main reason why the Caesar Augustus still sold for around 60 million credits, while the Mark II sold for half as much. In order to sway the test pilots to his design, VS not only had to excel in terms of shaping the X factor, he also couldn't fall too far behind in terms of fundamental design skills. A sparrow can still compete with an eagle, but an ant can forget about it, VS muttered to himself. I'm still an apprentice mech designer. No matter how much knowledge Master Olsen stuffed into Oleg's head, he was still a teenager. The direct disciple only had so much time to devote on his studies. More importantly, he also cross-trained in engine design, which certainly stalled his progression in other areas. Ves shook his head. Enough obsessing over the little freak. It was time he started coming up with a good design. He started focusing his mind on an appropriate set of myths. To maximize the power of the X factor, Ves decided to employ multiple powerful images. The mere thought of how far he could push the X factor unleashed a sense of excitement within his bones. Chapter 205 Triple Division. Considering the transient nature of his design, Ves skipped the growth element of the X factor. In order to win over the test pilots as quickly as possible, he decided to focus on immediate impact. By now, Ves developed a standard procedure of sorts when trying to shape the X factor. At his current level of concentration, he'd be able to work with a maximum of 3 images, all of which served a different purpose that would synergize with each other when they came together. The first image defined and enhanced the role of the design. The second image centered around a powerful totem animal that introduced the right mix of primal instincts into the design. The third image should be based around the myth of a legendary human figure in order to strengthen his design's higher-level cognition. With this division of images, Ves established his first formal X-factor technique. He called it the triple division for convenience. The first image should be an idealized night mech. To maximize the compatibility between his mech and the test pilots, Ves wanted to ground the experience with something familiar. By building up the foundation of his X-factor on the night mech itself, Ves ensured that no matter how many individual touches he applied, the test pilots would still feel at home. Sometimes it might not be a good idea to put the archetype central to the design in question. Too much familiarity bred contempt, or at least made the design appear a little boring. In order to balance out the familiar, Ves counterbalanced it with a strong and invigorating totem animal. Let's go with a hexapod king. Though he'd never seen a hexapod king in the flesh, he intimately studied the chias, which was based on its carcass. The sheer power and terror of them both made for a profound image that had long been seared into his mind. Choosing the hexapod king as the totem animal for his design shifted its emphasis from defense to offense. Though his design would very likely lack the endless power supply of the beasts, it would still be able to inherit much of its primal ferocity. Choosing such a savage totem animal risked getting out of hand, so Ves decided to temper it with a more rational human legend. What kind of mythical figure could he conjure up that fit well with the design without being too excessive? Ves went with the image of a mountain knight called the Leading Edge, or Sir Edge for short. He'd been born in the saddle and had been brought up to serve as a professional knight since he first showed his aptitude for riding. As a consummate cavalryman, Sir Edge had mastered fighting in both a mounted and dismounted state. On foot, he could hold a shield wall as any other shield bearer, but he truly came to being when he sat on the saddle. He knew how to keep an overview of the battle and choose the right timing to go in for a thundering charge. In the heat of the battle, he tossed almost every consideration aside and fought with his heart's content, bellowing war cries all around. As Ves became increasingly immersed in the backstory of the Leading Edge, his competition hadn't sit still. Oleg already sprinted towards a design terminal and drew up a basic schematic based on what he thought would be a comfortable night. As a young and talented apprentice mech designer, Oleg developed his own approach to mech design. He possessed a much deeper foundation in the nuts and bolts of mech design, so he hardly needed to pause in the process of picking out components. Unlike Ves, Oleg decided to stick with the classics and design a fully defensive knight. While his design still stuck to the medium weight class, Oleg pretty much jacked up its armor budget to the maximum possible amount. A knight can never have too much armor, he thought as he rapidly refined his rough schematic into something presentable. He utilized the full functions of the advanced design software in his terminal. A separate projector constantly subjected the latest version of the design to a barrage of standard simulations, which the hidden superprocessors buried underneath the workshop churned out in rapid tempo. With the help of these powerful functions, Oleg rapidly eliminated the weak points in his design. His optimization-based approach to designing his mech made full use of the abundant amount of processing power at his disposal. Without the corresponding amount of resources, Oleg's approach would never achieve results so quickly. The only downside to this method was that Oleg exerted relatively little control over the direction of his simulations. It constantly spat out error-prone results that led him into dead ends. This forced him to backtrack on his designs until he reached the point where he could take a different path. His approach also let go of any attempts to adhere to a strong vision. Even Oleg didn't know how his design ultimately looked like. Some designers couldn't even image working without a definite goal in mind, but Oleg embraced the inherent uncertainty. It didn't matter how the end product looked like. As long as its specs surpassed the previous version, Oleg was happy. In contrast, Ves let his vision guide his design choices. Once he split his focus and dipped it into the triple division, his mind became filled with the righteous purpose of shaping it into reality. "Let's see what I have to work with," he said, and opened the catalog in his terminal's design suite. The parts listed in the catalog came in different sizes and shapes. Even a minor deviation had a lot of implications to his ultimate design. Instead of making calculative choices based on specs, Ves took a step back and viewed the parts in a holistic manner. Each time he saw a part, he asked himself whether they conformed to the images buzzing in his mind. Most of the time, the images buzzed in disapproval. Only a couple of times did they show their approval. He slowly ticked off the necessary components until he ended up with a full set of components. At first glance, they didn't seem powerful. Ves ended up passing over the most powerful components in favor of those that harmonized well with his vision and each other. They all possessed an intrinsic underlying rule that Ves didn't fully understand. Why these parts? At first glance, the frame and limbs didn't fit with each other. The legs provided a lot of mobility when paired with a powerful engine, but were rather vulnerable to damage to the rear. The torso area, on the other hand, possessed a lot of bulk in order to accommodate a powerful engine and protect its internal components well. Most notably, Ves picked an asymmetric set of arms. The shield arm was larger than the sword arm so that it could brace the heavy shield without breaking apart. Meanwhile, its sword arm might lack in brute strength, but its added speed and flexibility opened up a lot of movements that conventional knights would never be able to pull off. The combination didn't make sense at first glance. But Ves quickly figured out the rationale of this selection. The strengthened legs optimized his mech's charge. Its weaknesses were largely mitigated as long as the mech constantly faced the enemy. The heavy torso and shield arm allowed it to remain standing under fire or use its bulk in an offensive capacity by bashing through its opposition. Its flexible sword arm gave his mech the opportunity to outduel a melee opponent. The relative lack of strength in the sword arm didn't matter because the mech always possessed the option of bashing with its shield if it needed a power attack. Overall, the mech possessed a good mix of offense and defense as long as it could dictate the terms of the engagement. Its entire rear portion would always remain vulnerable, though many other medium knights suffered from the same problem. Only heavy knights featured all-around protection as they had the armor to spare. Ves proceeded to bring his selection of parts together. After he fitted them into a single frame like a crude puzzle, he proceeded to refine his design by utilizing some of the simulations in the design speed. That was when he finally found out about the immense amount of processing power hidden beneath the terminal. His eyes practically popped out of his eye sockets as a set of simulations that would have taken weeks to complete at home only took 3 seconds in the apprentice workshop. What Ves found even more bizarre was that the terminal stated that his simulations only used up a fraction of the total amount of processing power assigned to the apprentice workshop. Ves could not even imagine the amount of calculations Master Olsen routinely performed to require such an extravagant setup. "This is a lot more processing power than I need." No matter how many resources Ves had at his disposal, they were borrowed goods. It would take a very long time until he earned the funds to upgrade his workshop to this level. For now, Ves stuck with his own method and proceeded to refine his design in his own way. Different from Oleg, Ves already had an endpoint in mind, so he constantly tweaked the schematic in accordance with the desires of his images. Each time he found an elegant solution that harmonized with the concept of his vision, his images bonded ever closer with the design. Ves felt as if the design and the images became more intertwined. Their existences even started to blur a bit as Ves brought his considerable amount of mental power to bear. His highly intense state of mind even shook Oleg from his routine. The boy looked over at Ves and thought he saw a monster in human skin. Damn, have my eyes gone bad? I'd better take a break. I even missed dinner time. As Oleg quietly left the workshop to fill his stomach and refresh his mind, Ves continued to work without any signs of fatigue. His highly enhanced body had surpassed the strength of his mind, which allowed Ves to skip the usual process of eating and sleeping for a brief period of days. Against a prodigy like Oleg, Ves never even considered taking a long break. Every second of his 48-hour time limit was inordinately precious to him because it was the only way he could catch up to his fellow apprentice mech designer. I'll spend 32 hours on the design process and leave out 16 hours to fabricate my design. Ves carved out quite a bit of time for the fabrication and assembly phase due to the complexity of the armor system. It possessed just the right mix of protection without taking up a lot of mass. As a downside, the end product varied a lot, making it an unsuitable formula for mass production. It required a skilled mech designer or fabricator to manually produce each piece of plating one at a time. Let's not get ahead of myself. First, I have to finish my design. He went back to work after refocusing his mind. The hours slowly passed until it became night. Lemur 2 used to adhere to a wildly different rotation cycle, but its extensive terraforming process stabilized it until it became identical to old Earth. Thus, the night came and went without notice. The workshop was situated underground. Even Oleg pulled an all-nighter, having taken some special medicine that allowed his mind to work at peak capacity for an extended amount of hours. He'd pay for it later, but until then he also made good use of his available time. Oleg must have wanted to get his hands on Lucky really bad for him to work so hard. The boy finalized his design in the morning, and moved over to the 3D printer and fabricated his first new parts. Despite his handicaps, Oleg maintained a confident smile on his face as he adeptly churned out part after part. In the meantime, Ves still hadn't come close to finishing his design. While he made some progress with optimizing his schematic, he stumbled across a dilemma that forced him to a halt. Chapter 206 Discordant. Ves brought him images into reality by visualizing their life cycle. The more details he added, the more vivid they behaved. At some point, they started thinking on their own. His creativity ran out of control and filled in some of the gaps that Ves had unconsciously left behind. For example, the night mech yearned to increase its defense. Even as an offensive-oriented mech, it expressed its dissatisfaction with the current design's inadequate armor cover. Ves skimmed off a bit more off its armor plating than usual in order to keep the weight down. The totem animal, on the other hand, didn't care so much about the armor. Instead, it yearned for a much more effective offensive kit. Hexapod kings proved their strength not by acting like a turtle, but by threatening its rivals with overwhelming might. The human myth component of the triple division also grew more discordant. The leading edge's objection to the design mainly revolved around the staying power of the design. Ves chose to go for a high-impact operation mode in order to make the piloting experience as exhilarating as possible. However, choosing this road obviously used up more energy. Compounding the problem was that the totem animal showed signs of overpowering the other two images. Ves had unconsciously inflated the hexapod king's tyrannical greed and cruelty to the point where the image almost became capable of contending against the other two images. While making his images come to life had always been a goal to Ves, their unexpected conflict left him with a dilemma. Should he stay detached and let them battle it out? Should he forcibly stop the struggle by separating the images? Or would it be best to maintain a tentative equilibrium by manipulating the images behind the scenes? Ves began his design process with a vision. To allow his images to evolve in an unknown direction meant that he'd be abandoning his initial goals in favor of an uncertain outcome. The X factor would transform in a direction that might have a beneficial or detrimental effect to the design. As much as he wanted to experiment with this new development, Ves decided to stifle it as best he could. His current circumstances didn't allow for too many unexpected surprises. It's fine if this happens when I design a virtual mech, but right now I can't risk ruining this design. Ves proceeded to turn his substantial amount of mental power to bear on his images. since he lacked the time to figure out a way to solve the problem with finesse. He utilized brute force instead. He forcibly separated the images until clear barriers came into being between the three. This forced the integration of the images in the design to take a step back, but at least they didn't argue with each other anymore. Next, he adjusted the traits of his totem animal in order to rein in its exaggerated behavior. He lessened the ferocity of the beast and granted it a small amount of cunning. When Ves finished his adjustments, he took a mental step backwards and regarded his images again. He succeeded in stabilizing the images, though he failed to preserve their strengths. In essence, his crude intervention solved nothing but prevented the situation from devolving into an unstable mess. Ves had in fact robbed his images of some of their life. This was especially the case with his totem animal. He learned some very important lessons after this ordeal. Images that had been granted with life developed in an unpredictable direction, sometimes going against his intended vision. This is life. True life embraced the limitless potential of chaos. Life was never comfortable if it behaved according to a predetermined plan. A life shackled down by too many rules and restrictions lost much of the vivid traits that made it precious. Even though Ves applied the wrong solution, the overall X factor shouldn't have suffered too much from his previous norm. He simply missed a small opportunity to evolve his current application of the X factor. Now that this is done with, let's go back to designing. While Ves spent precious minutes suppressing the unrest in his mind, Oleg started assembling his mech from the pieces he fabricated in record time. He easily slotted the components in their places, which proved that all of his components had come into existence without any noticeable deviations. The amount of precision he was able to maintain when he swiftly printed out the parts would have astounded a crowd of mech designers. Hardly anyone could ensure their components were without flaws if they adopted the same speed. While much of the miracle could be attributed to the excellent machines in the apprentice workshop, Oleg's comprehensive mastery over the fabrication process also played a decisive role. Ves felt the pinch as Oleg comfortably moved to the last phase of his design process. He required a lot more time to refine his design due to his desire to adhere to his vision. Many times, his tweaks lowered the performance of his design, or introduced new flaws that only became apparent when Ves made further changes. Normally, this happened all the time. Ves could easily draw back his changes and puzzle out a better solution over many iterations. However, Ves had already spent a day on this repetitive process. His snail-like progress could never match the efficiency of Oleg's own approach. In the end, Ves stuck to his method and accepted that he'd never be able to optimize his design as well as Oleg. He focused mainly on eliminating the flaws that already existed in his design while leaving aside the many tricks he could use to enhance its performance. At the end of his 32-hour design phase, Ves smiled in satisfaction. Regardless of the many optimizations that he had yet to perform, his design had come together in a way that all of his images found acceptable, if barely. It's time to move on to fabrication. Most of his knight's components required little effort to produce. Ves left much of the heavy lifting to the incredibly capable 3D printer fabricating his parts. Unlike Oleg, Ves took his time with the process, as he didn't possess much familiarity with these specific machines. When the printer spat out all of the easier parts, Ves paid more attention to the next part. The fabrication process of the armor plating required his personal supervision and intervention if he wanted to finish it within his time limit. By nature, exotic materials all possessed unstable structures. Given time, they broke apart and turned into mundane elements or disappeared into nothing. This made them hard to work with. While automated production processes made a lot of strides in reducing the error rate, sometimes they spasmed when they faced an unanticipated situation. The armor system selected by Ves incorporated a lot of different exotics. Some of them didn't react well when put together. So the difficulty of fabricating the armor plating without any flaws was extremely high. Fortunately, Ves possessed enough skill to keep the problem in check. The extra time allotted to him for this duel proved to be a lifesaver for him, as the lack of haste allowed him to maintain just enough control to prevent most flaws. Even his relative unfamiliarity with the chemical treatment machine and the alloy compressor didn't stop him from making good time. The system demanded a lot of DP before Ves could master the alloy compressor, but the price had obviously been worth it, as he never fumbled more than once when he came across something new. With a couple more hours to go, Ves assembled his parts in rapid time. Ves considered this phase to be the easiest one as long as he fabricated his parts within tolerance. The facts proved his case, as Ves hardly encountered a hitch. His night design came into being as his time began to run out. Oleg had long completed his own design and observed Ves from a distance with a yawn. To him, the night design by Ves didn't seem all that special. He completely understood its components and their approximate performance in a single glance. "What's the use of comfort in a mech?" he sneered. "A mech is not a cruise ship. Compared to absolute strength, no amount of luxury can compete." Mech designers competed mainly on performance. The design with the better numbers always commanded a higher appreciation by the mech pilots who entrusted their lives to them. Oleg possessed absolute confidence that his hasty creation could beat the one being assembled by his fellow apprentice. Once Ves finished checking over his mech, he breathed deeply and fell onto the floor. Even with his enhanced physical endurance, his mental strength couldn't quite keep up. Ves had strained focus these last few hours in order to keep his images as vivid and lifelike as possible. All of that hard work paid off. In his formative sixth sense, Ves clearly sensed a powerful aura emanating from the frame. He largely succeeded in shaping his new creation's X factor into a powerful force that had become inextricably attached to the mech's existence. While he hadn't pulled off something new this time, the newly formed knight seemed to come alive in his eyes. The X factor gained more substance this time due to the sheer amount of mental energy Ves directed to its design and fabrication. To put it in another way, while the quality of the X factor stayed the same, its quantity increased by at least 3 or 4 times. With this abundant strength, the X factor permeated even deeper into the frame. This in turn enhanced the connection between the mech and its pilot. A clapping sound approached Ves from behind. "Splendid work, Ves! Your performance improved a lot since you took part in the Limar Open competition. You didn't let Carmen down. What's the name of your design, the Tyrant?" Ves replied simply. It fit with his overall vision for the design. He was too tired to think of anything better. "I could use some rest first. Where can I get some food? We've got some of the best cooks on this planet. Let me bring you up to the dining room. I've already taken the liberty of preparing some dinner." While some authorized workers shipped the Tyrant to the surface through a cargo elevator, Ves and Oleg took some time to relax. Neither of them mentioned their work or the highly anticipated test. Instead, they chatted about Oleg's career. "To be honest, I'm not sure whether I want to follow Carmen back to the Vermeer group," Oleg revealed as he munched on the barbecued ribs of a native animal. "I'm still a citizen of the Carnegie Group. The bigwigs at Limar promised they'd keep their doors open if I decide to stay." Master Olsen had only recently ascended to her exalted rank. As a relatively junior master mech designer, she still had a long way to go before she mastered every other major field of knowledge. Her exchange with the local masters would only last another couple of years before she felt she had nothing more to gain. "Do you have a lot of family back home?" "Oh yeah, but I hardly ever visit them these days. I'm grown up now, so it's a little awkward to face my parents. They're just average working folk, you know. Even if I send them a lot of calls, they don't know what to do with it." "I won't be missing out on much if I go to the Vermeer group. You should follow your heart. It's not like your parents and your friends are stuck in the Carnegie group. You've got more than enough money to bring them with you." Ves didn't dare urge Oleg more. To be frank, if Ves received the same offer, he'd still stick with the Bright Republic. His love for his home outweighed the possible benefits he'd enjoy if he relocated somewhere wealthier. They finished their meals and agreed to take some time to rest. Oleg was still dealing with the repercussions of the stimulants he took at the start of the duel, while Ves wanted to rest his wrung-out mind. Maintaining the triple division technique for 48 hours while taking only minor breaks proved very stressful to him. Fortunately, The previous phenomenon where he'd suffer from increasingly crippling headaches hadn't occurred this time. Tomorrow, we'll see whose mech will win. Chapter 207 Accommodate. On a large and extensive training field, two mechs stood like giant statues. For this event, Horatio took some time off his busy schedule to mediate the mech design duel in person. VS had already met Horatio in person, but he never presented himself to the man in person. Horatio appeared very dignified in front of the two apprentices. He cast a very long look at the both of them before turning his attention to their mechs. Both of you have set a very subjective winning condition to your duel, he spoke. 10 young mech cadets from the Abelard Academy will be visiting us here today. After spending 30 minutes with each of your mechs, the cadets will deliver their verdict on which mech they prefer in terms of comfort. Do note that these pilots might have a different understanding of the term than yours. Will we be able to explain the meaning in greater detail? That won't be necessary, Horatio said. It's best not to predispose the mech pilots into favoring one design over the other through the use of wordplay. Let them experience the mechs with their own biases. A shuttle arrived soon after and delivered 10 random mech cadets. Some of them were elites who ranked close to the top, while others hadn't found a way to excel in the academy. The only thing they had in common was that all of them had taken advanced training in piloting night mechs. They wouldn't be clueless when faced with the creations of Oleg and VS. Horatio left the two designers on a closed platform and greeted the cadets after they arrived. As he explained the rules to them, VS took a seat on a nearby bench and watched at the test pilots. He counted 7 men and 3 women, not that gender mattered all that much. Oleg grinned at VS. Now that we've finished our parts, let's share our design schematics. Sure. When VS received Oleg's design, he took a long time to parse the blueprint. Oleg decided to form a quintessential defensive knight, piling up its armor while leaving barely enough mobility to qualify as a medium mech. The concept sounded simple, but Oleg brought his design to an unprecedented level. He possessed transcendent skill in the field of battle mechatronics and mechanics, having taken the basic pre-configured parts and tweaked them in ways that optimized their endurance and defense. To be frank, the extreme level of optimization scared VS a bit. Oleg managed to raise the overall performance of his parts by a third through updating their outdated design and optimizing them so that they performed at their best. In comparison, VS would be lucky if he reached an overall improvement of 20% due to lack of time. That 10% difference sounded small, but mech pilots and mech designers could easily tell the difference. The mech cadets began to rotate among the two mechs. Each of the pilots spent 30 minutes on each mech. They tested the machines and put them through their paces on the training ground. The yard even featured a sophisticated semi-virtual training simulator. Advanced programming and the clever use of bots and projectors allowed the knights to spar against imaginary opponents with some physical feedback. While it couldn't replicate a true battle experience, the pilots at least experienced a taste of their mechs in combat. As the mechs moved through obstacles or light combat simulations, their differences became more pronounced. His Tyrant moved rather nimbly for a night mech. Its mobility allowed it to run around the obstacle course with greater speed and control than Oleg's lumbering machine. It excelled in frontal charges when it brought its considerable weight to bear upon a single opponent. VS paid a lot of attention on its shock-absorbing capacity so that it wouldn't suffer too much damage when it collided against another mech. While its armor couldn't quite deliver the same performance, none of the pilots paid too much attention to it. They weren't allowed to wreck the mechs they piloted. In essence, the Tyrant displayed all of its strengths while being able to hide its only major weakness. VS hadn't deliberately set out to achieve this condition, but it certainly helped his case. Oleg's mech, on the other hand, moved with solid deliberation. While it possessed enough speed to sprint short distances, the mech hadn't received any optimizations in this area. Instead, it presented itself as a quintessential medium knight, with all of the pros and cons that went along this archetype. From the schematics Oleg showed off, Ves knew that his design lacked any gimmicks. The younger mech designer probably lacked the time to implement something unique that could wow the test pilots. Instead, Oleg mainly stuck to the basics, deviating only when it came to his specialty. The engine in particular provided his Knight with a lot of force and endurance. The mechanical layout of his Knight incorporated many innovative design choices that enhanced the Knight's ability to exert force. Your Knight hits slow, but hard. A Knight isn't supposed to outduel an opponent, Oleg replied with a smile. You've made an interesting choice with your mech, but I don't know if it will help your case. Your own design isn't able to throw its weight around once it's forced to a stop. The boy had a point. The Tyrant performed at its best when it kept moving, but sometimes it needed to stay put in order to perform its defensive role. Time went by as the testing period dragged on. At the end of the session, all 10 mech cadets spent at least an hour in the cockpits. Once they finished their testing, they passed on their evaluation to Horatio, who subsequently tallied the score. Ves and Oleg left the observation room and joined Horatio and the pilots standing next to their mechs. While Oleg maintained his confident, sunny smile, Ves nervously awaited the outcome. Had the Tyrant made a good impression? Had the X Factor succeeded in charming the mech cadets? Many questions swirled in his mind as he stood somewhat at attention. Everyone eagerly awaited the results of the duel. Horatio faced the mech designers with a nod. Both of you have accomplished much in the limited amount of time at your disposal. I'm especially impressed with Oleg. Your ability to maintain the quality of your product despite the time limit shows you haven't slacked off in your practice. Thanks. The older man turned to Ves. As for you, don't take your advantages to heart. Your master has invested a large amount of time and resources in his upbringing. We've been grooming him to compete at the most prestigious competitions this side of the galaxy, such as the Rimworld Games. Ves remembered that Miss Barakovsky once competed at the Junior Rimworld Games. The Junior Games offered an appropriate stage for young but talented mech designers to display their strengths in front of the entire galactic rim. That Horatio alluded to Oleg's future entry in the adult version of the Rimworld Games meant that the boy held a lot of promise. Master Olsen must be very eager to build up her organization's prestige by planning to show him off at such a major event. I understand. Ves nodded simply. He didn't really wish to think too much about Oleg's current superiority. In a few years, his skills might have developed to the point where he'd be qualified to compete in the Rimworld Games on his own merits. Horatio proceeded to turn the conversation back to the duel. At a glance, the two of you employed different strategies in order to win over the mech pilots. I've noticed that Ves has kept to the spirit of the duel. You've focused more on harmony and compatibility when designing your mech, haven't you? I want my pilots to bond with my mech. While achieving higher performance is important, if the pilot can't mesh well with his machine, he won't be able to bring out its full strength. That's a bold statement, Horatio responded neutrally. He carefully refrained from expressing his opinion on the matter. Oleg doesn't seem to agree. I see you didn't even pay much attention to ergonomics when designing your mech. You focused purely on maximizing your mech's performance parameters. Who cares about comfy seats? A mech pilot ought to know what's best for him. Battles are usually won by the side with better performing mechs. That's an absolute truth. As you've alluded to, a mech is mainly built for war. When our mech cadets here graduate from Abelard, they'll be sent to fight at various parts of Coalition space. They're expected to endure extremely challenging circumstances while they pilot their mechs. If their mechs are not up to the task, they are piloting the wrong mechs. Ves took those words as an oblique warning to his approach to mech design. Sometimes, his obsession with the X factor led to decisions that missed out on increasing the performance of his machines. what his images sometimes urged him to stray away from the most optimal design choices. "I'm sure you're impatient to hear who has won," Horatio finally said as he finished his brief lecture. "Without further ado, here are the scores." A small projector sprung into existence that showed a short tally for each of the duelists. The final results astounded them both. Ves 5 votes. Oleg 5 votes. It's a tie. When the mech designers swept past the tally and studied the breakdown of the votes, the division became more evident. The higher-ranking mech cadets leaned on the side of Oleg's knight, while the lower-ranking cadets preferred the tyrant. Oleg didn't understand the result. "Why hasn't my mech won over the rest? Can you make a guess?" The younger mech designer paused to think through a reason. "Perhaps those who are more skilled don't require as much accommodation as those who need more practice. The best mech pilots can adapt to any machine in an instant." "What do you think, Ves?" "I think the higher-ranking pilots know they're destined to pilot the best machines," he replied with his own understanding of the voting pattern. "Every mech pilot wishes to pilot the most elite mechs, but not everyone gets their wish. I think the more average mech pilots have a better affinity with lower-performing machines that do their best at accommodating their level of skill." Again, Horatio declined to express an opinion on both of their judgments. He simply acknowledged their answers and let them think about it by themselves. "There are many reasons why this pattern has emerged. The best mechs are not always the most appropriate mechs for the situation. You must never forget that your role as a mech designer is to accommodate the mech pilots who you are serving. Understand your market and tailor your products to their wishes. Don't expect to succeed if you attempt to force-feed your products to your clients." That sounded great and all, but both of the duelists stood awkwardly as none of them were able to determine a winner for the duel. "A tie doesn't reflect the truth. I should win the duel," Oleg suddenly said. Ves became alarmed at his insistence. While normally he'd be willing to concede to Oleg's admittedly justified excuse, Lucky's ownership was at stake this time. Ves couldn't afford to lose. "We agreed to the conditions of the bet beforehand. While we haven't anticipated a tie, that doesn't change the fact that you willingly agreed to all of them. The design duel wouldn't be fair otherwise. That just proves I'm the better mech designer." The two couldn't come to an agreement, so they turned to Horatio, who looked on with some amusement. "Do you really wish to move away from a tie and force a winner out of this duel?" "I do. I should be the winner." While Oleg expressed his confidence, Ves stayed silent. The situation didn't look too favorable to him, but if he expressed his dissatisfaction, he'd reveal his lack of assurance. In a situation like this where a mech designer had to stand by their products, Ves had to maintain some level of confidence in his work. "Very well. Then I declare the winner to be Ves." "What?" Oleg screamed. "That's not possible." Even Ves didn't expect Horatio's answer. Privately, he already started scheming of a way to get Lucky back from Oleg's clutches. He never thought that Horatio thought higher of the tyrant than Oleg's excellent design. Why did he win? Chapter 208 Reasons. Even Ves hadn't understood why Horatio favored him over Oleg. His design looked decent, but paled in comparison to Oleg's hasty creation. The younger mech designer managed to create a miracle in only half the time. "I know you're confused. You shouldn't be," Horatio said and swept his arm towards the mech cadets who stood silently at attention all this time. "First, let's hear our test pilots out. What are your thoughts on the mech designed by Oleg?" The pilots gave out a smattering of opinions. "It's powerful. I can feel the difference in performance. Most of the training mechs don't feel as powerful as this frame. Slow but protective. I feel I can take on the entire galaxy with the amount of armor it carries. It corresponds to what a knight should be. I don't mind the lack of speed since it's supposed to be a defensive mech anyway. I can do anything with this machine. In the right hands, I can overpower anyone who dares to get close. I can't get used to its sluggishness. It's as if my body is moving underwater. It's too slow. When Horatio asked them what they thought of the design made by Ves, they gave out a distinctly different opinion. It feels like home. The mech just clicked for me. It's one of the few mechs I've piloted that actually work together with me. The performance is a little lackluster compared to the other one, but when I'm in the cockpit I don't feel that way. It's very responsive. I don't have to fight against the controls to make it do what I want. There's hardly any learning curve with this mech. After the pilots gave out their opinions, Horatio clapped and attracted everyone's attention. You can see that the first thing that pops in the minds of the pilots differs drastically between the two mechs. Oleg, considering the terms of your mech design duel, do you truly believe you've overcome Ves in this regard? I still have 5 votes. Oleg stubbornly replied. Even if I hadn't focused much on comfort, does it even matter? You've chosen a crooked path to compete on comfort. Whether it's important or not, the fact of the matter is that you've agreed to compete against Ves on the matter of designing the most comfortable mech. Ves is the only participant who worked earnestly on this area, and the comments made by the test pilots makes this clear. The mech pilots haven't received a lot of clarity when they were asked to evaluate our mechs. Ves spoke up. If they had a clearer idea on what they should be judging, then I might have received more votes. Maybe, maybe not, Horatio said. Oleg's viewpoint can't be discounted. A superior mech will always be valued more than a lesser mech. However, the rules for this design duel explicitly leaves out any comparison on performance. In this regard, none of the mech cadets have praised Oleg's mech for its level of accommodation. Oleg wowed half of the mech cadets through delivering a better mech despite performing worse in the aspect of comfort. He might have missed the point on the duel, but he still succeeded in forcing a tie. That couldn't easily be changed. Don't set your eyes on the present. Think of the future. After a couple of years, the both of you will be developing in different directions. If you hold the same duel at that time, who will prove to be more superior in the aspect of comfort? By that time, Ves would have probably accomplished a breakthrough in the X factor. In addition, he'd also advance much further than anyone here expected. After all, they couldn't have known about the heaven-defying nature of the system. Still, if he hadn't advanced his other skills through the system, then Ves would still win on the matter of comfort. Only he possessed the requirements to work with the X factor. If you put it that way, you have a point, Oleg reluctantly admitted. But that's in the future. We're still in the present. Yes, we're still in the present. Therefore, I believe that you should demonstrate your magnanimity and offer a concession to Ves. Don't forget that you are one of Carmen's direct disciple. With regards to age, you're junior to Ves, but with regards to seniority, you enjoy a vastly higher position than him. To employ all your gifts to bully a junior who only received a few pointers from Carmen is not good form. Even Ves forgot about this point. Oleg behaved like a teenager, but as a mech designer he enjoyed a very privileged status. Many older mech designers had to make way for the direct disciple if they met him on the street. Besides, look at the stakes for this duel. If Ves loses the bet, he'll have to give up a precious companion of his. Don't think that Ves won't start to resent you. They are lifelike creatures meant to bond with their owners. On the other hand, if I lose the bet, I won't lose anything substantial. A license is very valuable to Ves, but it's nothing special to me. Licenses only held value to those who lacked the capability that it offered. It cost Oleg nothing but a potential loss in earnings if he gave one away without demanding anything in return. That was because licenses only granted the mech designer who received it the right to use a design. This was the nature of intellectual property. If someone wrote a virtual book, he could easily give it away to his friends for free. A couple of handouts didn't really impact his sales in any meaningful way. However, if he became a bit too liberal with his generosity, then he'd be shooting himself in the foot by missing out on a lot of sales. Did Oleg look like someone who cared about giving away a free design? As a direct disciple, he enjoyed almost unlimited resources. A single engine license worth billions of bright credits was actually worth only a couple tens of millions of calls and coalition space. For such a small amount of calls, Oleg would be too embarrassed to quibble about this sum of money. In the end, Oleg conceded the match to Ves. Though he still felt unresigned, he felt that as a senior he had to show off his good side to Master Olsen's latest apprentice. They both signed a couple of contracts on the spot that officially granted Ves the right to incorporate the Trailblazer engine model in any of his designs for a period of 10 years. "It's a really good engine," Oleg boasted as he swiftly recovered from his loss. "The Trailblazer is ideal for mechs focused on endurance and efficiency. Just take care not to push it too hard. It doesn't handle peak loads very well." As Horatio left for another appointment, Ves had a suspicion he'd been used. Horatio obviously didn't need to mediate the design duel in person. He must have used the opportunity as a teaching moment for Oleg. He not only learned to be generous, he also opened his eyes to another perspective on mech design. Ves shrugged. As the winner of this duel, he benefited from this moment as well. Besides his material rewards, this event also taught him about a hidden danger inherent in his design method. Pursuing harmony at the cost of performance is not always the right solution, he concluded. In the Age of Mechs, an endless number of mech designs came into existence. While the market for mechs ensured that plenty saw sales, most models failed to attract any sales due to poor design choices. An optimized mech delivered much greater performance than a similar mech at the same cost. "I've been focusing too much on harmony at the cost of synergy." Harmony and synergy sounded the same, but they were actually very different concepts. As Ves understood it, harmony represented how well the design and its components agreed with the images he held in his mind. A good harmony ensured he'd be able to impart a strong and lifelike X-factor to his mechs. Few designers should be able to match his prowess in this area. On the other hand, most mech designers focused on maximizing synergy. This had nothing to do with metaphysics. Instead, it required both art and science to bring out the best performance out of every part. Harmony and synergy doesn't necessarily have to conflict with each other. Once his capabilities grew, his selection of design choices should also grow with him. More choices allowed him to make more optimal decisions without adversely affecting the overall harmony of the design. In any case, Ves got away with a massive win. After the end of the duel, Ves decided to wrap up his trip with a visit to the Clifford Society. Oleg begged off accompanying Ves. Ever since Horatio declared him the loser, the air between them grew a little awkward. Both of them needed some time away from each other. "I'll be going now," Ves said as he held Lucky in his arms and left the estate. He took an aircar that brought him from the center of the archipelago to the northern region of the planet. Like the virtual version, the real version of the Clifford Society's headquarters had been built on top of a mountain range. Naturally, real humans weren't gods, so the society hadn't gone overboard in spreading their structures out. Most of the core buildings had been built around a cluster of 20 mountains. Man-sized floating eggs granted visitors a convenient way to traverse from one mountain to the other. His first destination was the marketplace. While most members sold their wares through the society's virtual portal, Ves wanted to take a look at some real examples. He visited the small town built at the foot of the mountains and browsed the largest shop that sold equipment. Welcome, customer, a floating bot said as it hovered over to Ves. May I be of assistance? Take me to the alloy compressor and chemical treatment machines. I'd like to purchase a set. A set basically consisted of a compressor and a CTM that had been designed to work together. Usually, mech manufacturers preferred to link the two machines together with a compatible 3D printer. This allowed them to automate the process of fabricating compressed armor plating as much as possible, though the more complicated formulas still required human supervision. Our shop offers 32 different sets. Please refer to the projections if you wish to view their specifications. Ves took a good look at the selection offered by the shop. The prices for the sets ranged from 50 merits to 10,000 merits. He only set aside 200 merits for his budget, so he excluded every other set that exceeded his price range. That left him with 13 different pairings. As Ves studied their specs in greater detail, he determined that the differences in price directly corresponded to what they brought to the table. Some compressors and CTMs finished their processes faster than others. Other sets guaranteed higher precision. The newer sets offered automation to a wider range of formulas, while the older sets sold at a discount. Ves pulled back from his inspection before he got lost in the maze. I should determine what I need before I start my selection. The Living Mech Corporation mainly aimed for the higher segments of the mech market, so he didn't place too much importance on speed and automation. However, if he wanted to enable his fabricators such as Carlos to work with compressed armor, some form of automation was necessary. The silver label mechs didn't have to be perfect, but the sets had to offer some conveniences in order to allow his other employees to work with the machines. Several sets of alloy compressors and CTMs fit his requirements. He eventually settled on a pair of systems that cost 190 merits. They didn't offer much in terms of automation, but a decent fabricator specialized in alloy compression should be able to handle the process without problem. Even if Carlos can't do it, I can hire someone else who can. Still, before he decided on the purchase, Ves visited some other stores in order to find out if he could pick a bargain. While most of the shops offered a similar selection of machines, he did find the same set at 20 merits off. Why is this set so cheap here? It's a refurbished set of machines. The cheaper store's bot replied in a dutiful tone. Their previous owner unfortunately perished on a mission for the society. Due to his debts, this store has laid claim to his fabrication equipment. Do you wish to view the previous owner's other machines? We offer discounts up to 30% depending on their condition. The answer momentarily chilled Ves. He could have been one of the poor chumps as well. His trip to graining might have showered him with merits, but he escaped from death by a narrow margin. Still, the set hadn't seen much use. Ves checked their condition as well as their production logs and found them to be good enough that he wouldn't get much better if he bought them factory new. I'll take this set. Chapter 209 Keltrex. Ves decided to pick up a second-hand assembly system as well for the low price of 20 merits. Thus, he spent a total of 190 merits on 3 machines that had seen a moderate amount of use. He also enlisted the services of a hacker who could unlock the restrictions set on the processors for the Dortmund printer. After some haggling, Ves agreed to hand over 3 merits to the bot that represented the hacker. Ves handed over the processor chips that had been stored in the Barracuda over the past few months and heard that they'd be ready within a few days. Every problem appears trivial once you have a lot of wealth, he noted with a rueful smile as he exited the latest store. Problems that keep me up at night can be solved with a single snap of the finger. His shopping spree showcased the power of a few hundred merits. He successfully acquired a number of high-quality machines that delivered slightly better performance than most machines available in the Bright Republic. Together with the Dortmund, I've acquired a full ensemble of industrial gear. What did that mean? It meant that from now on, his physical assets ceased to be a hindrance. If he wanted to, he could even fabricate the original Caesar Augustus with his newly purchased equipment. Now, he had over 200 merits remaining in his account. While that sounded a lot, he also had to acquire a lot of component licenses. While some of the smaller components sold for only a couple of merits, the large amount of components added up to a frightening sum. Ves obviously had to set priorities. The three things I need the most to design a high-quality knight is an armor system, a power reactor, and artificial musculature. Together with Oleg's engine license, I'll have all my bases covered. If he had any merits left after making those purchases, he'd settle on acquiring some decent licenses for some peripheral components such as ECM, energy cells, and a cockpit. As for the really minor parts such as gyroscopes, sensors, and a transceiver, he'd settle for acquiring cheaper ones with credits. Hopefully he'd be able to save as much merits as possible in case he wanted to borrow some exclusive books from the Moon Library. Ves found his shopping experience to be exhilarating. While the pricier products remained out of his reach, the product standard in Limar ensured that even the cheaper offerings in the store could compete with what the Bright Republic regularly used. The only problem he faced was that a lot of the parts for licensing required a large amount of exotics to work. Ves couldn't help the fact that the Friday Coalition ruled over the most resource-abundant territory in the Komodo Star sector. Resources that were extremely scarce in the Bright Republic could be acquired for a reasonable sum in the Coalition. In fact, many of the cheapest licenses consisted of badly optimized components. They only reached a reasonable level of performance by virtue of their extravagant use of resources. Thus, even with an upfront price tag of a dozen merits or so, Ves would still lose a fortune over time as the production cost per unit racked up to a terrifying digit. Thus, Ves had to ignore most of the deceptively cheap offerings and turn his attention to the more expensive licenses offered by the real experts. This was where the strength of the LIT came through. As a major technological center for education and research, the Limar Institute of Technology possessed connections to a vast network of scientists and engineers. Many of its alumni that went on to become successful component developers made some of their best licenses available to their alma mater at preferential prices. Despite the discounts, the prices for the more decent-looking armor systems quickly ran up in the thousands of merits. The prices were so disgustingly high that it became obvious that they only catered to a breed of mech designers. The products within a more affordable price range all came with various issues such as the problem mentioned earlier. It became very difficult for Ves to seek out a decent armor system that didn't break the bank. I can't go on like this. I have to give something up. Some armor systems could be licensed on the cheap, but racked up many millions of credits in production costs. Other systems offered reasonable prices in both areas but delivered mediocre performance. Those that performed slightly better were so difficult to fabricate that his error rate would balloon to 25%. Obtaining a perfect armor system that checked all the boxes was out of the question. Ves had to make a careful consideration on what he'd be willing to sacrifice. I'll be marketing my product to the Bright Republic, not to Friday Coalition, so I don't have to adhere to the prevailing standard of a second-rate state. It pained him to lower his standard, but Ves concluded he made the right decision. As a young entrant in the mech business, Ves hadn't built up his brand to the point where the local market believed he'd be able to participate at the top segments of the market. A design that's too high-end would end up as another white elephant akin to the original Caesar Augustus. The catalog looked a lot better now that he let go of his unrealistic standards. In order to future-proof his designs once the next generation arrived, Ves focused his attention on armor plating that withstood directed energy weapons a little better than usual. Apparently, many other mech designers had the same idea. The prices for these valuable systems averaged around 20% over armors that specialized against absorbing shocks and kinetic impacts. Against this scam-like market behavior, VS could only grit his teeth in response. The list of products that met his criteria still consisted of several hundred products. VS spent an entire day poring over the specs of each viable armor system. His decision had far-reaching effects for the immediate future of his mech career, so it was of utmost importance for him to make the best decision possible. He settled for a rather boring choice. He chose a decently successful armor system that had been developed a decade or so ago. Though it was on the old side, plenty of mech designers who purchased the same system had nothing but praise for the armor. "Thank you for purchasing the Bergens & Sons Company Keltrex AVE 33 armor system," the cheerful sales bot exclaimed in a weirdly feminine tone. "A sales representative will be with you in a moment to establish a licensing contract. Please be patient." A few minutes later, a man emerged from the air. His anti-grav clothes brought him straight to VS. After shaking hands, the sales representative offered him 3 different variations of the licensing contract. The variations gave VS more favorable terms depending on his production pattern. If he intended to engage in high-volume production, it was worth it to spend some extra merits to lower his per-unit fees. On the other hand, if he only intended to sell a dozen or so much a year, then he could take a discounted contract that put hard limits on how many times he could fabricate the Keltrex. While VS didn't plan on establishing a huge production plant, he did aim to achieve a sales figure of at least 1,000 mechs a year. With his new and refurbished equipment, his workshop should be able to reach this ambitious goal. "I'd like to sign the standard contract, please. I don't want any restrictions and I don't need any additional privileges." "A good choice, Mr. Larkinson. The upfront fee for the standard contract amounts to 75 merits." VS transferred the painfully high price tag with his calm. This was only the beginning. Since they signed a contract in coalition space, VS had to transfer his production fees in calls instead of bright credits. The costs per copy amounted to 30,000 calls or around 3 million bright credits. He winced at the thought of throwing away so much credits whenever he fabricated a copy of the Keltrex system. The much cheaper HRF armor system that he currently used for the Mark II only demanded a modest fee of around 100,000 bright credits per copy. Still, he didn't regret his choice. Among the cheaper armors available in the shops, the Keltrex system happened to require exotics that were relatively abundant in the Bright Republic. VS didn't have to import rare resources from far-flung states in order to meet his production needs. In this regard, the higher-than-average per-unit fee was a worthwhile sacrifice to make. "I still have to pay a fortune for the raw materials alone. It gets worse if I have to fabricate a set of armor for a knight." Knights piled up on a lot of armor, more than any other archetype. VS already calculated that he had to spend a whopping 20 million credits just to fabricate a standard set of knight armor. Worse, the cost might reach even greater heights if the cost of raw materials continued to rise. Since VS set a target sales price at around 60 million credits for his original design, the ludicrous expense was still somewhat bearable. Fortunately, the Keltrex system brought a lot to the table. Bergens & Sons Company developed several variations of its Keltrex series. While the Keltrex AVE 33 was one of its cheapest offerings, it still enjoyed some of the advantages of its more expensive cousins. The biggest attraction to VS was that it didn't weigh too much. While other systems relied on large amounts of conventional alloys to make up for their disappointing formulas, the Keltrex used an ingenious formula that brought out the full strength of their special alloys. "It's not only great for knights. I can use the same armor system for other types of medium mechs." Its versatility allowed VS to use the same production license in multiple different designs. This allowed him to save a lot of money in the long run. The same went for Oleg's Trailblazer engine, though it did shoehorn VS into designing mechs that fit its traits. VS shopped for other component licenses with the same thought in mind. With 35 merits remaining in his budget, he quickly acquired a relatively boring set of component licenses for the ECM, energy cells, and cockpit. With his most important purchase behind him, Ves relaxed and took his time browsing for a decent power reactor and artificial musculature license. After another day of contemplation, he handed over 35 merits for a satisfactory pair of component licenses. While their specs fell a little short of the Trailblazer engine, the one area they excelled in was endurance. They'd be able to withstand a decent amount of damage and keep running. I only have 100 merits left. He considered spending them on other component licenses, but eventually stuck to his original decision of holding back a reserve. If I can't acquire the rest with credits, I can still spend my merits later. At this stage, Ves hadn't even drafted up a preliminary sketch of his original design. If he purchased a complete set of component licenses before he even drew up a draft design, he'd be liable to shoot himself in the foot. What I have now is enough. Ves acquired the most essential components to start his draft. With the Trailblazer engine and Keltrex armor system at the core, he acquired all the essential ingredients to bake a great cake. It was up to a great cook to process these ingredients and incorporate them into a well-designed dish to bring out all of their qualities. Now that he completed his shopping, it was time to return to Cloudy Curtain. Ves held Lucky in his arms and hailed an aircar that brought him back to the Barracuda. Chapter 210 4-Star Designs. The Barracuda slipped into FTL in a blink. Having left the Limar system, Ves felt as if he left the paradise for the wasteland. He became enchanted by Limar's high level of development. The products that second-rate states like the Friday Coalition took for granted could hardly be found in the poorer states. It wasn't as if the Bright Republic had no means of getting access to high technology. However, the higher tiers incorporated a lot of exotics or exclusive research that made them too expensive for the poorer states to adopt at a wide scale. Only the upper echelon enjoyed a couple of gadgets at a ruinous cost. The distribution of wealth in the galaxy came down to resource endowment. Even if the poorer states acquired a couple of pieces of high technology, they'd be bankrupting themselves in the long run if they went overboard. Even if Ves acquired some fantastic component licenses from Limar, he'd be pricing himself out of the market due to the ridiculous cost of his products. That didn't mean that Ves had resigned himself to this remote corner of the galaxy. In his burning ambition to reach the pinnacle of mech design, he intended to use the Bright Republic's market as an incubation ground for his nascent business. At my current level, I won't be able to make a splash in the coalition. Too many geniuses like Oleg already occupy the entire market for innovative mechs designed by newcomers in the industry. In addition, Ves also had to contend with his rivals who emigrated from the surrounding third-rate states in order to seek out a better future. To someone like Ves who possessed no innate advantages but a very high growth rate, the Republic's mech market provided him with enough demand to meet his needs. For now, Ves had some free time in his hands as it took his Corvette several weeks to return to Cloudy Curtain. What shall I do? He could study some textbooks in order to broaden his perspective, or he could design a virtual mech so that he earned some much-needed DP. Currently, Ves hadn't checked in with the virtual economy for a while, so he turned on his terminal and checked his Iron Spirit account. Surprisingly, in the past few months, his mech sales experienced a continuing surge of sales. While the market in Cloudy Curtain had pretty much been tapped out, his two principal models started gaining a tiny amount of traction on Bentheim. It's not only the young blood and the old soul that are doing well. Even the Mark Antony Mark II has sold over 1,000 times. That explained much of the growth in DP during his time on Graining 4. Without this persistent trend of sales, he would never been able to spend so much DP on acquiring the essential skills and gadgets to get out of Dr. Jutland's clutches. Ves poured into the comments that his Bentheim customers left behind. He found out that nothing in particular had been driving his sales except for his budding reputation for selling mechs that did well with fussy mech pilots. This one feels like a cold beer in a warm evening. Thumbs up for this mech. I have a neuro condition that makes me allergic to almost every kind of mech. My brain just spasms out if I force myself to pilot them. I thought I had to abandon my hobby of piloting mechs, but thankfully I found out about this amazing model. Please design more mechs. I bought the famous Mark II. It's everything my buddies promised. There are no words to describe how deep your mind can meld with this model. Don't pilot this mech if you want to compete. Buy it when you want to relax. Ves found a common strain among the comments. In the virtual community of Bentheim, he started making a name for himself as a niche designer who specialized in so-called recreational mechs. He didn't feel flattered. As a serious mech designer, Ves aimed to build up a reputation for designing battlefield-viable mechs. If he started acquiring a reputation that his mechs were no good except for a couple of rounds of fun, then he'd face an uphill battle trying to persuade the market to purchase his mechs for their primary purpose. That is, to deploy them in battle. Fortunately, the phenomenon hadn't reached the point of no return. To the larger community, Ves and the Living Mech Corporation remained largely unknown. He'd be able to shape his reputation once he released his first original design. That day came closer and closer now that he fulfilled most of the prerequisites for doing so. The road ahead had been paved. All he had to do was step forward. It's still not time. His intuition told him that he had to wait before he embarked on this ambitious project. Somehow, he lacked something vital that could elevate his original design into something great. He didn't know what he currently missed. Could it be an obscure skill, or a unique component? In any case, if he designed his original mech at his current state, he'd be introducing an average and unremarkable design in an already bloated mech market. The LMC might not even be able to meet his current goal, achieving at least 1,000 sales a year if he published a boring design. He shook his head and turned his attention back to designing a virtual mech. Despite his worries, the galaxy still moved on. Earning more DP is never wrong. Ves wanted to break the mold this time by designing something very different. In truth, he began resenting the act of designing variants. It was as if he took an existing piece of art and fiddled around with its appearance. Even if he improved upon the original work, most people would think he borrowed from someone else's efforts. There was actually an element of truth in that statement. Modifying an existing mech skipped several vital processes in the art of mech design. Many mech designers tend to rely too much on these crutches and slowly became unable to transition to designing an original mech. That said, I'm still not ready to design an original mech myself. As long as he kept this problem in mind, he wouldn't fall into this trap. Before he embarked on designing a mech, Ves studied the market trend in the game for inspiration. This time he decided on designing a 4-star variant. Different from the lower-starred virtual mechs, the 4-star designs usually catered to a more mature audience in the Gold League. They consisted of senior potentates who decided not to pursue a career in mech piloting and young adults who started their advanced training at an academy like Abelard. If I want to correct my reputation, then it's better to aim for the young professionals rather than the leisurely elderly. Most of the older potentates who got stuck in the Gold League only played the game in order to meet the minimum proficiency standard to qualify as a reserve pilot. Those with the potential to pilot had the obligation to keep their skills somewhat sharp. Those who acted lazy started to lose their much-cherished privileges. Ves knew the crowd. They were the old geezers and has-been pretenders who cared more about getting their handouts from the state than actually contributing something to society. They usually ended up squealing when the war erupted and progressed to a frightening degree. That was when the Mech Corps came knocking at their doors. Rather than aim for that group of leeches, Ves would rather design a mech for the likes of the young pilots he knew. like Charlotte, or Lovejoy, or even Melker. He wondered how they were doing these days. Charlotte must be having a great time at the Republic's branch of the MTA, while Lovejoy still underwent rigorous training in order to make the breakthrough from advanced pilot to expert pilot. If I want to design a mech that calls out to advanced pilots like them, I'll have to design something challenging. Ves excluded the basic archetypes such as the knight and rifleman mechs from his consideration. He wanted something with a lot more nuance, though it also had to fall within his skill range. Each increase in stars came with a lot of added complexity. For example, Ves easily designed a flying light mech like the one-star Seraphim due to that era's primitive technology standard. Such a slapdash attitude to mech design couldn't be applied so easily with several hundred years of progress in the picture. After leaving aside the more exotic categories such as aerial mechs or heavy mechs, Ves began to consider his remaining options. A striker mech is too similar to knights, while skirmishers and ambushers are a bit too similar to my previous virtual designs. He started to consider some of the less commonly produced designs such as medium scouts or medium artillery mechs. What about an assassin mech? It sounded like an interesting challenge. As ridiculous as it sounded, assassin mechs actually existed in recent times. They saw a lot of use in the first-rate superstates as a way to take out highly valuable cutting-edge mechs before they showed their strengths. While active cloaking technology had slowly diffused from the first-rate states to the rest of the galaxy, it remained fairly expensive, so the Rim rarely used these types of mechs. Fortunately, the game made everything more convenient. While Ves would probably have to pay a higher price to get access to the right virtual licenses, he'd still be able to play around with cloaking technology. Ves browsed the catalogs of the game and saw that assassin mechs could be divided into several ways. Light assassins usually excelled in stealth while their medium cousins packed more punch. Some assassins came equipped with a powerful ranged weapons while others relied on a good melee weapon. Naturally, this was just a general trend. Plenty of exceptions still existed. Considering his specialties and his interests, he narrowed down his choice to a medium melee mech. It presented more of a challenge and benefited him more. The act of exploring a way to maximize the assassin mech's ability to deliver a fatal blow in a single strike would advance his understanding of Master Olsen's teachings. He didn't spend too much time on selecting a good base model. Due to the pricey nature of the technology, the virtual licenses of the cheapest models started selling at a staggering price of 2 million bright credits. Still, Ves had money to spare, with well over 600 million credits in the bank. The higher investment would also pay off, for the Mech Designer System capped the limit of his DP earnings for 4-star mechs at a much higher bar. If I can succeed in designing this variant, I'll be able to earn up to 100,000 DP in total from its virtual sales. What did 100,000 DP represent? It was one of the most difficult prerequisites to upgrade one of his journeyman-level skills to senior level. While Ves didn't plan on upgrading any of his skills just yet, he could sure use the DP on other goodies, such as upgrading his mental attributes or acquiring the next tier of stealth augments from the shop. After a couple of hours of casual browsing, Ves settled for a fast and silent model from some obscure company called Carrera Designs. Rather than a traditional mech business, Carrera Designs made their living by selling their designs instead of mechs. These design studios pumped out hundreds of designs a year. Most of them ended up forgotten in some shelf, but savvy mech manufacturers snapped up some of their more successful designs for quite a bit of money. The Dark Silver FFL-25 happened to be one of their unsold designs. One of the mech designers under the employ of Carrera Designs had been tasked with exploring the relatively new phenomenon of active cloaking. As its code number suggested, the FFL-25 represented the 25th iteration of their exploration. Due to the poor track record of the previous versions of the Dark Silver line, Carrera Designs never managed to sell the FFL-25 despite its high-level refinement. Unknowingly, they slept on a hidden treasure. It only came into prominence several generations later. It possessed a short-lived but highly effective cloaking system for a medium mech. For about 3 minutes, they remained undetectable to the most commonly employed sensors that measured light, sound, and various other kinds of signals. As long as the unsuspecting targets weren't actively scanning for cloaked mechs, the dark silver model had a high chance of sneaking up to their backs. In comparison to its excellent but quirky stealth system, the FFL-25 happened to be slightly lackluster in making the kill. Its extreme devotion to stealth left little room for actual combat capability. The model had a lot of trouble trying to pierce through thick sections of armor. It also possessed paper-thin armor that solely existed to enhance its stealth. Actual protection from enemy attacks remained a distant second priority. Many mech designers today use the excellent base provided by the dark silver design and work to mitigate its flaws. Overall, they achieved mixed success as the base model truly left little room for enhancements. If they went too far, its supreme stealth system started to suffer. It's an interesting puzzle. I like it. VS forked over the 2 million credit fee for the virtual license. He already looked forward to putting his own spin on this design. Chapter 211 Last Spear. VS didn't feel like spending additional credits on additional virtual component licenses. One of the problems of the dark silver design was that it allocated the majority of its space on enhancing its active stealth systems. It contained precious little space for any other systems. Most of the variants he'd seen took the FFL-25 and added alternate loadouts. Instead of a piddly little knife, the other mech designers mostly provided their variants with limited-use weapons that delivered a large amount of damage in an instant, such as bombs or acid containers. To be frank, VS considered employing the same means, but he held off because he wouldn't add anything new to the game. In addition, the solution seemed like a cheap cop-out that turned its back on the original intent of the dark silver line. The players who buy the variants mostly use them to sabotage the enemy base and supply depots instead of assassinating enemy mechs. Why are there so few variants that retain the dark silver's original purpose? A handful of ambitious mech designers tried their hands at fixing the FFL-25. Their attempts either enhanced the base model's strength while sacrificing its stealth capability, or they preserved its stealth but made only marginal improvements in its strength. Obviously, all of the mech designers who worked with the frame failed to find the silver bullet that circumvented the base model's limited capacity. The oldest 4-star designs originally came out about 100 years ago, which severely limited today's designers from introducing modern innovations. The most successful variants therefore eschewed the stock design and rebuilt it from the ground up. They used the same components and the same materials, but rearranged them into a completely different package that delivered substantially higher performance in some areas. Not a lot of these redesigns existed as it required a lot of work for very little payoff, since assassin mechs never sold as much as mainstream mechs. However, this in turn gave VS an opening for him to introduce something others hadn't done before. It's a lot like designing an original mech in a sense. Letting go of the boundaries of the base model freed VS from its restrictions but also gave him room to stumble. Nevertheless, VS didn't shy away from the challenge. First, he had to set a vision for his variant. In his eyes, an assassin mech didn't require protective armor. It avoided damage by virtue of its stealth systems and its speed. The base model mostly emphasized the former, and paid only lip service to the latter. Let's focus on speed and momentum. The conventional assassin mech sneaked up on their targets at an opportune moment, and landed a lethal blow. Once they finished the deed, they popped their chaff and snuck away during the confusion. Just like the old soul in a sense. His 2-star sniper mech became known for its devastating ambushes and slippery escapes. This proved that the strategy worked, but Ves didn't wish to retread the same old path. Instead, he envisioned an assassin mech that used its cloak not to get into point-blank range, but to position itself for a short but devastating charge. The beauty of this modus operandi was that Ves only had to ensure that his design possessed enough speed and acceleration. The arms and torso didn't need any special attention. As long as they held up at the point of impact, his assassin mech should be fine. In essence, his variant relied on its running start to build up enough momentum to punch through an unsuspecting mech's armor. A weapon that enabled the mech to transfer its force into a single point worked best in these circumstances, so Ves immediately decided on pairing his design with a spear. The only problem is that the mech can't maintain its stealth while running. Faster movement came with more vibrations and more disturbances in the air. It became vastly more difficult for its active stealth systems to suppress the deluge of signals. Ves had no solution to this problem, but it shouldn't matter too much. In his imagination, he envisioned his assassin mech using its cloak to sneak in close to its target, but not too close to get detected by its passive sensors. These usually became more effective the closer anyone tried to sneak up on their backs. Instead, his assassin mech stayed just out of detection radius and readied itself for a charge. At the decisive moment, it rushed forward and closed the distance within seconds before ramming its spear into the vulnerable back of its target. After delivering its blow, the assassin mech ran away at full speed. "It's going to be risky for the mech to survive without any form of chaff," he judged. The escape should be the most difficult phase of the assassination process. While he could fit a small chaff module onto his variant, it would likely affect the effectiveness of its stealth. Thus, he decided to leave it out of the picture and focus solely on stealth and speed. Now that he established a clear vision for his design, he began to construct a set of images for this triple division technique. First, he set the base role as an idealized version of his assassin mech. Ves simply added in his vision for his design and imaged more scenarios on how it should be used. The most important job for the base role image was to enhance the compatibility between the X factor and the actual mech. It didn't need to be too strong or remarkable, but it couldn't be inaccurate. Ves in fact possessed average creativity, but it should be sufficient to paint a detailed enough picture. It helped that his assassin mech possessed a one-dimensional playstyle. It revolved solely around the mech's ability to set up for a charge and escape when the deed was done. As long as it achieved perfection on this part, his design didn't need any added frills. Next, he moved on to the totem animal for his assassin mech. He wanted to pick out a predator that perfectly encapsulated his design's ability to pounce at a target and get away quickly. Ves tried to come up with a standard Terran animal that fit its nature well. Let's go for a cheetah. These large cats were favored predators that had often been genetically modified for various purposes. Their extremely fast sprinting velocity endeared them to various customers that liked to take advantage of this trait to hunt for difficult prey. After browsing the galactic net, Ves found that the standard wild cheetahs exhibited different behavior in different situations. However, whenever it had to hunt alone, it employed a hunting strategy much like his assassin mech. Instead of stealth, it used various kinds of cover and concealment such as hills or tall grass to obscure its approach. Ves liked the imagery the animal evoked, so he centered his totem animal around a solitary cheetah. With plenty of footage on the galactic net, Ves had no trouble constructing a vivid image of the cheetah at hunt. Once he moved on to the final portion of the triple division technique, Ves had to be more thoughtful. The human myth portion of the technique required a lot of backstory in order to provide a lifelike human touch to the X factor. He didn't pull off anything too fancy this time. He made up an assassin called the Last Spear, as he used to be a guard for a fallen royal household. The fall of the king as well as his relatives has forced the last spear into the life of a fugitive without status. The man fell into a bad crowd, and eventually made it to an assassin's guild that taught him all the tricks of the trade. Ever since he completed his training, he began to wage a one-man reign of terror against his former enemies who took over his homeland. The last spear stuck to the weapon of his choice. He wanted to let his targets recognize his spear as it plunged through their chests, and their life faded away. To him, it wasn't about the money. It was personal. He swore fealty to the fallen royals and dedicated his life to defend their honor even in death. Others might think him crazy, but the last spear found his true calling in life once he started harvesting the lives of those who profited from the conquest. He made it his solemn mission to track down every bastard that contributed to the fall of the royals and stab his spear into hearts without fail. Well, this is intense. Ves shook his head. His imagination got ahead of itself and conjured up a depressing image, one filled with both duty and pointless obsession. The last spear's futile crusade against his enemies served no point except to torment his old enemies for a cause that no longer existed. Well, the specifics of the backstory didn't matter too much in comparison to his character's skills and mindset. As long as he could capture some of that quintessential expertise in his image, his X factor became substantially more helpful. This was especially important in this case as Ves wished to emphasize the rational side over the primal side of the X factor. A large emphasis on the latter in his previous designs should be the main reason why his designs gained a reputation for being recreational. Besides, assassin mechs are extremely difficult to pilot. My customers will need all the help they can get. Most mech pilots hadn't received any special training on how to pilot an assassin mech. Some accommodation in this area should be very helpful with easing his model's substantial learning curve. With the three elements of his triple division technique set in place, Ves employed the full force of his mind and superimposed them into a single gestalt. With this hazy half-merged product in his mind, he got into a trance and started his redesign project. First, he scrapped the base frame, stripping away everything except for its barest support structures. When he was left with nothing but an alloy skeleton, he tweaked some of its bones in order to enhance its mobility. Then, he started adding in the organs. All of the essential components such as the engine and the power reactor filled up the internals. Different from standard mechs, the Dark Silver line employed a large suite of active ECM and stealth systems that all took up a lot of space. All of these gadgets demanded a lot of space. Ves crammed in as much as he could while building up his mech's internal architecture at the same. His experience with the Mark II turned him into a veteran in this kind of work, so Defty skirted past the knots that popped up every once in a while. Every savings he made in space or weight, he allocated it towards enhancing his mech's mobility. He paid relatively little attention to flexibility and agility, and merely piled up on its ability to accelerate in a straight line. His assassin mech should be able to pounce upon its target with as little lead time as possible. Thus, acceleration mattered more than top speed. It still needs to be fairly fast in order to escape pursuit. It should at least run away far enough to re-engage its stealth. While his design slowly came into fruition, the triple division technique started to fluctuate within his mind. Just like with the tyrant he designed in his duel with Oleg, the three images started to chafe against each other once they started to show more signs of life. Different from last time, his images didn't fundamentally conflict with each other. While Ves hadn't done so on purpose, all three elements possessed very few contradictions. Instead, they jostled around for dominance. None of his images wanted to share responsibilities. All of them wished to dominate the Gestalt and turn the others into its slaves. The conflict became increasingly more heated as Ves did nothing to discourage the fighting. In fact, he'd been aiming something of the sort from the start. This time, he wished to see what happened when the fighting had stopped. Chapter 2:12 Singular. Ever since his mind underwent some inexplicable changes, his influence on the X factor deepened. In particular, anything he imagined into existence took on a life on its own. What did this mean? It meant that his images took back their sovereignty. Their history, behavior, attitudes, and aspirations developed on their own without conscious input from Ves. He might have created them in his mind, but their transformation into an insubstantial life form shielded them from any further alterations. Rather than describe them as his creations, to be altered or discarded at will, they became thoughts given form, that could not be violated on a whim. Naturally, Ves still remained the ultimate arbiter of their lives. As long as they took up space in the real estate of his mind, he could wipe them all away if he wished. Not that it's desirable to do so. Ves created the images to enhance the quality of his mech. If he wiped them out before completing his design, he'd be neutering its X factor. Like a parent who meticulously raised their kids, they had to let go of the reins when they grew up. Ves merely hoped he raised them well enough that they didn't do stupid things like doing drugs or spend all their time awake on games. Currently, his three images shared the same amount of mental power provided by Ves. Thus, the initial struggles didn't amount to anything as all three images encountered the same level of opposition. The stalemate quickly ended once his images expressed their personality traits. The assassin mech exhibited the least amount of activity, as it led a fairly short and one-dimensional life. In contrast, the cheetah and the last spear both enjoyed complete lives. With their inherent advantages, they employed their power in much more creative ways. They soon noticed the assassin mech's failure to keep up. Sensing weakness, the cheetah and the last spear tacitly stopped their probes against each other and turned their full might onto the poor mech. The battle ended in an instant. Faced with attacks from two fronts, the assassin mech could barely put up a defense. The two voracious predators eagerly broke through its guard and frantically absorbed the substance that made up its existence. The assassin mech died. The cheetah and the last spear cannibalized its very existence, and used the energies to enrich their lives. They both underwent another minor transformation that strengthened their existences. Once they fully digested their meals, the two surviving images eyed each other with barely restrained aggression. The cheetah exhibited unrelenting hunger towards flesh while the last spear stoically wished to put down the beast. The last spear pounced first. As a former guardsman, he knew that he wouldn't be able to take his rival by surprise. So he decided to attack the cheetah openly, taking hold of the opportunity to deliver the first blow. The cheetah reared back in surprise. The animal totem's strengthened existence suffered substantial damage from the opening strike. Enraged, the cheetah pounced on the last spear and started tearing apart his substance with its claws and teeth. In the end, the primal ferocity of the cheetah was no match for the ingenuity of man. The animal only knew how to attack and paid little attention to defense. The last spear endured the assault as best he could while he steadily whittled down the cheetah's existence. Once he landed the final blow with his spear, the cheetah ceased to live. Its damaged and punctured existence became the tonic that fueled the last spear's final growth. The man steadily absorbed his final opponent's substance. His aura continued to grow stronger as he did so. When nothing was left of the other two images, the last spear bent down on his knees and saluted to the memory of the fallen royal house. Ves could feel his earnest devotion to his cause and how it gave him strength. The added energies had transformed the surviving image into something that approached a living human being. It's too bad it still falls short. Ves vaguely sensed that the last spear lacked a crucial ingredient that prevented his ascension into a higher state of being. The melancholy that emanated from the image bled over to Ves, and even he started to feel depressed. He shook his head. I can't lose sight of my goal. If he started sympathizing with him images, he'd become their servants instead of the other way around. Ves had to remind himself that as much as he aspired to explore every facet of the X Factor, it had to fulfill its original purpose of strengthening his mech designs. "I'm a runaway scientist who wants to subvert the heavens. It's stupid to treat them like actual humans." It sounded a little callous, but it was an important distinction to make. Now that the battle in his mind came to a conclusion, Ves resumed designing his mech. The changes in his mind immediately led to adjustments in his style. While he still maintained his original vision, his perspective shifted to a direction that highly favored his soul's surviving image. The last spear exerted a very strong influence in his decision-making, to the point where Ves even backtracked on some of his earlier decisions. Overall, his assassin mech became even stronger with the spear. His design gained some added flexibility in its arms, allowing it to wield its spear more effectively besides thrusting it forward. Ves didn't necessarily agree with this direction as he had to sacrifice some redundancy in the arms to make room for the modifications. "A skillful mech pilot will be able to outduel an opponent, but a lesser skilled pilot will suffer." With much less room for error, it heightened the difficulty of piloting his design. The mech pilot had to avoid damage to its arms at all costs. Despite its added capability, his core design still retained its focus on assassination. The last spear's domineering influence permeated his entire design. The two became connected in a way that made it impossible for Ves to separate the two. He could only destroy them both if he stopped in his tracks, because his soul's surviving image could only be contained within his mind for a couple of months. That had been an unwelcome surprise. While Ves never mothballed his projects so far, to learn that his images only had a limited lifespan ruined his mood somewhat. Once his images reached a higher state, his mind space became more unwelcoming to their presence. He had to finish his design as fast as possible so that he could anchor their existences to a more accommodating space. Fortunately, Ves didn't intend to spend too much time on his assassin mech. As the Barracuda swiftly reached the Bright Republic and almost reached his home, Ves put the finishing touches on his largely completed design. Besides the redesign, Ves encountered very few hurdles on his way. His ample knowledge and the simple requirements for his design allowed him to focus solely on a couple of priorities, which led to very few conflicts. Ves borrowed a few influences from his other designs for his assassin mech. Most significantly, Ves incorporated the festive cloud generator within the small amount of space available. Once the mech sprung its ambush and charged forward with its spear, the entire mech should emit a massive amount of raging black smoke. If its target became lucky enough to spot the phenomenon, the pilot should feel a lot of dread at the incoming wave of doom. Its effect became even more pronounced than the one he added to the young blood's legs. His night mech simply left a sharp trail behind its legs when it charged, while his assassin mech pumped out a lot more vapor. Ves wanted to amp up the illusion that nothing could stop his mech once it charged out into the open. While all of the vapor didn't help the mech in its escape, it should still have a measurable psychological effect to bystanders. If things went right, the black train of doom should become his assassin mech's calling card. Anyone who spotted it should instantly associate it to his design. Ves spent some time on personalizing its appearance. The stealth armor his variant adopted from the FFL-25 took on a default black coating that minimized reflections. While anything he added over the coating minutely affected its ability to stay hidden, its active stealth systems should be good enough to minimize the problem. "I think you'll like this," he said to his image as he added the emblem of the fallen royal house onto the chest of his design. The circular symbol resembled a curled-up yellow otter. The last spear pulsed with strong emotion once Ves finished adding the emblem. Naturally, he also added in the symbol for his company at the much less prominent place on one of his assassin mech's arms. The little touches of color added some levity to its serious appearance. Still, VS didn't wish to detract too much from its original purpose. All it needs is a name. VS already started thinking of a suitable name at the tail end of his design phase. He wanted to leave a name on his design that encapsulated its role without being too garish or incomprehensible. What about the Dark Spear? It certainly encapsulated the nature of his assassin mech in the most succinct way possible. Those who first encounter the name should immediately be able to associate it with his variant due to the unusual pairing of a stealth mech with a spear weapon. With that done, VS submitted his latest design to the system after activating his privacy shield. Even in the confines of his own ship, he remained ambivalent about its security. Design Evaluation Dark Spear. Variant Name FFL25P Dark Spear. Base Model Dark Silver FFL25. Original Manufacturer Carrera Designs. Weight Classification Medium. Recommended Role Assassin Mech. Armor F+. Carrying Capacity E. Aesthetics B+. Endurance D. Energy Efficiency E. Flexibility C. Firepower B. Integrity C. Mobility C+. Spotting D. Stealth A. X Factor C++. Deviance 76%. Performance Improvement 18%. Cost Efficiency -3%. Overall Evaluation. The Dark Spear is a radical departure from the Dark Silver FFL25 in many ways. While it largely retained the original stealth systems, the Dark Spear is able to assassinate its targets as long as it remains unopposed during its brief but violent approach. You have received 100 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X factor. The system really didn't give his design any high marks. Over the years since he owned the system, VS learned that the program evaluated his designs in comparison to the same type of mechs. While he wouldn't have to compare his works directly with the best designs in the galaxy, it still disappointed him a bit that his Dark Spear variant scored so low in many areas. Different from his other evaluations, the system added a category for stealth. Only in this area did VS achieve some results. While he hadn't introduced any innovations in this area, his redesigns successfully preserved the strengths of the FFL25's strong stealth systems. In the few areas that mattered, the Dark Spear at least met the minimum standard to fulfill its role. The only thing that puzzled him was that the system rated him C++ for the X factor. VS had never seen the system use a double plus as a modifier for his score. System, why did you give me a C++ and not a B or something like that? This time, the system got off its lazy butt and answered his question in earnest. The X factor of your design has improved only marginally. The difference in quality exceeds your previous efforts, but it fails to meet the necessary standards to obtain a higher rating. VS figured something like that must have happened, but it still disappointed him that his experiments hadn't led to a major breakthrough. Obviously, something must be different. I'll have to wait for customer feedback in order to find out if anything has improved. VS introduced his latest variant to his virtual catalog with hardly any notice. At first, none of his fans noticed the addition of a new 4-star mech. That changed soon after when the first qualified Iron Spirit players tried out the Dark Spear. Word soon spread among the local players who reached the Gold League, or higher. A new phenomenon soon emerged in the local virtual mech scene, Chapter 213 printer. By the time the Barracuda finally landed at Cloudy Curtain Spaceport, he just released the Dark Spear. The storm this model unleashed in the local virtual community still required some time to come into fruition. At this time, Ves mostly concerned himself with logistics. The new equipment he ordered from Limar had been loaded in a jumbo transport ship that still took a few more weeks to arrive in Bentheim. The shipment had been delayed due to the need to adhere to the schedule of fixed convoy routes. Naturally, the shipping services passed on the costs to their customers. Business keeps getting more inconvenient. Ves shook his head. The Rimward Star Herald and all the other news portals had been hammering their subscribers with dire predictions about the state of the economy. The first major businesses that had been hanging on for years had already been tipped over into bankruptcy procedures due to the ongoing rise in costs. Fortunately, his living mech corporation only operated for about a year. It hadn't developed long enough to develop the massive overhead that older companies usually ended up with. He paid more for security than any other non-production expenses such as payroll, taxes, and interest payments. Ves hoped to change that over time when he finally expanded his workshop's production capacity. While he still had to wait for his alloy compressor in CTM, with the hacked processors in his possession, he could finally put the finishing touches on the reconstructed Dortmund printer. He already looked forward to working with an industrial printer. Ves already had a taste of it when he worked with the Stellar machines in Master Olsen's apprentice workshop. If the Dortmund printer worked as advertised, then Ves could expect to speed up his fabrication phase by as much as 75%. In particular, the Dortmund massively sped up the fabrication of uncompressed armor plating. Its increased speed and precision allowed Ves and any other fabricator like Carlos to automate the fabrication of any component up to a certain level of complexity without any worry. The Dortmund could even fabricate more advanced processors that his current printer couldn't handle. Actually, the mini printer collecting dust in the Barracuda's workshop possessed even more capabilities in this regard, though it needed a lot of time to fabricate a single chip. Once Ves disembarked from his corvette with Melker and Lucky, a small fleet of shuttles from Sanyal-Eblin awaited his presence. "Sir, please enter the center shuttle." They boarded the only shuttle with the hatch left open. Once they secured themselves into the seats, the entire arrangement started to move. Even a casual trip from Orinoco to Freslin required an armed escort these days. Ves lamented the necessity of it all and the extra charges he'd received from Sanyal-Eblin. "The mercenaries and the security companies must be making a killing these days." "It's not without reason," Melker commented. "The security industry is able to deter most threats by brandishing their superior gear. Even then, the occasional clashes result in a lot of wear and tear. It takes a massive amount of money to keep their assets functional." The smaller mercenary corps had a particularly rough time trying to keep afloat. A single ruinous battle could result in massive repair bills that ruined their financial outlook. "Did you enjoy your stay at Abelard?" Ves asked, changing the topic. "I can imagine the standard for mech pilots is a lot higher in Coalition space." "It's actually not too far apart. Abelard employs a lot more simulations as well as real mech so they can ensure that every graduate will at least reach the level of advanced pilot. However, even then they can't ensure that any of them will advance into expert pilots. Normal mech pilots made up the rank and file that usually ended up piloting frontline mechs. Advanced pilots received better treatment due to their ability to bring out the full strength of standard humanoid or animal mechs. Yet even then, a state wouldn't shed a tear if they lost them by the thousands in a single battle. As long as the state had sufficient time, they could replenish such pilots with relative ease. Only when a pilot advanced to the rank of expert pilot did they truly become elite. Even the extended Larkinson family only boasted of a couple of expert pilots, almost all of whom retired due to old age or injury. His grandfather Benjamin happened to be one of them, and used the respect afforded to him to transition into a career in the Ministry of Defense. Even Rittersberg's career politicians had to sit up and pay attention to a former expert pilot. "How far are you from reaching this rank?" Melker chuckled at his question. "You have no idea how difficult it is to achieve a breakthrough. What I've learned at Abelard has made it even clearer to me how much of a gap I still have close. So even second-rate states have difficulty training expert pilots. They have more options. Their standard training doesn't produce much better results, but as long as they're willing to allocate unlimited resources to training a couple of important scions, they'll be able to reach the necessary standard by force. Even then, there are several shortcomings, as they often have shaky foundations. The bad habits they haven't corrected will become critical weaknesses at that point." VS didn't fully understand what it meant to be an expert pilot, much as Melker didn't understand the ranks of mech designers. If VS ever wanted to move up to designing elite mechs, he had to learn what made expert pilots so rare and valuable. Fortunately, VS had plenty of time before he reached that point. First, he had to take care of his more immediate concerns. Once his guarded shuttle arrived at the landing pad inside his workshop's premises, he hopped out with a spring and entered his familiar abode. Carlos already waited for him at the entrance. "Good to see you here." "I'm back now. How's the workshop while I was gone?" "Nothing really comes to mind. I've already told you everything you needed to know from the reports. The main thing that's really bad for business is that the costs of raw materials is continuing to rise. Right now, the total cost of production has ballooned to 20 million credits. VS became alarmed. "That much? A few weeks ago you said it was still around 19 million credits. The increase amounted to 5%, which didn't sound so scary. However, his cost figure already ballooned by almost 20% since the start of his production, and it might even reach 50% by the end of the year. When VS delved in the reports, he found out that the major resource suppliers prioritize their bigger clients over small fish like him. With the LMC's current sales volume of roughly 100 mechs a year, it didn't even represent a blink in the profits of the major suppliers. The increasingly depressing cost picture reminded VS once again that he had to take control over his own supply chain. At the very least, he had to ensure the continued supply of the rare exotics in the event the major suppliers pulled out of the MTA's internal market entirely. "Let's hear some good news for a change. How are your Silver Label Mark IIs coming along?" Carlos smiled at him. "I've completely mastered their fabrication. I've poured into all of the manuals and studied more about assembly in my free time. At this moment, I can ensure only 1 part in a million will have flaws." Even in the best conditions, a fabricator never promised a success rate of 100%. The Mark II especially exhibited a higher level of complexity than normal. That Carlos made it this far could only be attributed to the fact that he had plenty of time to master one single model. In comparison, while VS didn't possess the same level of confidence, his deeper foundation allowed him to fabricate many other models with very few flaws. As for Carlos, his shallow range of skills forced him to start from nothing whenever he encountered a different model. "Don't forget to keep mastering your assembly skills. You're already getting a lot of hands-on experience, but without the theoretical background you won't be as flexible as me whenever I introduce a new model. When are you ready to introduce your new design? It's already getting stale fabricating the same Mark II over and over again." "It will take a few months at the very least. First I have to install all my new toys. Then I have to round out my collection of component licenses. I'll likely end up short on money, so I might have to pursue some money-making projects in the meantime." Now that VS established the Living Mech Corporation and had proven its capability to run at a profit, however tenable that might be, his reputation should open up more opportunities. Once they reached the fabrication hall, they approached the long-dormant Dortmund 3D printer. From a mess of loose components scavenged off a score of wrecked machines, Ves meticulously restored or reconstructed them into a mechanically functional machine. Only the security restrictions hidden within the programming of its processors held it back. Now, even that ceased to be an obstacle. Ves carefully installed the processors back in the appropriate slots before closing up the printer. The anticipation practically swelled within his heart as he pressed the button that should turn his machine online. A couple of lights dramatically glowed. The dubiously restored Dortmund accepted the input from the processors and became activate without any hiccups. It works! Both Ves and Carlos celebrated at the Dortmund's successful restoration. Ves eagerly approached the onboard terminal and dug into its diagnostics and status readings. His preoccupation with the machine kept going for hours as he patiently tested the Dortmund's capability to print both micro and larger components. He even fed the printer some cheap alloys from his inventory in order to see with his own two eyes if the Dortmund matched its description. "That's so fast!" Carlos exclaimed when a perfect piece of uncompressed armor plating emerged from the machine. "You've got to let me use this machine!" "You'll get your chance," Ves chuckled. Even he began to tire of his old and ramshackle printer. "For now, whenever I have no need of it, you can use the Dortmund." Before Carlos could use the new machine, Ves set conditions for its use. Its higher speed and powerful capabilities also increased the risk of catastrophic damage in the event the Dortmund malfunctioned. Carlos had to study the manual and practice fabricating with the Dortmund in a virtual simulation before he received permission to use the industrial printer. While Carlos went off to do his homework, Ves took over his fabricator's production quota for the week. He already had a silver label Mark II lined up to be shipped at the end of the week. Ves pulled up his sleeves and went to work. The fabrication run only took up less than a day. Even Carlos required 3 days at his very best. Parts kept spitting out the exit tray like a machine gun, to the point where his workshop's loader bots threatened to bottleneck the fast-paced fabrication process. The overworked bots simply couldn't keep up. They worked their anti-grav modules to the bone trying to supply enough raw materials for the hungry printer and pick up finished components when they piled up at the exit tray. In the end, it took longer to assemble the Mark II than it took to fabricate all of its parts. Ves completed the entire fabrication and assembly cycle of the Mark II within 2 days. With practice, Carlos should be able to achieve the same within 3 days even if he turned his brain off, as the Dortmund's formidable automation processes did most of the heavy lifting. With this new machine, the LMC finally had the grounds to call itself a mech manufacturer. Ves smiled with satisfaction as he patted the Dortmund's exterior. The first step is done. Ves still had a lot of hurdles to go through before he became ready to design an original mech. Despite the long road ahead, Ves already thought of a couple of ways to make his printer more useful. There shouldn't be more than half a dozen industrial printers on Cloudy Curtain, if there are any at all. Perhaps I can make use of this fact. Chapter 214, Shady. After some rudimentary research, Ves found out that Cloudy Curtain pretty all of its gear from Bentheim. The short distance enabled local businesses to order all manner of machine equipment from the local mecca of fabrication. So the LMC couldn't effectively rent out its fabrication capacity to other businesses. However, his options didn't end there. Besides a smattering of small and medium enterprises, Cloudy Curtain also hosted Walter's Whalers. The mech gang recently underwent a major expansion after selling off their scavenged goods. The bulk exotics they sold might not be very valuable, but the huge amount they sold in the black and gray markets earned them lots of credits. As Ves had traveled more throughout the galaxy and became wiser to the ways of human society, he realized that the Whalers possessed a lot of connections. The strength of their gang lay not only in their solidarity, but also their expansive network with many elements of the Bright Republic's underbelly. As his company required a lot of money to round out its component licenses, Ves called a meeting with Dietrich. They met up in downtown Freslin at a coffee shop owned by the whalers. Ves carefully activated his privacy shield before they began their discussion, preventing his guards from listening in on sensitive matters. "You sure that gadget works as advertised?" Dietrich pointed at his comm. "It's never been beaten as far as I know." Perhaps some devices could crack through the shield, but Ves doubted that Sanyal Ablin brought any such equipment with them to snoop on Ves. Kings, presidents, and CEOs of major companies deserve that kind of attention. Ves sipped on a cup of coffee that Dietrich ordered for him. "We haven't seen each other in a while. Before we get to business, how's it going with the whalers?" "Oh, it's great. Our numbers are growing by the day," Dietrich boasted with a gleaming smile. "You helped a lot as well. You've energized a lot of the board potentates at home. More people are getting interested mechs again, and they've been knocking at our doors until they collapsed." Ves hoped he had that kind of effect. Too many potentates in Cloudy Curtain left their training to the wayside once they failed to enter an advanced academy on Bentheim. "What about their training?" "Oh, we're picking the cream of the crop, whatever little there is, but you know how it goes. The recruits have more spunk than skill, and it takes a lot of screaming and yelling to get them to learn something right." "Sounds awful." "It's a little better than before. They've been practicing a lot in games, particularly with your knight and rifleman mechs. Still, that's no true substitute to piloting real mechs." The local mech academies on Cloudy Curtain had been underfunded for decades. Their training mechs resembled zombies, and their curriculum fit a history class more than a mech class. Many of its graduates didn't even qualify for the lowest rank of mech pilot. As for the local elites, they relied more on private tutors than trust the academy's teachers to do an adequate job. Ves always thought that Cloudy Curtain hosted enough private tutors and retired veterans to found a private academy on their own, but to each his own. "Do you have the mechs ready for your recruits?" "Heavens, no! They'll crash and burn within minutes if we let them anywhere near the cockpit. Besides, we don't have the money." "I can help you with that problem," Ves said with a smile. "I happen to get my hands on an industrial printer that can fabricate pretty much anything you think of. Best of all, its processors are hacked, so it won't be sending any logs to the original manufacturer." Most 3D printers established a connection to the local networks in order to send their logs and activity reports to various parties, chief among them the MTA. Dietrich looked at Ves with a dubious eye. "Are you thinking about doing the repair scam?" The repair scam was a basic but widespread method that happened to be popular among mercenaries and gangs. When they bought a mech, they usually signed a standard contract that enumerated several rights and restrictions, chief among them the right to repair and replace a damaged component. Imagine if a mercenary corps reported that their mech lost its arms after a battle against pirates. While they could order replacement arms from the original manufacturer, if they owned a capable 3D printer, they might as well reproduce the arms themselves, so they do so. A few months later, the same mech happened to lose its legs in a training accident. Again, instead of contacting the original manufacturer, they fabricate replacement legs on their own and restore their mech to full health. Perhaps another month later, the mercenary corps suffered an ambush from a criminal gang. The recently repaired mech happened to lose its entire torso and head. However, they happened to recover a pair of arms and legs, and they looked to be in pristine condition as well. The mercenary commander decided not to bother the manufacturer and painstakingly fabricated an entire torso and head, and fit the orphan arms and legs to the machine. Voila, the mech regained its top form. Of course, all of those battles and training accidents never really happened. They only existed on paper when the mercenary corps had to come up with an excuse to justify their supposed battle damage. In reality, they bent the repair clauses to their advantage and reproduced an entirely mech-out replacement parts. This sort of behavior was really prevalent in the frontier, where expeditions often disappeared into the wilderness for months or years. Dietrich definitely looked interested. How good is your new printer? It's a top-of-the-line machine in the Republic. Better machines exist, but what they can do, my Dortmund can do as well. Ves sent him a document of the Dortmund's capabilities via his comm while his privacy shield blocked any signals from going in and out of the tiny radius around him. It didn't stop any signals kept inside the bubble. I don't really know how to read this, Dietrich said and scratched his head. I'll have to take this up with our technicians, but I believe you. They elaborated their deal and discussed the details. In addition to commissioning their own replacement parts, the whalers also promised to extend the same service to their contacts for a small fee. Ves and Dietrich didn't set up a formal contract for this agreement. Instead, they arranged everything verbally. Regarding his earnings, Ves estimated that he stood to gain an extra 100 million credits a year from this agreement. The whalers and any other clients took care of the resources and all the other costs. Ves merely had to keep his printer available for a couple of hours a week. It's best not to go overboard, Dietrich warned him. Too many new mechs without an obvious source will obviously ring some alarms. Ves agreed with him. He reserved most of his printer's capacity for his own business activities, especially when his sales started picking up. For now, Ves had the capacity to spare, but once he published a competitive design, he planned to phase out this arrangement. Can you offer me some money up front? He asked. I'm kind of short on money. Are you in debt? Not exactly. The mech pilot's face scrunched up as Ves explained his circumstances. Damn, I always heard it took a fortune to start making mechs, but these sums are outrageous. I'm sorry to say I can't help you here. This left Ves with a dilemma. While his new agreement with Dietrich could potentially net him a lot of earnings, it took too long to earn all that money. With this business done, they moved on to other matters. Ves recalled that he once asked Dietrich a favor. He asked them to investigate the Combs region that the two big farming consortiums secretly developed. Have you found out what they are up to? Dietrich shook his head. It's impossible to observe from afar. Our planet's cloud cover rules out any attempts to observe from space, while anything that is hanging lower in the air will get detected for sure. So why are the farming consortiums in such of a tizzy at this time? Just because we can't look at it, doesn't mean we can't stir the pot. Dietrich smirked and crossed his arms. Do you know how easy it is to redirect some asteroids to fall upon that area? That sounded really dangerous. Redirecting asteroids to employ them as makeshift bombs touched upon a fundamental taboo. Oh, relax. They're only about the size of a container. Nothing that will wipe out an entire continent. And nothing has stopped the asteroids from falling? Ha! Do you know we're in charge of asteroid defense? It's super easy to tell the government they got totally smashed when I brought them a lot of drinks. As an obscure, rural planet, Cloudy Curtain boasted little in the way of orbital infrastructure. Their home planet had no space station or defense station, let alone a Republican patrol carrier. No other local power boasted as much mechs as the whalers. Sending the asteroid down to the Combs region was a brazen attack on the farming consortiums. They should know that the whalers were complicit in this attack, and if they had some brains they should also know that the attack had a connection with Ves. However, without any evidence, the farming consortiums had no recourse. Making a fuss risked escalating their conflict. In addition, their secretive activities might get exposed. From the way the consortiums and the ruling coalitions kept mum all these months, Ves suspected that he touched on a critical activity. What are they hiding, you think? Even we're scratching our heads at the question, Dietrich responded. Our best guess is that they're cultivating some super-sensitive crops. It's probably something that requires unique conditions to grow, and it should also be of very high value. Maybe the farming consortiums have been smuggling those goodies in between the bags of regular cloud rice whenever they send another shipment to Bentheim. Hardly any inspection paid close attention to bulk goods like rice. If the whalers guessed correctly, the farming consortiums might be cultivating an extremely high-value crop that Bentheim's upper society loved. The question was whether they wanted to do something about it. Do you think it's illegal? It has to be. They shouldn't be so secretive about it otherwise. The problem they faced was that both sides held a certain amount of leverage over the other. VS could threaten to sick the whalers onto the Combs region, while the ruling coalition could ram their tax bill through the Planetary Assembly. Both measures resulted in drastic consequences that neither side wanted to see. VS predicted that the status quo wouldn't last forever. On principle, the White Doves completely hated mechs and everything they stood for. A mech manufacturer on their own soil offended them in a fundamental way. In essence, they were mortal enemies to each other. And now, VS brought over the whalers to his side. They never really paid attention to the local power structure before, but the latest incident should have woken them up. Sorry about bringing you into this fight, VS apologized. No worries, man. They're idiots, anyway. In this kind of galaxy, who the hell believes in pacifism? Pacifists or not, they're loaded with money. They might send some trouble on your way. The easiest way to cope with Walter's whalers was to hire a rival gang to dispute their territory. As long as the farming consortiums threw enough money, they were bound to find some willing participants. Despite expectations, Dietrich remained complacent. They can try all they want. No sane outfit will take them up on their offer. Do you want to know why? Why? Dietrich leaned forward and whispered in a low tone. I'll let you in on a secret. We answered to Monty the Beheader. Monty? VS exclaimed. One of the 3 tyrants of Bentheim? Yup. The vast criminal underworld made a lot of men and women stand out for their brutality. One of the ultimate rulers of the Bentheim underworld, Monty the Beheader, became known for cutting off the heads of more than 1,000 clansmen who betrayed his allegiance. He boldly recorded the dirty deed and let it spread on the galactic net. Ever since then, everyone knew that you should never mess around with Monty the Beheader. Learning that the whalers ultimately answered to the notorious Bentheim crime boss made VS feel a little queasy. The kind of activities that Monty engaged in frequently made the news, and not in a good way. Chapter 215 Runaway Success. Why did you tell me this? VS asked with an elevated heartbeat. The 3 tyrants should never be brought up in a casual conversation. In addition, VS shouldn't even know of the connection between the Monty the Beheader and Walter's whalers. So you know who's got our backs. He's not the nicest boss, but he's fair to his underlings. Besides, the whalers are merely associates to him. He doesn't pay too much attention to what goes on in hick planets like ours. That's good to hear. It certainly explained how the whalers enjoyed so many connections. They were actually a part of a larger underground organization with tentacles that stretched out everywhere. In the larger scheme of things, the whalers kept an eye on Monty's backyard and occasionally helped hide some hot goods that needed to be squared away somewhere obscure but not out of reach. Dietrich swept up his palm. Besides, he's really big in the resource trade. I heard you've been looking around for a fixed supplier. If you want, I can give you an introduction to some companies that are in his pocket. The offer sounded very attractive, to the point where VS almost spilled his coffee. Still, he felt reluctant to establish deeper ties with a notorious crime boss. Doing a couple of odd jobs might be okay, but if he started getting in deep, he'd wonder if he could ever get out someday. Thank you, but I can take care of my own business. They made no other agreements at this time. VS hadn't gotten the instant cash infusion that he hoped for, but at least he secured another revenue stream, even if it looked a little dubious. Carlos would have to deal with the extra workload. After they left the coffee shop, they went their separate ways. VS returned to his workshop while contemplating his business relationships. He always knew he had to keep an amicable relationship with the local gang. At Rittersburg, he'd been taught about the reality of the criminal underworld and how pervasive their influence extended throughout society. Especially out in the Galactic Rim, most third-rate states lacked the strength to control their territory effectively. This gave room for alternative power structures with different goals in mind. Bentheim was especially rife with warring crime groups, which was one reason why VS avoided the place. Luckily, there's nothing going on here that will attract any serious attention, VS concluded. If there's one thing the politicians are right about, it's that our planet is too poor to rob. VS still thought differently, but he became more aware of the risks. If Cloudy Curtain ever shed its status as an underdeveloped planet, some groups might wish to take a piece of the pie. If too many people all grabbed a pie, VS would have nothing left but an empty plate. I doubt the situation will end up that way. With the Whalers having been in power for more than a decade, they're not so easy to dislodge. When his armored shuttle arrived back at his workshop, VS briefed Carlos in on his extra assignment. His friend looked very dubious at him, as if he couldn't believe VS dared to engage in such a scheme. You do know your cousin is part of the Planetary Guard, right? Won't she lock you up if she finds out what kind of scam you're pulling off? She'll never know, VS confidently said. The Whalers will take care of all the paperwork. They'll establish shell companies and everything that will fake legitimate repair orders. Even if someone digs into their background, they'll only find that they're owned by another shell company which is owned by another shell company, and so on. Most companies only existed on paper. They acted as holding companies that allowed the real shareholders to hang on to properties without leaving behind their names. This could get very complicated but also very lucrative once different companies set their headquarters at different tax jurisdictions. What about your grandfather? Carlos continued to press. He's a board member of your company, you know. There's no way you can hide the truth from him once he sees how much extra activities we're doing. My grandfather won't make a fuss. I'm sure of it. What I'm doing will not only benefit the company financially, but I'll also be appeasing the local gang that's in control of the planet. Sometimes you had to get your hands dirty in order to do business. VS was pretty sure that the Larkinson family established their own ties with shady groups in order to safeguard their real estate on Rittersburg. In any case, he'd deal with it if it became a problem. At this early stage, VS couldn't turn his eyes away to an additional revenue stream. Since the equipment he ordered from Limar still took some time to arrive, VS decided to check up on his virtual sales. He placed the Dark Spear onto the virtual market a week ago and wanted to see whether he achieved enough sales. His eyes opened wide when he inspected his sales history. Over 2,000 sales! He only predicted an initial sales volume of around 100 mechs. Even in his most optimistic projections, he never dared to hope that he could break past 500 units sold. The amount of credits he earned from these sales still remained negligible as VS continued to set the lowest minimum prices on his designs. What VS truly cared about was how much DP the system awarded him for achieving so much 4-star sales. Since VS earned 10 DP for each Dark Spear sold, the system should have added over 20,000 DP to his account. He quickly summoned up his status on his comm and saw with his own eyes that he earned just a little bit more than that amount. Sure, a 4-digit sales volume hardly fazed the more successful developers of virtual mechs, but to VS it represented a great success. Once he got over his shock, he started scratching his head. Why did his latest model sell so well? Cloudy Curtain might have a modest amount of gold leaguers, but Ves imagined that not a lot of people would be interested in piloting an assassin mech. It required a very patient and deliberate playstyle that contrasted sharply with the instant direct action that other mech classifications provided. He looked at his customer profiles and found that the majority actually came from Bentheim instead of Cloudy Curtain. For some reason, his latest virtual design caught on there. After a bit of digging, Ves found out why. In short, a couple of early adopters fell in love with the concept. One of the biggest complaints of assassin mechs was that it became extremely tedious trying to sneak up on an enemy mech. The Dark Spear happened to skip the riskiest portion of the approach. Unlike other assassin mechs, it didn't need to enter the range in which the sensors of any mech became increasingly more effective at spotting anomalies. What happened was that the early adopters basically cheesed through the Gold League by taking out their opposition with sudden charges from behind. The enemies never saw them coming if the pilots of the Dark Spear models used them effectively. Ves guessed that the X factor played a vital role in easing the pilots to the stock and pounce tactic the Dark Spear heavily favored. Even through the complications of piloting a virtual mech, the X factor still made its presence known, especially since it possessed the highest grade that Ves had produced so far. The Dark Spear caused a minor upheaval in the Bentheim virtual gaming community. With several copies making the rounds, many oblivious gamers throughout the galaxy turned into their victims. They all left rude and profanity-filled comments behind on the Dark Spear's store page. Awful specs. Even my dog can design a better mech than this dude. Stupid mech. Don't buy this piece of garbage. I've never heard of Komodo before, but if the mech designers there come up with designs like this, then we're better off without them. Still, despite the intense reaction to his new design, he still sold a couple of hundred virtual mechs to players around the galaxy, mostly from the other rim sectors. Those who lived closer to the center of the galaxy generally scoffed at any mechs designed from someone from the galactic rim. They also enjoyed a higher standard of living, so they could afford much higher quality mechs. Still, despite the spontaneous success of his mech, Ves didn't think it was sufficient. Every 4-star mech charged a considerable sum of in-game gold or real credits to purchase. Once players reached the Gold League, they had to be more mindful of their spending as Iron Spirit introduced more elements to their in-game economy. So Ves set aside the store page and performed a casual search on the galactic net. The first article that showed up pretty much revealed the Mossville Firefly's Captain Jarl Brenthill dominating his opponents in the virtual battlefield with a quirky new assassin mech. Even Ves had heard about the Mossville Fireflies, though only in passing. Their team captain happened to have come across the Dark Spear somehow when he publicly streamed his gaming session. With his superior skills sharpened by many years on the dueling circuit, Jarl quickly mastered the essence of the Dark Spear and began to take it into the arena. Even at the Diamond League level, he completely ran over his opponents. He always made effective use of terrain to further mask the Dark Spear's invisible approach. Jarl never got caught before he started his charge. Even when his mech dropped its stealth, his opponents still took a second or so to react to its sudden presence. By that time, the Dark Spear's weapon ran through the backs of their mechs. Even though Jarl eventually matched up against increasingly skilled opponents who managed to react in time, his earlier winning streak had compelled his fans to try out the Dark Spear for themselves. As stream viewers already witnessed a great example on how to utilize the Dark Spear, they quickly found the best uses for this mech. This is the second time I can thank a streamer for delivering me so many sales, he realized. This time, a pro showcased his model. If a casual player tried their hand at the Dark Spear, they probably would have fumbled in front of an audience. That could have given his design a bad reputation. Ves looked around and found that Jarl had somehow become obsessed with the Dark Spear. When VS visited his stream page, he saw that Jarl had been streaming for 4 hours straight today, attracting a respectable audience that numbered in the hundreds of thousands. All of this budding enthusiasm for his mech gave him an idea. He called over Riella, who had almost recovered from her Malden poisoning by now. His niece entered the office area with a grumbling face. "What's up? I need your help with something. What do you know about Jarl Brenthill?" As a former amateur duelist, Riella knew more about the dueling scene than anyone else on the planet. She instantly perked up when she heard the name. "Jarl? He's a sick skirmisher pilot. In fact, he's one of my role models. He's great at psychological warfare and always manages to approach his opponents from a tricky angle. He's also wickedly handsome." Riella said that with a teasing smile that VS automatically ignored. Instead, he pressed his own concerns. "He's streaming one of my virtual mechs right now on the galactic net. Take a look." When Riella peeked at the projection, she raised her eyebrows. "Wow. I didn't know you could design something as devious as this dark spear. If I was any good at spears, I'd probably be interested too. Do you think Jarl might be open to some form of sponsorship or other cooperation with me?" Mentioning sponsorship to Riella, who used to aspire for it, might not be wise, but VS figured enough time had passed to take this sting away. "That depends." Riella crossed her arms. She stopped paying attention to the stream. "Jarl is the team captain of the Fireflies. Currently, they're doing great in the 3v3 arenas, so he's not short on sponsors and cash. It will take a lot of credits to attract his attention." "How much?" "Mech athletes make a lot of money when they win," Riella explained. "They have to if they want to repair all the battle damage their mechs frequently incur. It takes around 10 million credits to get your foot in the door." That sounded way too much money for VS. He might as well use Iron Spirit's direct advertising system in that case. VS frowned a bit. "I'm not talking about a sponsorship of the Fireflies. I just want to sponsor his stream for a time. Will it be possible to come to an arrangement with him in this matter?" "Well, it's off-season right now, so Jarl has a lot of free time on his hands. You have to know that a pro at his level isn't streaming because he's in need of extra cash. He's using it to interact with his fans." That made a lot of sense. When VS watched the stream, Jarl frequently responded to the comments from his viewers. That sort of interactive engagement with his fans helped build his brand. "So there's no chance I can catch his attention?" "That's not true. There's still one way you can catch his attention," Riella replied with a smile. "Offer him something unique. Streamers love showing off unique mechs that are tailored to their style. Since Jarl seems to love your dark spear design so much, why not offer to customize it? A lot of mech designers show off their goods in this way, not only at online streams, but also in the real arenas." Her suggestion had a lot of merit. Customized mechs remained the ultimate possession for many mech pilots. Chapter 216 Jarl. Misstep. Jarl, what do you think is better when it comes to mech duels? A win with severe battle damage or a loss without scratch? A win! You've got to win all the way. If you're already starting to think about repair bills when you're dueling another team, you've already given up, Jarl emphatically said. The only way to earn enough credits to keep your mechs in tip-top shape is to keep on winning. In truth, even a top-tier team like the Velvet Fists couldn't afford to wreck their mechs in every match. Each dueling season tested the skill and judgment of each team. Some knew when to give up early and saved up on repairs, while others kept on fighting past the point of no return and faced exponentially greater costs. Explaining all of that took a lot of nuance that belied his public image as a daredevil. With his handsome face and his half-shaved blonde hair, Jarl presented himself as the ultimate thrill-seeker who constantly risked it all and won. His bold but slightly dim person also helped mask his deviously tricky fighting style. Zev Harper, will we be seeing you in action this summer? Jarl nodded inside his virtual cockpit. I'll be appearing in a couple of rallies organized by the Mech Corps. Be sure to check the schedule in my profile page. Even as he responded to his many viewers, his dark spear silently crept through the rocky cliffs and hills of a desolate moonscape. His mech's high-powered stealth systems ran at quarter strength right now. It did nothing to prevent a mech from seeing his dark spear if it had a direct line of sight, but it was sufficient to dampen his other emissions as long as Jarl stayed behind cover. Finding the right place to hide happened to be one of his specialties. Under his expert control, he slowly crept behind the highly advanced swordsman mech that kept a wary eye towards its surroundings. In 1v1 duels like this, if your opponent never showed up, he probably prepared an ambush. As a fellow Diamond League player, the enemy pilot didn't let down his guard. An extremely complicated dance emerged as a result where both sides tried to maneuver in their most optimal positions. The Dark Spear held a decisive advantage over the swordsman mech. The latter excelled in open duels, and did not include any sophisticated sensor arrays capable of detecting stealth opponents. However, even if the swordsman mech only possessed a standard set of sensors, their overall quality ensured they'd be able to detect any approaching assassin mechs once it reached a distance of 50 to 100 meters or so. That gave the pilot enough reaction time to set up a guard. As long as his swordsman mech withstood the first blow, his advantage only grew. With soft and measured steps, the Dark Spear slowly closed the distance to the swordsman mech. Jarl moved practically in sync with his mech. He became completely immersed in the act to the point where he stopped paying attention to the questions of his viewers. He was on the hunt. The enemy pilot had a brain, as he chose the most open area on the battlefield. A wide stretch of moon plains provided precious few opportunities to conceal an approach. Jarl estimated the Dark Spear's power and heat reserves and noted that he had less capacity in the latter. It didn't matter too much as his estimates placed his mech's capacity within range of his targeted distance. He flicked the switch that activated the full-powered stealth suite. The Dark Spear shimmered out of existence, and a low oppressive dampening field minimized its other emissions. Jarl entered a highly focused state where he constantly adjusted the movements of his mech according to his judgment. He moved when his opponent looked elsewhere and sat still when he risked getting noticed. Even if the Dark Spear obscured its entire frame, it was very difficult to hide its footsteps. He managed somehow. He utilized a special stepping technique that allowed the Dark Spear to move forward briskly while leaving minimal traces behind. It utilized the slight uneven terrain to its advantage as no battlefield was truly flat. The swordsman mech had no clue a deadly hunter approached its back. As the Dark Spear slowly stalked its way closer, Jarl's anticipation built up to a heightening crescendo. Target fixation threatened to overwhelm his mind, but Jarl made sure to hold back his urge to propel his mech forward. Now is not the time. His mech subsided a bit as it realized that Jarl had a point. The swordsman mech turned around abruptly a few seconds later. If the Dark Spear charged out at this point, it would have been exposed. It became a test of time. Would the swordsman mech turn back around before the Dark Spear's cloak ran out? It might be better for the assassin mech to begin its attack, for if it became exposed at a distance, it would suffer a very bad fate. In this, Jarl could only rely on his own seasoned instincts. Normally, he never really took simulations like Iron Spirit seriously. For all of its professed attempts at realism, it always seemed to pale in comparison to the visceral feeling of piloting a real mech. Yet the Dark Spear changed his outlook on the game. He only purchased the gimmicky model on a whim as he was curious to see how someone could marry a spear wielder and an assassin mech. Ever since he entered the cockpit, Jarl had the sensation that he entered into a black hole. The mech hid a lot of depth, and he plunged straight into the hole. By now, he must have piloted the dark spear through hundreds of duels. All of his viewers got to see his overwhelming performance in the comfort of their homes. Even now, his fans screamed for him to wreck this swordsman mech and add another victory to his already swelling record. Not yet. As Jarl's mech only had around 5 seconds left of cloaking time, the swordsman mech finally turned around. The moment it did so, the dark spear erupted from its hiding spot and charged forth in a blazing black missile of doom. The festive cloud generator attached to its frame billowed out demonically towards the unsuspecting swordsman mech. The enemy pilot's mech blared an alarm. To his credit, he turned around fairly quickly, though the only thing he saw was a big black streak of vapor closing in on his mech. The pilot panicked and prepared to dodge, only to stop when he belatedly noticed that his sensors detected a mech at the forefront of the cloud. The swordsman mech quickly raised its sword in a guard. Too late! Jarl yelled as his mech deftly veered to the left at the very last moment. Propelled by the full momentum of a mech at the apex of its charge, his spear punched right through the swordsman mech's chest and dealt moderate damage to its internals, barely missing the core shell of the power reactor. The stricken mech received such a heavy blow that it had been flung into a half-spinning back throw. Even then, it recovered remarkably quickly. It continued to spin and kicked out with its feet, preventing the dark spear from delivering its coup de grace. You're bleeding. Jarl grinned. I can feel your power reactor failing. The swordsman mech exhibited unstable movements as its entire frame suffered from a lack of power. Still, even at half its strength, the swordsman mech possessed superior strength and speed. Besides its awful chest wound, all of its other sections remained undamaged. As if realizing its predicament, the swordsman mech threw caution to the wind and embarked on a furious counterattack with all of its systems running past their peak. Its pilot needed to ensure a quick win, and he was confident that his damaged mech could handle an assassin mech out in the open. Jarl grinned as he guessed his opponent's intentions. You've already died after I made my first blow. His viewers howled for blood and started betting on how much time it took for Jarl to finish it off. The shortest bet ranged from 10 seconds while the longest one went up to 3 minutes. Perhaps an average pilot might be in trouble, but Jarl had more than a decade of dueling experience. While he missed his daggers, the dark spear's eponymous weapon jabbed and spun with expert handling. Taking advantage of its reach, Jarl kept the fumbling swordsman mech out of range while slowly chipping away at the gaping hole in its chest. Damn it, if I had my daggers, I'd already be peeling open this can of worms. It took an entirely different set of skills to handle a spear compared to a pair of daggers. What got to Jarl the most was that his opponent read most of his moves like he was an open book. Despite his earlier setback, the enemy pilot was still a highly skilled swordsman. Jarl had to take advantage of his opponent's failing machine to get an edge. In addition, after hundreds of duels, Jarl had slowly become used to the unwieldy weapon. After parrying aside another sword slash, the dark spear plunged forward abruptly with its strong legs and shoulder bashed the swordsman mech. It dealt relatively minor damage to its opponent, but successfully threw the swordsman mech off balance. Even as the swordsman mech slashed wide in a last-ditch effort to deter an attack, the dark spear took the blow head-on, allowing its free arm to be amputated, while the other arm thrust its spear into damaged sections of the swordsman mech. The victory message hardly sated Jarl as the virtual battlefield winked out of existence. This fight shouldn't have turned into an open brawl. Almost every opponent he met as of late survived the initial charge and fought back with the ferocity of a wounded bear. This mech is getting kind of boring. Jarl spoke to his viewers once his cockpit shimmered away and threw him back to his lobby. Do you think I should pilot something new? His viewers expressed divided opinions. Some wanted him to carry the dark spear all the way to the top of the Diamond League, while others missed his more conventional skirmisher style. Jarl grinned at the comments, and responded with a simple message. "I'll think about it." After answering a few more questions, he said his goodbyes and shut off his stream. As he emerged from his simulator pod, he felt oddly empty now that he left the virtual cockpit behind. The Dark Spear had a way of compelling him to return and assassinate more mechs. Even piloting his competition mechs felt hollow in comparison. Personally, Jarl figured that the novelty of piloting such a unique variant must have infected his mood. While Jarl left the simulator room and headed for the showers, his agent suddenly appeared. "Jarl! I've got something interesting for you." "What is it?" "There's this kid called Gavin Newman on the line. He says he represents the mech designer who came up with the Dark Spear you're messing around lately. He wants to enter into a minor sponsorship agreement with you." Jarl frowned at his agent. Minor sponsorship agreement usually netted him and his team a paltry sum. "I thought I told you to refuse all these petty deals. I've long grown beyond groveling for pennies." The early career of a mech athlete always revolved around money. Jarl remembered that he used to sign contracts for baby feed and dog toys back when he started out. "Hey, it's not like that. This is more of a temporary thing where you pimp the Dark Spear for a couple of weeks," his agent replied defensively. "Gavin is claiming that the mech designer is willing to design a customized virtual Dark Spear for you." That attracted his attention. Like any mech pilot, Jarl appreciated custom mechs. Unlike the general models on the market that had been designed to accommodate as many pilots as possible, custom mechs allowed their pilots to bring out their full strength at any time. Mech athletes like Jarl hardly ever showed any interest if someone threw a money chip containing millions of credits in front of his feet. On the other hand, the moment a decent mech designer offered to design a custom mech, they'd all be slobbering like dogs. Jarl only kept his composure due to the fact that he'd merely be getting a customized virtual mech. Even then, his constant longing for the Dark Spear made it very difficult to set this offer aside. "Tell me more. How much work do I have to do to earn this custom mech?" Chapter 217 Small Job. Ves left the job of establishing contact to his publicist. Gavin worked efficiently and contacted the Fireflies for a sponsorship offer. To Gavin's surprise, Jarl expressed interest in obtaining a custom virtual mech. That left the door open to negotiations, which Gavin and Jarl's agent quickly hammered out. Since the deal did not require much formality, the two sides came to a simple understanding. In absolute terms, Ves provided Jarl with an exclusive customized virtual Dark Spear. He designed the unique machine after a talk with Jarl over the comm and after he received a list of specifications. Since they wanted to get this done as quickly as possible before the new dueling season began, Ves would not take more than a few days to complete the custom design. Once Ves had done his part, Jarl would pilot his custom job and promote the Dark Spear model for a certain number of hours per week. The mech athlete and streamer would continue to pimp the Dark Spear model for a month. The actual contract looked a lot more complicated, but put simply, Ves got his first spokesperson for the huge and largely untapped Bentheim market. Gavin visited the workshop to brief Ves on the contract and get him to sign a few documents. He also had a lot of questions about the deal. "Isn't it premature to expand your brand presence in Bentheim? I thought we already agreed on our marketing strategy. Diverting too much attention on the virtual market makes no sense. The real and virtual markets are too different from each other. Even if you spend a lot of effort on your virtual models, your actual earnings won't increase by all that much." Ves understood Gavin's doubts, but he had to grow his ability to earn lots of DP. "I don't entirely agree with you on that point. Marcella tells me that many of my customers who bought the Mark II became convinced of its craftsmanship after trying out some of my virtual models. In addition, higher sales figures of my virtual product lines will also translate to confidence in the quality of my real mechs." it will be a blip in the ocean. Jarl is hardly the most popular celebrity from Bentheim. Without a constant media presence, your brand will quickly fall into obscurity. His words rang true. As the local mecca of mech production and export, Bentheim was saturated with thousands of brands. At the LMC's current scale, it had no hopes of competing with these long-established household names. Still, VS didn't need to put in a lot of effort to cobble up a custom virtual dark spear, and he got plenty of short-term benefits out of the weeks-long promotion. As long as his sales for his latest virtual mech surpassed 10,000 units, he'd earn 100,000 DP in total. VS needed the huge sum to shore up his skills and attributes to design a decent original mech. Despite Gavin's skepticism, VS still went through with his plans. Before Gavin left, he wanted to ask a question that had been burning in his mind for a while. Boss? I'd like you to clear something up for me. Yes? Well, it's like this. I've been analyzing the sales patterns of your virtual mechs and compared them to your peers. One pattern happened to stand out like a sore thumb. Your customer retention is off the charts. Anyone who buys one of your virtual mechs is several times more likely to buy another mech designed by you. This usually doesn't happen to newcomers in the market. Consumers never really paid attention to the mech designer when they purchased a product from the low end of the virtual market. They only cared about specs and their personal feelings about the mech. Most mech designers who started out wished to make a name for themselves and their businesses. A mech manufacturer with a steady amount of repeat customers would never have to worry about missing their sales targets as long as they didn't screw up. I've focused a lot on improving the piloting experience, VS answered simply. I'm guessing that my customers have caught on its benefits. I'm sure you've found that out yourself when you asked around. It's beyond that. Some of your customers are oddly attached to their mechs, to the point where they treat them as affectionately as pets. I'm rather concerned because this effect is very pronounced in certain cases. It reminds me of the Farron affair. Heavens no! VS immediately denied. I haven't messed around with the neural interfaces. This is nothing like the Farron affair. The Farron affair stood out as the first and only case where a company managed to brainwash its customers with its virtual mechs. Back then, the simulator pod manufacturers competed against each other on how well they could make their simulations come to life. They all increased the intensity of their neural interfaces with each new generation of pods. This uncontrolled growth of neural intensity led to some companies taking advantage of this phenomenon by messing around with the neural interfaces of their mechs. Most tried to be subtle and added a minor addictive element to their interfaces. For a couple of years, these shady companies saw steady growth as their models grew in popularity. Farron Incorporated obviously didn't get the message. Its brash CEO jacked up all of the settings to the maximum. In the short term, his company rose like a rocket as sales ballooned almost exponentially. It became a major sensation in the virtual market as its models became increasingly dominant in the mech simulator games of that time. Sadly for Farron, the good times didn't last together. A few mech designers got suspicious and started poking around at Farron's many designs. Their actual specs were nothing special, but each test pilot became instant converts the moment they piloted the virtual mechs. The horrifying consequences of Farron's mechs finally came to light when researchers found out about the tampered neural interfaces. The scandal ruined the company overnight, and the MTA arrested all of its executives and mech designers. They only took a week to sentence them to death. Even then, many of its victims required years of therapy in order to wean off the urge to pilot any of Farron's mechs. 1 million or so of its most devoted fans had played with the virtual mechs for so long that their condition became practically incurable. The MTA took them all in and nobody had ever heard from them again. These days, virtual mechs received much closer scrutiny. Iron Spirit certified every virtual mech submitted to its marketplace, and they often flatly refused any mech that included non-standard neural interfaces. In addition, manufacturers of simulator pods cleaned up their act and pulled back some of their most extreme innovations. In this light, Gavin's question made little sense. Even if Ves had any nefarious intentions, he'd never get away with it with all the precautions introduced after the Farrand affair. After Gavin made the arrangements, Ves faced a projector which fizzled into the image of Captain Jarl Brenthill. The man truly looked gifted in both looks and talent. Even Ves felt a little bit oppressed when faced with a celebrity of this magnitude. "Hello, Jarl. It's nice to meet you." "Likewise." The mech athlete responded perfunctory while he studied Ves. "You've got a sturdy body. Are you working out?" "Ah, no. It's due to a mishap that messed with my genetics." "Well, I still have some training to catch up to, so I'll make it short. First, I got our resident mech designer to form up a list of what I'd like to include in my custom mech. I'd appreciate it if you can meet at least 2/3 of what I've noted down." Giles sent the virtual document over to Ves, who opened it up and skimmed through the points. The mech athlete's priorities had been formatted in precise language that told Ves exactly what to do. That made his job much easier than if he merely had a brief talk with Jarl. "I see that you wish to change the Dark Spear's default weapon from a spear to a pair of daggers," Ves carefully noted. The document even included an exact set of dimensions for the pair of blades. I can see why you prefer the daggers, but my mech favors forward momentum over agile footwork. Those weapons will not be a good fit for my current frame." "Don't worry about it. I'll make it work. As long as you can increase the range of motion and the responsiveness of the arms, I'll be okay with my baby. The arms are already optimized for thrusting and absorbing shocks. If you want me to increase their range of motion, I'll have to take away some of its other abilities." "Then do so. I'm fine with such a trade." Fortunately, Jarl set realistic expectations for his custom mech. He set a few other reasonable conditions that Ves agreed to without much objection. As a consummate professional who piloted dozens of mechs in his career, he knew what kind of limitations mech designers faced. Most professionals picked up on some basic knowledge from the design world as they came into contact with different mechs. Only spoiled brats like Vincent Ricklin, who only ever trained with 1 or 2 models, asked for something as dumb as a codpiece for their mechs. Overall, Ves understood Jarl's desires for his custom mech, and it was his job to make it into reality. After cutting off the connection after an hour of discussion, Ves mulled on how to go about this project. His main concern was to preserve the model's excellent X-factor. Ves faced a difficult puzzle in that the X-factor for the Dark Spear had already been set in stone. Even if Ves updated its design in the future, the assassin mech always became defined by its ability to charge from stealth. Ves recalled the few times he went back to a design and changed the schematic. The Mark Antony Mark II came to mind. Ves did not really depart from his vision, but he made such a radical redesign that it could even be considered an entirely new variant rather than an update from the Mark I. Even then, Ves did not stray too far from his original vision. He merely defined them in explicit terms so that he had a better grip on the just-developed triple division technique. For this project, Ves considered whether he could grant his custom design an entirely new gestalt. "It's worth a try. I doubt this will end badly. At worst, I'll just scrap my work if I end up with a muddle-headed design." He activated his design suite and loaded in a copy of the Dark Spear's design schematic. When Ves looked at the assassin mech, he felt that every shape and marking hid a portion of the last spear's will. For a moment, Ves dreaded the thought of tearing this mental creation apart. He shook his head. "What am I hesitating about? It's just a copy." Even if he butchered this particular copy, it didn't affect the main design. While he intuitively thought that every permutation of a design should share the same strain of X-factor, in reality each copy took on its own separate existence. This was one of the biggest reasons why the X Factor could never show its full strength in the virtual world. The virtual mechs never lasted long enough to develop its history. With this perspective in mind, Ves steeled himself and visualized a knife in his mind. With the ruthless care of a pet owner about to end the life of a suffering dog, he struck at the image central to this image. Clang! The last spear's manifestation showed up at the last possible moment, and parried the mental knife with his spear. The rebound from the failed strike rattled Ves to the point where he took a few steps backward. The image associated with the dark spear had developed its own instincts for life. It could even detect a threat against its existence, and put up a defense. Ordinarily, Ves would rejoice that he developed his X Factor to the point where it developed a form of autonomy. Now, it made things harder, for Ves found to his surprise that the last spear's manifestation possessed just enough strength to withstand his mental attacks. In essence, Ves could not even overcome his own creation. Chapter 218 Undermine. Perhaps I'm going at it the wrong way. Ves tried to kill the image embedded into a copy of the Dark Spear's design in various ways. No matter what kind of weapon he materialized in his mind, the stubborn manifestation of the last spear always parried his attempts. Each time he got rebuffed, his mental stability took another hit. His brain became so disarrayed that he had to halt his attempts to kill the image. Maybe that's the problem. I'm not treating it with respect. Ves realized he fell into the trap he often accused others of falling for all the time. His design was not some commodity to be used and discarded at will. It possessed its own determination to live, at least in his conception of how the multiverse worked. Despite his strong visualization, Ves could never really rule out that everything that happened earlier was just a figment of his imagination. The further he delved into the X Factor, the more he relied on intuition instead of theory backed by solid science. Still, the image was so strong that it couldn't be imaginary. His headaches felt very real. After trying and failing to take the forceful approach, Ves tried to use a gentler means to coax the image. I need you to be able to wield a pair of daggers. Will you let me change your fighting style? The manifestation objected strongly to this change. He wielded the spear like it was his sacred duty. Even if he shifted his profession from a royal guard to a slinking assassin, he never got rid of his determination to slay his enemies with the weapon of his choice. Taking up a pair of daggers made the manifestation feel dirty. Ves only had himself to blame for these personality traits. In his original vision, the dark spear focused completely on wielding its spear to its maximum effect. He threw no consideration to any alternatives due to a lack of carrying capacity. Even adding in a backup knife ruined its balance. Against the intractable last spear, Ves made no headway in achieving any sort of compromise. The manifestation did not even leave the door open to negotiation. He didn't even blame the stubborn creation for refusing his overtures. Even if Ves expressed his sincerity, his patience had a limit. Perhaps he could make another attempt by starting over, but Ves did not wish to leave this problem unfulfilled. There might be a time in the future where he had to make some changes on the fly. If he still didn't possess a solution to this problem, he'd be facing constant setbacks and delays. He took a step back and tried to parse the situation. The manifestation inhabiting the copy of the Dark Spear design never showed any signs of tiring. Where did it get its energy? Was it inexhaustible, or could Ves slowly chip away at its reserves? If he could figure out this puzzle, he may be able to come up with a means to wear down this stubborn image. Then he thought about how the X Factor centered around the unity of the mech designer, mech and mech pilot. Leaving the pilot out of consideration, what if Ves forcibly tried to change the design with an overriding image? Could he impose his own vision over the original design, and therefore change the fundamental makeup of the X factor? As much as Ves treated the images like living beings, they exhibited many traits that left them open to exploitation. They exist in the imaginary realm and have to obey the rules that govern their existence. They aren't solid in a way that makes them unassailable. If I can chip away at their foundation, I can open a crack in their defenses. Ves took a break in order to get his mind back in order. He played around with Lucky and catalogued the gems he excreted lately. The cat lately complained about an insufficiency of high-quality minerals, so Ves had to order a new shipment of premium ores to stop Lucky's badgering. "What's another million or so credits?" he ruefully told himself. "Compared to my cat's well-being, money is no objection." His cat ate so much minerals and only produced a couple of gems in the end. The disparity between input and output was so huge that Ves wondered how his mechanical cat's digestion actually worked. Did Lucky convert low-quality minerals to high-quality alloys within its digestive system, or did he turn it into pure energy? Both possibilities seem outlandish considering Lucky's size. Only the most advanced labs could accomplish such a feat. Other than cutting him open, Ves had no way to be sure. He left the problem aside and decided to catch up on the news. He visited the galactic net and saw much of the same doom and gloom. Rising costs started to trickle down to the consumers, and everyone felt the pinch. Their willingness to spend more on luxury goods declined, which caused several businesses catering to these markets to decline in turn. The Republic's economy slowly transitioned into war-footing production of mechs, turrets, carriers, and a vast amount of supplies ramped up in preparation of half a decade of war. Naturally, the bulk of these extra orders went to the big established companies. Small fry like his living mech corporation barely benefited from this upsurge of demand. In fact, the rising cost of production negated most of his gains. "How is House Kane doing these days?" With the expedition over, House Kane and Ves went their separate ways. By now, the Arc Horizon should have made the journey back to the Grey Willow Star sector. Ves searched the news and found that Lord Kane had made some waves upon his return. House Kane had actually been in bad shape for a while and even stood to lose its most valuable planets. However, the successful expedition turned the tables on the vultures that prayed for their fall. With a new champion in the form of Felicity Kane, House Kane successfully gained prominence through a number of duels against rival houses. The major reason why she won the duel was because her Cathrek received an overhaul that vastly increased its power generation. Finally, House Kane announced a number of partnerships with the CFA, which also contributed to their ascendancy. With the tacit backing of a behemoth in the form of the Common Fleet Alliance, House Kane didn't have to worry about rivals trying to undermine them in secret for a couple of years. The CFA must have gotten a great haul out of the graining system. Much of the frontier remained untouched by human greed. The galaxy was simply too large to be explored in its entirety. Treasure and danger coexisted alongside each other in this vast sea of stars. House Kane happened to have gambled and won in their last-ditch effort to make a big score. Still, Ves knew how fraught it had been at certain times. The news only celebrated the success stories. For every successful expedition, 10 more crashed and burned. Out here in the frontier, people regarded treasure hunting as a delayed form of suicide. After Ves finished his recovery, he summoned up the copy of the design and prepared for round 2. This time, he opted to go for an indirect approach, seeing as he could never beat the vigilant manifestation in a head-on clash. First, Ves adjusted his vision for the Dark Spear. He visualized his custom mech's performance if Ves adopted Jarl's suggestions. The frame took on a slightly different shape that enhanced its flexibility. Its prominent spear made way for a pair of blackened curved daggers. The mech's overall paint scheme took on a mauve blue shade, with the team logo prominently replacing the royal emblem on its chest. Now that he had his vision, Ves turned his attention to constructing the right accompanying image. He had to be careful with this step because he didn't wish to ruin his custom mech's X factor by destroying its original identity. I have to supplement the image somehow. Ves had a good idea on how to go about it. First, he constructed a simple image centered around Jarl Brenthill. He summoned another projector and let it display some highlights of the mech athlete's career. A vague entity emerged in his mind that carried the essence of Jarl's piloting style. This should be close enough. Then he slowly started tweaking the actual design. He already prepared his plans beforehand, so he worked swiftly in dismantling his design's original arrangements. Ves avoided bumping into the manifestation. Instead, he solely focused on his new vision and image and tried to embed it into his current work. This time, he encountered no obstruction. The manifestation of his design's X factor started to take on different traits as Ves slowly changed the fundamental nature of his design. The schematic and its accompanying X factor turned from a pure spear wielder into a transitional form that made it better at wielding daggers. It was as if a drop of black paint had fallen onto a bucket of water. The previously clear water became murkier as it took on a gray shade. The longer Ves worked, the more drops of paint fell down into the bucket. In the meantime, the manifestation didn't even realize its own contradictory nature. The image flickered a lot as it couldn't decide whether to wield a spear or a pair of daggers. The dichotomy became more pronounced as Ves continued to work on the design for the next couple of days. The design steadily reached a tipping point where its original identity of a spear wielder became lost. Now should be a good time. Ves switched the swear for a pair or daggers he already prepared beforehand. The curved weapons fit the new design like a glove. For a moment, he expected explosions, but nothing drastic resulted from this action. The manifestation slowly warped and solidified into a dagger wielder. Its appearance even resembled Jarl. It worked! He learned something new with attempt. His images drew their strength from their source. Affecting the source allowed Ves to affect the original X factor in a form that fit his modifications better. He felt relieved that he didn't have to go back to the drawing board each time he wanted to update his design or derive a custom mech out of one of his models. The ramifications of this experiment affected more than just his own models. Ves wondered if he could apply the same method to other designs or mechs. He could even use it as a subtle form of sabotage. If I ever happen to be working on a mech for someone I hate, I can subsume its X factor with a malevolent spirit. Even if every inspection checks out, the mech will still perform worse than normal. He quickly discarded the idea. Something like that would never happen. Mech pilots wanted people he could trust to work on their mechs. Putting an enemy in charge of your own war material was just asking for trouble. Now that he solved the biggest issue, Ves resumed his design work and finalized his modifications. Most of the changes required a decent amount of testing that ate up a lot of time, but Ves wanted to ensure he delivered a flawless product. The fate of the sponsorship deal and Jarl's enthusiasm for his endorsement mattered a lot. This is going to be my first proper entry into the Bentheim market. Once the Dark Spear catches on, my other models will see a surge in popularity. Once that happened, Ves gained a foothold in the notoriously crowded Bentheim mech scene. He expected to boost both his virtual and real business activities from that point. According to the latest shipping update, his new equipment should arrive at his workshop in the coming week. Once he unpacked his goodies and installed them on the workshop floor, he'd be ready for the next phase in his business plan. I'm still short on money, though. With only a couple of component licenses under his belt, Ves needed at least a dozen more to round out his collection. With his company's current war chest, he'd be hard-pressed to license a set of decent components that could fit his minimum standards. He intended to design a premium mech, after all. He should invest at least 1 billion credits in this area to avoid inconsistencies in his original design. Where can I find some money? Short of exchanging his valuable merits or finding an opportunity to make a quick buck, Ves considered whether he should take another loan. Chapter 219 Vintage. With the declining profitability of his only Mark II production model, Ves could not sit back and wait. His rough projection of the future revealed that his profits diminished at an alarmingly fast rate. While he considered taking another loan, Ves ruled that out after figuring he did not wish to become more reliant on external actors that might not have his best interests at heart. Banks that extended huge loans to companies often demanded a voice on how to run the company. Ves absolutely abhorred such a possibility. As for selling merits, he'd be making a huge loss if he went through with such a transaction. Merits were extremely valuable and hard to come by. Even a single merit represented a chance to obtain priceless knowledge that he couldn't get from the system. While the system's skill tree allowed him to learn many standard skills, Ves learned that they contained no personality. What he meant by this was that the knowledge held no biases or special insights developed over a long period of designing mechs. Sometimes, this should be an advantage, but other times Ves would miss out on crucial perspectives like Master Olson's focus on endurance and longevity. Ves vaguely sensed the system's requirements for advancing a skill from journeyman level to senior level demanded a thorough understanding of the field. This meant that he had to broaden his range and become acquainted with many different viewpoints held by different experts in the field. Mech designers ordinarily hoarded such knowledge. Even the system didn't provide him with different perspectives on the same subject. Thus, merits formed the only way for him to advance in the future. I can still decide to exchange it later as a last-ditch effort, he decided. He hadn't exhausted all of his other methods. He decided to follow his mech broker's suggestion and look for events where he could showcase his ability. A quick search on the galactic net returned dozens of conferences, competitions, show events and exhibitions starting in the next couple of months in the Republic alone. Most of these occasions demanded strict requirements to any participating mech designer. No ordinary Dick, Tom, and Harry would be allowed to bring their horrible designs and amateurish mechs. The classiest events that attracted the richest clientele only opened their doors to journeyman mech designers and higher. Ves had to rule these prestigious events out and lower his sights to those that welcomed apprentice mech designers like himself. These occasions generally drew a poorer crowd that cared more about getting a bargain than ordering a quality mech. He shook his head. These sound more like flea markets than proper opportunities to show your talent. Ves studiously combed through the various events and tried to find one which offered him the best possibility to close a lucrative deal. He found one in the Vintage Festival. It celebrated the coming passing of last-gen mechs into obsolescence. With the next generation of mechs about to arrive, a number of people who grew up during the rise of last-gen mechs more than 20 years ago found it difficult to say their goodbyes to these reliable workhorses. To them, their love of last-gen mechs represented a nostalgic love of their childhood experience. They used to play with toys of last-gen mechs and played the models and virtual simulations in their adolescence. Even if their performance had fallen off these days, their heartfelt love for this period of mech development remained more important than the specs of the following generation of mechs. These are my kind of guys, Ves remarked with gleaming eyes. Many of the attendants to these festivals had money to spend and didn't care too much about the latest innovations. They only wanted to go back in the past and relive the glory days of the last generation of mechs. They'd easily overspend on anything that struck their fancy. The only problem was that many of his fellow mech designers knew this as well. While the Vintage Festival allowed apprentice mech designers to showcase their last-gen designs, they conducted a strict selection of every applicant. The only upside to the festival was that journeyman mech designers disdained to compete on sales at such an event. These well-established mech designers focused more on selling their current-gen designs than revisiting soon-to-be-extinct dinosaurs, so not a lot of journeymen bothered to take notice of the event. The few that did sign up for the festival mainly wanted to show off their vintage prestige models in the centerpiece exhibition. The majority of the actual sales occurred in the side halls where various hopeful apprentices hoped to make some easy money from their outdated production licenses. There's one thing strange about this vintage festival. Why would the vintage festival, which focuses so much on last-gen mechs, invite younger designers to sell their mechs? Some of them hadn't even been born during the golden years of this period. Ves himself barely remembered anything of that generation. He came up with a number of guesses. The most probable reason was that every enthusiast of last-gen mechs already owned genuine vintage models, or simply found them to be old and familiar. Perhaps they wanted to see what the younger crop of mech designers could make out of this old period in mech history. Let's see how past festivals have gone. When Ves read through the articles of past vintage festivals, he got the sense that these middle-aged customers sought two things at once. They wanted to see and purchase great models that brought them back to the past, but they also wanted to see something fresh that proved that last-gen mechs hadn't reached the end of the road. These two desires contradicted each other. Many apprentices either stuck to the base model and tried to reproduce them as faithfully as possible, or designed radical new variants that performed much better than the originals. The downsides to each approach resulted in poor sales to most apprentices hoping to earn some money. Those that tread familiar ground could never surpass the models fabricated by the original manufacturers. Those that spent a lot of effort designing new variants ended up with models so far removed from last-gen mechs that they lost the essence of that period. Some apprentices tried to take the middle road by making only minor tweaks to the base model, but many visitors shook their heads at these timid attempts to present something remarkable. The mech designers' lack of courage reflected back in their work, which often looked and felt as if designed by a bot. It's not easy to persuade the visitors to pull out their wallets. None of these people are easy to please, Ves surmised after reading through the summaries of the public sales reports. While it didn't include any private transactions with special conditions, many mech designers struggled to make a sale. Ves hoped to succeed where many others had failed. Unlike the other designers, Ves had a secret weapon. Mechs with an abundant level of X-factor evoked strong emotion to anyone who saw them. Such machines should make a powerful impact in the sea of mediocre mechs that others put on display. The entire festival revolved around the themes of nostalgia and authenticity. These were subjective criteria that could only be judged with feeling and emotion, something which Ves had a lot of practice in bending them to his will. If I can get this right, I'll have the crowd eating from the palm of my hand. He decided to apply for the festival. When Ves looked at the requirements to participate, he found them to be troublesome but attainable. The Vintage Festival only offered a venue to mech designers who were able to deliver. Since Ves owned his own workshop, he possessed ample qualifications to participate. He only found a snag when he found out that he had to present at least 3 different models to the organization. The festival took place about a month later, but the deadline for participation ended only 3 weeks from now. I'll have to work hard to meet this deadline. Fortunately, his new machines should arrive in time for him to produce an original Caesar Augustus. Yes, Ves wanted to fabricate the expensive, untarnished original Caesar Augustus. With the imminent arrival of his alloy compressor and CTM, his workshop finally gained the capability to reproduce the base model's highly advanced armor system. It should be the centerpiece of his presentation. Even though the white elephant flopped on the market, its iconic look and features made it live to see a bright future in the form of toys, action figures, and simulator reproductions. Many of the kids and teenagers at that time aspired to pilot this prestigious model. The main challenge Ves faced with this model was to determine the right feel for this model. He once toured a couple of mech halls on Bentheim and personally witnessed a couple of great examples of the Caesar Augustus. Each designer or fabricator left their own unique imprint behind in their work. Even though their influence was slight, it still provided the mechs with their own unique flavor. The better designers left a stronger mark behind. There's a lot of depth behind each quality reproduction. The very best copies fabricated by the very best mech designers conveyed a strong blend of flavors that told a rich story. Even though their strength paled in comparison to what Ves could accomplish on his own, their rich experience and untold depths of knowledge provided them with a distinct advantage. It's like comparing a candy to a moldy cheese. Even if the candy offers a very strong flavor, those with more sophisticated tastes will prefer the cheese. Ves had to tread carefully in this matter. If he failed to impress the crowd with his chosen vision, he could say goodbye to any potential sales. Besides the Caesar Augustus, Ves planned to offer a gold label Mark Antony Mark II as the second model in his application. The Mark II represented a modern, cheaper take on the Caesar Augustus, which should ordinarily not sell very well in an event like the Vintage Festival. His recent experience with modifying the Dark Spear gave him an idea on how to tackle this problem. He could modify the Mark II both visually and emotionally in order to appeal to the festival goers. Even if it was a long shot, it was worth a try. In any case, the Mark II already satisfies the condition. Besides tinkering with the X factor, the two models required no additional work. Ves understood both designs from top to bottom, so he could immediately begin to fabricate them as soon as he received his shipment of raw materials. I still have to figure something out for the third model. While Ves could take the lazy route and offer the old Mark I, he really didn't wish to embarrass himself. The Mark I was vastly inferior to the Mark II and should be consigned to the recycler. His pride as a mech designer refused to consider showing up at the Vintage Festival with the Mark I as an example of his current ability. That left the most time-consuming option. I'll have to design a new variant. Since Ves already planned to offer an original model and a radical variant, he figured he should offer something that fit in between. Even though the festival disdained such boring machines, Ves felt confident he could break the mold with the help of the X Factor. The less changes I make, the faster I can get this done. With a time limit of a couple of weeks, Ves couldn't afford to invest his attention on another radical variant. He blamed himself for not checking out these kinds of events sooner. Some of them really provided a good opportunity for him to make some money. With a tentative plan in place, Ves decided to consult his mech broker and his publicist. As professional marketers, he should listen to their advice. Chapter 220 Suckers. When Ves called Marcella and told her of his plan, she responded with a thoughtful look. Ordinarily, I'd advise apprentices to stay away from this crowd. The people who purchase mechs at the vintage festivals have their heads stuck in the past. What they consider to be a good mech can be very different from what you and I think are good. Basically, his mech broker called them fanboys and fangirls who exhibited irrational love for last-gen mechs. Even if they saw the latest cutting-edge mech designed by a renowned master, they'd scoff at their fancy modern features. I can't say I understand them, but my unique specialties should appeal to their tastes. I'm confident I can make an impact at the festival. You do have that quality, Marcella admitted with a thoughtful expression. Yes, if you tailor your mechs in a way that amplifies the good old days feel of the last generation, you'll be able to tug at the heartstrings of your customers. She offered to facilitate his application to participate at the festival. In addition, she promised to staff his booth with some savvy employees who could do the heavy lifting in terms of persuading visitors to purchase his mechs. Naturally, she also received a cutout of these sales. Marcella also warned him about a troublesome phenomenon. One thing you should know is that the customers who attend these festivals will often decide with their guts instead of their brains. Around a third of these people will come to regret their impulse purchase when they sober up. Expect them to call us up to cancel their orders. VS frowned at that. Is there any way to stop this? Why not rule out cancellations in the sales contract? That's bad form and prohibited by the MTA. It protects your customers from being bamboozled into signing awful contracts. Your best bet is to have an ample stock of finished mechs that you can ship out immediately. Once your customers get their hands on your mechs, they'll find it a lot harder to demand a refund. The battle over consumer and producer rights tilted back and forth over the centuries. Currently, the ascendancy of the MTA granted mech manufacturers more protection than before, though their protection only applied if the mechs went through certification. Uncertified mechs like those that had been assembled on the cheap by taking advantage of the repair scam or pirated licenses enjoyed no such protection. Both the seller and buyer risked getting screwed by each other, as no one guaranteed their transaction. In general, any mech that passed certification carried a guarantee by the MTA that the machine had no defects and hadn't been sabotaged in any way. Once a customer gained possession of such a mech and didn't issue any complaints, he'd be stuck with it from that point onwards. This meant that he couldn't accidentally crash the mech and demand a refund from the manufacturer afterwards. The mech was sound and didn't carry any defects in terms of navigation or locomotion. The fault lay solely in the mech pilot who trashed the new machine. So what you're saying is the only way to prevent more refunds is if I can deliver my mechs as fast as possible. VS frowned at the implications. The best solution is to fabricate an ample stock of mechs in advance and ship them over to Bentheim. When the festival starts, you can transfer the mechs into the hands of your customers at the very same day. Don't give them time to reconsider their purchase if you want to maximize your earnings. What his mech broker said made sense, but it represented a very large bet to VS. If he attended the festival with dozens of models stashed in a warehouse but failed to sell the majority of his stock, he'd be stuck with an awful lot of wasted mechs. Outside of the vintage festival, these nostalgia-ridden mechs carry no appeal to regular consumers. I won't fabricate more than a single copy of each mech I plan to sell, VS eventually decided. Your idea has merit, but my liquid funds can only stretch so far. I'd be using up my entire drawer of cash if I fabricate more copies of the Caesar Augustus or any other Comex. Comex stood short for compressed armor mechs. In first and second-rate states, such a terms would be redundant, because pretty much every battle mech incorporated some form of compressed armor. Only in resource-starved third-rate states did people find it necessary to distinguish Comex from unmechs, the unflattering term for cheap mechs built with uncompressed armor. That's your decision to make, Marcella responded with a touch of understanding. Do make sure to prepare for an intense period of fabrication. The longer you take to deliver your product, the higher the chance your orders get cancelled. If you let your customers wait for months, you will stand to lose a lot of potential earnings. With the Dortmund printer and his new set of equipment shipped from Limar, VS didn't worry too much about this possibility. His workshop would soon be capable of fabricating mechs at a rate of 1 per day once he mastered the equipment and beefed up the staffing. After finishing his talk with Marcella, he consulted Gavin to hear from another perspective. His publicist's face turned into an eager expression when he heard how VS described the clientele. I know the type. They're suckers. They're the sort of people who will throw away their entire life savings on a toy that is shiny enough in their eyes. The key is to make your product shine bright enough that they can't see the flaws through all of the glare. What do you suggest? Gavin had some useful advice to accomplish this feat. Impose artificial scarcity on the products that you're offering at the festival. Give them enough unique traits and add an exclusive-sounding label like Legacy Edition or Limited Edition and promise not to produce more than 10 or so copies of each model. This way, you'll limit the amount of work you have in store and maximize the profits of each individual sale. His suggestion sounded similar to what Marcella once said. VS declined to complicate his product offering back then because he didn't want to end up with a messy catalog. Now that he was awfully short on money, VS reconsidered his decision. It sounded like an easy way to distinguish his products and the changes he planned to make with the X Factor. These wouldn't be regular mechs intended for the open market. Pulling this off required a careful judgment on the amount of copies he intended to sell for each model. Fabricating too many copies diminished the exclusive nature of each design. However, if he went too far in the other direction, he'd earn a paltry sum even if he managed to boost his profit margin on the few models he sold. Fortunately, VS didn't have to figure this out on his own. Can you analyze the market and determine the optimal amount of mechs to sell? The key is to maximize our earnings, not our profit margin. I need lots of cold hard cash to fund the development of a new design. I can do that, but I can only get you the most accurate results if I know how good your designs catch on to your target audience. You can develop 3 scenarios then, VS suggested. One where my sales fall flat, one where there is modest interest, and one where my models catch fire. We can leave the actual figures ambiguous until we're able to gauge the actual response to my works. Gavin immediately went to work after receiving his assignment. As for VS, before he turned his attention to his new projects, he wanted to catch up to how Jarl Brenthill had been taking his new virtual mech. He opened up his terminal and visited the Mech Athletes live stream. The rushing storm does it again! Another mech down for the count! A bombastic battlefield came into view as Jarl's custom mech had just emerged from stealth and rushed to the rear of an enemy squad. Unlike his previous duels, this time Jarl opted to play in one of the larger game modes. Even if he rushed out alone, the enemy mechs became disarrayed. VS had tweaked the festive cloud generator to pump up even more vapor, this time dyed in Moseville blue. The dark blue coloration added an electrifying component to the assassin's mech rush. The rifleman mechs panicked and fired blindly in the direction of the approaching cloud. The custom mech deftly dodged the direction of their aim. Jarl utilized a complicated spinning pattern to approach the enemy formation from a more vulnerable direction. The instant he approached a rifleman mech, his assassin mech struck with a flurry of deadly stabs, instantly striking all of its weak points. The moment the rifleman mech got downed, Jarl turned to the next rifleman mech and struck its weapon aside before tearing it apart in a rapid example of battlefield deconstruction. Most of its companions hesitated on shooting back for fear of causing friendly fire. The 2 melee mechs of the squads tried to race to the rescue, but Jarl's machine always seemed to dance away from their reach. Is this still an assassin mech? VS wondered with puzzlement. Jarl's performance astounded him. While the custom mech lost its ability to cripple a mech with a single charge, its added agility allowed it to destroy several vulnerable mechs in quick succession before the enemy squad could form a proper response. Once his momentum started to fade, the custom mech quickly turned around and sped away. The remnants of the enemy squad were in no shape to pursue, allowing Jarl to get away scot-free. The amazing burst of explosiveness riled up the viewers of the stream. Jarl's viewership enjoyed a remarkable growth since the last time VS visited the channel. Right now, he drew over 2 million viewers. A quick check on his virtual sales dimmed his enthusiasm a bit. The Dark Spear only sold around 4,000 extra virtual copies, far below the growth in viewership. It showed that while the viewers admired Jarl's display of murderous efficiency, they didn't attribute his success to his mech. Despite this small disappointment, VS was well on track on reaching his sales target of 10,000 units sold. I'll probably reach the maximum in 1 or 2 weeks. Designing a custom mech for Jarl had been worth the effort. For a small bit of work, he accelerated his accumulation of DP by a fair pace. His online account even received a lot of requests for him to design a custom virtual mech. VS had no time to engage in this business, but it signaled that VS had finally gained some renown. With several projects in store and a lot of potential sales needing to be fulfilled, Ves finally got around to consider expanding his workforce. It's time to get more manpower by my side. Ves held several ambitions for his workshop personnel. They didn't need to be too capable, but they must be loyal and able to solve problems on their own. He greatly admired how House Kane cultivated a capable group of mech technicians to staff their maintenance department. He planned to emulate their model for his own workshop. Let's start with hiring 10 or so mech technicians. Any more and my workshop will become crowded. With only 2 production lines, Ves expected to face relatively few issues at the beginning. Carlos and Ves had already made do with bots so far. In that regard, hiring mech technicians seemed redundant, but once the LMC started to expand, the extra hands should prove useful. To keep the mech technicians in line, Ves wanted to put a senior mech technician in charge. The chief technician should have ample experience, and ideally plenty of leadership experience. It's going to get hard getting my hands on such a gem. Mech manufacturers treasured these kinds of chief technicians. They possessed both rich experience and sound judgment, and could solve a variety of difficult conundrums without asking for help from someone more knowledgeable. Fortunately, Ves didn't have to take the trouble of seeking one out himself. The Larkinsons nurtured its own army of mech technicians. Perhaps he could snag one from his family's estate. Ves prepared to call his grandfather. Chapter 221 Perpetuity. His grandfather didn't look surprised when Ves made his request. Any good mech workshop needs a crew of human hands. It's good of you to realize that. Too many manufacturers are seduced by the total control they have over their bots that they don't realize that their perfect arrangement falls apart once it bumps into an obstacle. I already know about the whole automation debate, grandfather. I won't follow in the footsteps of the Terrans. Pretty much everyone in the galaxy knew about the dangers of relying too much on bots. A few hundred years ago, the Greater Terran United Confederation once thought to replace all menial labor with bots, and reached a remarkable degree of robotization in their society. All of this went dandy and fine, until some groups of undisciplined dissidents hacked several widespread models of bots, causing widespread destruction and mayhem. Bots went rogue as they attacked the humans they served or caused deliberate fires and explosions. The unprepared Terrans found to their horror that they depended so much on bots for their everyday life that they could hardly muster a response to the rogue bots. Even worse was when their battle bots became compromised as well. While they possessed much tighter cybersecurity, rampaging bots had forcefully invaded the headquarters of the companies who made them. The rebels made off with libraries filled with source code and other critical files, which they used to devastating effect. The so-called bot rebellion, as it became known, had fractured the largely unified humans into disparate islands of calm, as some bulwarks managed to eliminate the bots early. By the time the Terrans managed to get a grip on their own territory, the dream of uniting the human race under a single political entity had been shattered. I'll send you one of my chiefs. It will take a lot of persuasion to relocate from Rittersburg to Cloudy Curtain, so you better offer him some good conditions. I suggest you look somewhere closer to fill up the rest of your roster. Thank you for that, grandfather. I'll be sure to treat him well. Ves realized that Benjamin must have made a great sacrifice by parting with one of his chiefs. The Larkinsons always cultivated their own crop of technicians in order to be assured of their loyalty and qualifications. As long as he had a trusted chief watching over his technicians, Ves didn't have to worry about their conduct. They closed the call after his grandfather estimated that the chief should arrive in a month. Ves figured he'd wait on hiring more mech technicians until then, as he wanted his new chief to make his own selection from the local workforce. Ves spent the next day preparing his workshop for the new additions. He moved over the existing machines so that it offered enough space for 2 distinct production lines. The old production line consisted of his second-hand printer and his second-hand assembly system. While a little slow, The old line sufficed in fabricating mechs like the Mark Antony Mark II. The new production line took up a lot more space. The basic production process started with inputting raw materials in the Dortmund printer. Bots brought over the parts it spat out to his new assembly system, which should rapidly construct a new frame. Any parts that required compressed armor went through a few more steps. The Dortmund printer fabricated an embryo which would then be submerged in a special solution in the chemical treatment machine. Once the formula did its job, the altered embryo would then be put in an alloy compressor which will subject the unfinished piece of alloy to enormous forces. After that, a proper piece of compressed armor should come out of it, which would then be taken to his new assembly system to be put on a mech frame. Despite the additional steps, Ves envisioned that the new production line should be able to work much faster than the old one. At the start, it might take a couple of days to fabricate a comic. The second one should be finished a little faster, while the third one took even less time. This went on and on until the learning curve finally flattened. By that time, Ves boldly predicted that the new production line should be able to finish a comic within a single day. The most time-consuming portion are the chemical treatment and the alloy compression phases. While it's not possible to automate them completely, if I can hire or train a specialist to take charge of these machines, he will be able to optimize their processes. Perhaps Ves obsessed a little too much on arranging his production lines, but establishing a good flow saved a lot of money and time. It was better to plan his arrangements beforehand than to do it while he had a ton of orders to fulfill. The next day, a small fleet of transports arrived at his workshop. After his security checked over the goods, Ves finally received the new additions to his workshop. In order to save time, Ves tasked Carlos with setting up the machines. While they look sophisticated, they're mostly self-contained, so they should work right out of the box. Just run some diagnostics and start a few test projects to make sure they work according to specs. Are you sure you want me setting up these expensive machines? Carlos asked apprehensively. After all, while he didn't know their exact models, they all looked extremely expensive and far beyond what a typical mech boutique should own. It's still within the range of your capabilities. Just don't drop anything and you're good to go. If you say so, boss. Ves predicted that Carlos should take a couple of days to ensure the machines had been installed correctly. Even if the bots sped up the installation, his fabricator still needed some time to check all of their functions. In the meantime, Ves decided to start on designing the 3 models he'd present at the Vintage Festival. Gavin and Marcella sent him different reports that gave him some insight into his target audience. They're not simple last-gen fanboys. Many visitors of the Vintage Festival merely wish to relive the past, but the ones with money had more discerning tastes. They should be his actual target segment. After skimming through the reports, Ves got a sense of what kind of product should appeal to their desires. Last-gen mechs will soon be used and discarded en masse in the upcoming war. This is the eventual fate for most outdated mechs, but it's a sad outcome nonetheless. Those in charge intended to send out the last-gen mechs to the forefront of the battle because they were expendable. While this was the most logical and efficient decision to make, it nonetheless rested on the assumption that last-gen mechs could no longer contribute to society. This was profoundly disrespectful to the people who developed an affection for this generation. It was akin to putting a rifle in the hands of their grandparents and shoving them onto the battlefield to die. Now that they've grown old and infirm, they served no other use. Rather than allow them to continue to take up valuable resources, it was better to let them go out with a bang. Even Ves felt ambivalent about this cold but rational decision. The alternative would be breaking down the mechs and forge new machines out of them, but that required way too much effort. Every model only has a limited shelf life. The moment a mech designer finalized a design, its clock had already started ticking. Mechs generally lasted around 20 years. The visitors of the Vintage Festival disliked the ephemeral nature of their generation. Ves had thought a lot about their desires. He finally touched upon one of their deepest desires. What they truly want is an immortal mech. Enduring, eternal, immutable. If Ves could design a mech that embodied these ideals, he'd have a bestseller on his hands. His design should intrinsically grow in value as it got older. That's going to be a challenge. Since mechs generally possessed a limited lifespan, their value always decreased over time. Even if his customers never piloted his models and intended to put them on display, Ves had to ensure its components never decayed in this state. This should be easy to do, but entailed a lot of small modifications. Ves had to replace the more delicate components in his design for durable versions that demanded very little maintenance. He started with the easiest and most familiar design, the Mark Antony Mark II. Ves recalled the images he used to form its X factor and reused them in their original conditions except for one small addition. He added an underlying tone of continuity and perpetuity to their flavors. After composing the altered images, Ves went to work on modifying his design. He already knew which components needed replacing, so he hardly wasted any time. It took only 2 days to rip out all of the disposable components and replace them with hardier versions. The work hardly required a lot of thought, but Ves spent some time on testing his altered design to make sure it retained its functionality. While the mech still possessed elements that degraded over time, it should be manageable if their owners performed sporadic maintenance. I can't go too far in this direction, Ves carefully reminded himself. Mechs that focus so much on longevity tend to turn into empty shells that fall apart once they enter the battlefield. Even if the customers at the Vintage Festival bought the mechs to serve as collectibles, they should still be able to fulfill their primary function. Mechs that lost their fighting capability lacked the authenticity that the festival goers demanded. Let's call this the Eternal Edition. The Mark II Eternal Edition cost a bit more to build as Ves replaced some of its cheaper materials with more expensive ones. Other than that, the mech should still match the specs of the regular design. Only its X factor should be different. Ves couldn't wait to fabricate a show model to experience its aura. He had to order a new batch of raw materials to fabricate the Eternal Edition. While his order would be sent on the next convoy shipment to Cloudy Curtain, Ves turned his attention to his second project, the original Caesar Augustus. A complex mood settled into his body as he called up a projection of the original design. Just a year ago, I merely dreamed of being able to work with this design directly. Carlos already made good progress with setting up his new production line. Soon, the Living Mech Corporation would be able to fabricate comic designs like the Caesar Augustus at a decent scale. It represented a step up for his company and added to its prestige. That said, Ves didn't plan on doing any business with the regular design outside the festival. The demand for every last-gen model had declined, so it made little sense to add yet another soon-to-be obsolete design to his product catalog. Working with the Caesar Augustus required a bit more effort from Ves. From a technical standpoint, Ves already knew what to tweak or replace. He mainly placed his concerns on its X factor. How can I shape the X factor of a design that's not my own? Perhaps the original design never carried any meaningful X factor at all. Nevertheless, the design still carried a touch of Jason Kozlowski in his younger years. Ves had to respect the intentions of the original designer, while simultaneously putting his own spin on its classic design. Fortunately, his familiarity with his design allowed him to come up with a suitable vision for his Eternal Edition. Since it served as the centerpiece of his display, it should carry forth the original model's aspirations to serve as a leader and a rallying cry on the battlefield. Since he only planned to do some minor modifications, Ves thought it was inappropriate to use the triple division technique. The design belonged to Jason Kozlowski, and VS didn't wish to tarnish the touch he left behind. Instead, he intended to amplify its core concepts of hope and authority while adding a touch of eternity to the mixture. With his mental strength, VS expected to achieve a remarkable result once he finished the modified design. Let's get to work. Chapter 222 Eternal Edition. VS successfully blended his new vision onto a very slightly tweaked design. With this, the Caesar Augustus Eternal Edition should be ready for fabrication once he got the raw materials. This time, VS had to wince as he ordered another batch of materials to add to his existing orders. Compressed armor always used up more exotics. With the rising cost of resources, his total cost had ballooned to 50 million credits. I can barely make a profit out of this model if I only charge a normal price. At least he gained something from this effort. His understanding of this old design had deepened, which should prove useful for his next project. With 2 Eternal Editions down, VS turned his attention to the third design, a comic variant of the Caesar Augustus. Having worked on several different variants of this design gave him a unique impression of what it could do. It's a mech designed for heroic leaders. It's not a coincidence the coating is brilliant white. This mech is designed to inspire. While that sounded great, VS put some questions on whether this scenario actually occurred since the model's release. What mech designers cook up in their imagination might not translate into practical designs. The Caesar Augustus embodied this phenomenon. The model became larger than life due to the hopeful dreams that propelled its design. In a certain perspective, it represented a high note of the last generation of mechs. Figuring this out reignited his own passion and love for mech design. He summed up the underlying intent of this design. Mechs don't always have to be realistic. What's wrong with a little fantasy? Granted, such a naive approach to mech design rarely led to critical success. The mech market centered around fulfilling their practical demands, such as delivering high performance for a reasonable cost. The bloated Caesar Augustus failed to reach the heights its designer originally aimed for, and suffered for it upon its debut. VS wanted to chart his own path. The Mark II had been designed with practicality and cost efficiency in mind, while the Caesar Augustus revolved around hope. VS wished to design a variant that embodied his own ideals instead of adhering to the demands of the market or the original designer. An inkling of magnitude crept up in his mind. VS faintly realized this decision affected his design philosophy. Even though VS only grasped a glimpse of what seniors and masters referred to as design philosophy, he knew its development formed the key to advancing to their level. The way these people talk about design philosophy makes it clear it's not about mentality alone. VS surmised after he recalled the few instances where older mech designers stressed the importance of developing a design philosophy. It involves some sort of higher state of being. VS had the sense that it functioned similar to the X factor and that it involved some sort of metaphysics. From what he heard, a well-developed design philosophy enabled a mech designer to develop a design that functioned beyond the boundaries of common science. The more advanced journeyman-level textbooks occasionally hinted at such. Design philosophy and the X factor may even be different roads that lead to the same destination. Is this why AIs haven't taken over the job of designing mechs? He mused. The technology to allow computers to design mechs on their own existed for a long time. Even then, it never caught on. Design philosophy should be one of the main reasons why AIs could never match a human mind. Enough distractions. VS shook his head and turned his attention back to his design. For his third model, VS wanted to embody his own principles. So far, his principles aspired to bring mechs to life. He summed up his end goal. People should look at my design and mistake it for a living entity. His mechs didn't need to be autonomous sentient beings like some living AI. After all, he designed mechs, not robots. The difference between the two was that mechs functioned best when paired with a human pilot. Ves aimed to enhance the piloting experience by enriching the mech with lifelike qualities. A wonderful synergy should result with this pairing. What Jarl pulled off with his customized dark spear should only be the tip of the spear of what Ves ultimately wanted to bring into existence. This time Ves decided to go with an understated X factor for his third model. Ves didn't wish to overshadow the Caesar Augustus Eternal Edition, which ought to play the leading role in his display. He quickly hit a snag. How can I design a mech that's both eternal but also alive? Something that went through various phases of life. They grew stronger from the moment of their birth and declined in strength once they reached their peak. Something with a finite lifespan did not fit well with a mech that was supposed to be eternal. He turned to a simple solution. In his imagination, anything was possible, even eternity. Ves envisioned an immortal sage, a being out of ancient myth just like the instructor. The man used to be a warrior at youth, achieving plenty of merits that fueled his career into officialdom. Through hard work and smart decisions, he achieved a higher status, eventually vaulting to a ministry before deciding to retire. Even then, he continued to guide his country towards prosperity. Stepping back from power granted him a sober perspective on many matters. Through constant deduction and self-reflection, his mind experienced a cleansing that elevated him to immortality. I like this image, he smiled. This time, he used it as the central component of his triple division technique. The base role remained a hybrid knight, while the totem animal consisted of a mythical undying turtle. After a few hours of composing an appropriate background for all of his images, he mashed them all together. Surprisingly, the images didn't come to blows. The immortal sage and the undying turtle minded their own business. Only the hybrid knight showed some aggression but failed to uncover any openings. The two sagely images both collaborated with each other, holding the hybrid knight at bay. This isn't supposed to happen. He deliberately strengthened the sage and allocated only a limited amount of mental strength to the other two images. Ves wanted the sage to stomp over the other two and absorb their essence in order to evolve its own. Life threw a wrench in that plan. It's best not to force the situation further, he concluded. It's my own fault for making the immortal sage so enlightened. Ves went to work on a template of the Caesar Augustus with his tentative images. He couldn't help but overhaul large portions of its crowded interior. The solutions he developed for the Mark Antony Mark II could also be applied to the base model. He made sure not to go too far, both because the frames ultimately differed in many aspects. Different armor systems led to different weight distribution and support. Ves had to figure out plenty of new solutions to simplify the internals. Just like with the other two designs, this time Ves aimed to enhance the mech's longevity. He borrowed some of the solutions he applied on the original Caesar Augustus, saving him a lot of time. In total, Ves spent just over a week to refine his third design. As it came into its own identity, the design already started to evoke a strong sense of life, wisdom, and immortality. As a final touch, Ves added in the festive cloud generator in the form of a rolling purple cape instead of a head crest. It added to his variant's role as a ruler instead of a warrior. Let's call this one the Marcus Aurelius. The ancient Roman emperor in Old Earth's history had been regarded as something of a sage. As Ves was no expert of this time period, he merely picked the first suitable name the galactic net spat out. It sounded stately enough to convey the right emotions. The Marcus Aurelius functioned more as a symbol rather than a war machine. While Ves maintained its capability to do battle, he much rather preferred to see it prosper in times of peace. Ves passed over the design to the system for evaluation. He already knew how well his latest design performed, so he skimmed over most of the report. The only thing that mattered to Ves was its X factor. In this regard, the system granted the design a score of C+, well below his expected target. "Oh, come on, system! Just because the images didn't cannibalize each other doesn't mean my design is any worse than the Dark Spear." The system stayed silent, of course, but even if it knew the answer, Ves had to figure things out on his own. Obviously, a higher quality X factor required some kind of interaction with his images. Allowing them to fight to the death should only be one way to spur an evolution. Ves wondered if he could get his images to evolve through voluntary synthesis. It's something to consider for the next time. Right now, Ves finished his design work. All he had to do was fabricate the show models of all 3 designs in order to meet the requirements to participate in the Vintage Festival. The raw materials for the Eternal editions of the Mark II and the Caesar Augustus had already arrived. By the time he finished fabricating the show models of both designs, the resources to fabricate the Marcus Aurelius should also be shipped to his workshop. "Carlos!" Ves called when he entered the workshop floor. "Yes, boss?" "Set aside your current project and help me fabricate my 3 show models. I've just finished their design and I'm itching to see if they measure up in reality." "That's great!" The two went about their work with infectious enthusiasm. Ves took the lead this time because he wanted to ensure the X factor for each of the models remained pure. He merely let Carlos fetch some materials or arrange some minor details to speed up the work. His employee lacked the mental strength to compete against his boss in this aspect. The Eternal edition of the Mark II only took a day to complete. With their extreme familiarity of the LMC's only production model, they hardly needed to pause as they used the Dortmund printer and the new assembly system to put a mech together. Ves left the mech aside after inspecting its X factor. It had indeed gained a smidgen of eternity compared to his other gold label mechs, but the difference was rather small. Its design still retained something of a workhorse quality Ves had conveyed in his original vision for the Mark II. "I should get a better result with the other 2 models." This would be the first time his workshop fabricated a mech clad with compressed armor. While Ves had fabricated the fabrication of the Caesar Augustus in a virtual environment, that gave little comfort to him. Virtual fabrication only provided him with a simplified experience in an excessively ideal environment. Only a little more than a week remained until the deadline for entry passed. Ves had to work briskly in order to make it in time. "Let's begin." Over a week-long period, Ves fabricated both the Caesar Augustus Eternal Edition and the Marcus Aurelius in back-to-back sessions that stretched on for many hours. Ves faced very few difficulties with fabricating their internals, which shared many commonalities with the internals of the Mark II. He only encountered difficulties when he started fabricating compressed armor plating. The formula used in the formation of the extremely resilient armor demanded an extreme amount of precision. Ves constantly had to watch the chemical treatment machine and the alloy compressor to make sure they applied their processes evenly. Flat plates required relatively little effort to ensure their quality, but the process became more complicated once he started with the curved ones. Their uneven shapes added a lot of extra work for Ves, as he had to find the right settings to allow the processes to seep into the plating without major deviations. Ves barely completed the fabrication of the 2 expensive models within the deadline. As a final touch, Ves added in a couple of random gems with minor effects. With his growing sum of DP, he could easily afford the 100 DP it took to add an anonymous stamp to Lucky's gems. When Ves stored the models side by side in an expanded storeroom, he became bewitched by their mutually reinforcing auras. Any single model represented a treasure by itself, but when they were put together, they achieved a qualitative transformation that even Carlos couldn't ignore. "Why do I get the feeling that your show models are hiding something big?" Carlos asked with puzzlement. Ves smiled at his employee's remark. You have no idea how special these models are. They're eternal. Chapter 223. Back to Bentheim. The Vintage Festival accepted his entry when he applied. Properly speaking, VS had to bring his show models to Bentheim before the deadline expired, but the person in charge of applications bent the rules for him. It only took a day or two until the next convoy shipped the models to Bentheim. VS left the arrangements of his booth to Marcella, who in turn delegated the job to her subordinates. These same people would also be staffing his booth and take care of his sales once the festival began. Their role in this event is to facilitate the sales process, Marcella explained over the comm. While you don't need to be present at all times, it will be helpful if you stick to your booth and explain your designs to anyone who shows any interest in purchasing a mech. Oftentimes, a customer can be swayed to purchase your products if you present yourself as a reputable mech designer. Will you be there as well? I'm not going to make it. Marcella shook her head. I'm negotiating on behalf of another client on a major order. Sorry, kid, but you're still small time as far as I'm concerned. Fair enough. While Marcella earned a generous cut with her current contract, it didn't amount to much in absolute terms. While he recently expanded the LMC's production capabilities, it only sold a handful of Mark IIs a month, far below the standards of a typical medium-scale mech manufacturer. After saying goodbye, VS turned his attention back to his workshop. I should prepare for an intensive round of fabrication. His words betrayed the confidence he held in his Eternal series. Their craftsmanship surpassed anything that VS had produced so far. When the three models stood side by side, their X-factor emanated a formless pressure that threatened to engulf the entire storage space. I won't believe my models will flop. VS gambled a lot on their success. Already, his company's savings account diminished by a whopping 120 million credits. He had no other choice but to spend the money on the raw materials to fabricate the show models. If he couldn't even manage to sell the original models, he'd be stuck with a couple of extremely expensive statues. All I can do now is wait. The festival started in a couple more weeks, leaving VS plenty of time to get his company in order. First, he optimized his new production line. His previous bout of fabrication exposed some flaws in his arrangements that could prove dangerous down the line. VS nipped the latent problems in the bud and ensured that all of the machines worked properly. By this time, their first shady orders had arrived. Dietrich arranged for some nondescript companies with boring names such as Ellis and Johnson Security or Armature Incorporated to place some random component orders to the LMC. Superficially, they all appeared to be legitimate companies that all owned mechs but needed urgent replacements. VS wasn't fooled. They all stood for shadier organizations that wanted to make use of his workshop's unregistered and unmonitored Dortmund printer to fabricate a whole swathe of mech parts. Much of the orders his company received consisted of complex parts that regular printers couldn't handle. Still, his Dortmund printer should provide enough assistance to Carlos that he'd be able to handle the majority of the orders by himself. VS only took care of the most difficult orders, which consisted of various compressed armor plating. I still think this is a bad idea. The more we fabricate, the more we become involved, Carlos repeated to VS. I don't want to wake up with a gun pointed at my head one day. VS idly waved away his concern. Relax, Carlos. It's safe here in Cloudy Curtain. It's 10 times worse if I decided to set my business up in Bentheim. Even if he exaggerated a bit, his words possessed an element of truth. Managing your relations with the local gangs had often been considered as the cost of doing business in Bentheim. Frankly, the sheer amount of shady activities that went on in the port system exposed the Republic's weakness. Its relatively loose grasp on society allowed an abundance of bad actors to settle between its gaps. The weeks went by in a blur. Even the challenge of fabricating the exotic orders didn't faze VS much. He left Carlos with the rest of the workload and boarded his Corvette, which held 2 packed Mechs, Melker's Stanislaw and Riella's Vectrix. Ves learned his lesson. Instead of hoping for the best, he prepared for the worst. After the last incident on Bentheim, his family arranged a permit for him to travel around with a mech escort. He didn't leave his fate to chance and made more preparations. He contracted Sanyal Abelin to provide armed transportation and additional security at the festival. The coalition's security company eagerly accepted the job after Ves paid them a hefty sum. Riella, Melker, and Lucky accompanied him aboard the Barracuda. By now, Riella recovered fully from her poisoning and showed eagerness to get back into shape. Even the bad memories she got from her last trip to Bentheim didn't dim her enthusiasm to get out in the galaxy. "Hopefully nothing happens this time," Riella remarked as she sipped a special nutrient-rich solution at the lounge. "It's annoying to fight against enemies who hide in the dark." Ves pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. "Who can say? At least the chaos on Bentheim has subsided a bit. The Mech Corps did a good job rooting out the BLM from their hiding holes." "Yeah, but the damage is already done." The Bentheim liberation movement sabotaged a lot of critical infrastructure that kept the mech industry going. The disruption in supply chains led to far-reaching consequences to the companies down the line. Nobody enjoyed the sudden rise in costs. Worse, many manufacturers went out of business due to their inability to generate a profit in these circumstances. This led to a significant amount of layoffs, putting many low-level laborers on the street. This in turn fueled the indignity against the central government. Rather than blaming the BLM for disrupting the economy, they would rather lay the blame on the elites at Rittersburg. On that depressing note, the Barracuda swiftly reached the Bentheim system in less than half a day. As his pilot and navigator Miranda Pham became increasingly more familiar with the Corvette, her ability to plot a faster transition improved. "Navigating gravitic space takes a lot of judgment," Captain Silvestre explained to Ves when he asked about the difference. "Laymen often confuse FTL travel for taking a shortcut in a dimension where distances are shorter. We're actually shifting to a range of upper dimensions where space-time exhibits slight differences from one dimension to the next." The key to reducing transit time lay in a ship's ability to plow the same route over and over to explore the most efficient set of upper dimensions. What complicated this process was that substantial differences in mass and volume led to different transition times. A slow, lumbering shuttle generally did better if it kept to the lower range of dimensions, while a fast corvette like the Barracuda preferred a higher range. Ships that tried to transition into a range beyond their capacity risked being torn apart by the differences in forces exerted at various points of their hulls. Fortunately, interstellar travel to a port system like Bentheim posed much fewer risks than normal. Their journey went without a hitch, and the Barracuda effortlessly descended into the atmosphere until it reached Marcella's private mech yard. A smartly dressed auburn-haired woman welcomed Ves and his companions to Bentheim with a smile. "Mr. Larkinson, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Antje Levinis. I'm the sales manager for Bollinger Mech Trade. Miss Bollinger has put me in charge of your sales force for the upcoming festival." After Ves shook her dainty little hand, he regarded her with a curious expression. Unlike Bollinger, who exhibited the muscular physique of an ex-veteran mech pilot, Antje looked like a fairy. That must help a lot in the business, as many clients probably underestimated her poise. "Have you seen my show models yet?" "Oh, yes. They're absolutely fabulous." Antje gushed with genuine enthusiasm. "They're as impressive as the artisan models in the museums. I don't know how you manage to design them like that, but if you're able to reproduce the same sensation in your production models, then I expect you'll be making a hefty amount of business." Even though she praised his craftsmanship, she also put a couple of question marks in his ability to replicate the show models with all of their qualities intact. "I can assure you that my fabrication skills are up to par. I can easily match their qualities in my subsequent production," Even though the sales manager still held doubts, she chose to believe him. As a sales manager who handled a lot of routine business for Marcella, Antje had already become familiar with his Mark II. Even the silver label mechs that Carlos fabricated every week contained a smidgen of X Factor. Technically, the Eternal series consisted of gold label mechs, and they displayed the traits typical to this exclusive range. Even if Antje couldn't quite put her finger on why the models impressed her so much, she knew that people would pay a lot of money to own a mech that could radiate such pressure. Too bad my publicist Gavin isn't able to attend. He'd love to discuss the details with you. Gavin and Kelsey only worked part-time at the LMC while they focused on their studies. They still had a year to go before they graduated from the local university in Freslin. Ves shared the virtual documents that Gavin compiled to Antje. It turned out that the sales manager performed her own analysis on his projected sales, though she didn't come up with 3 different scenarios. She smiled at him. I know the sort of people who attend this festival, and I think it's very likely your models will catch on. I think it's not too far-fetched if we assume the most optimistic scenario will take place. Gavin's optimistic scenario envisioned a huge demand for his Eternal Edition mechs. Under the assumption that there would always be more customers, he came up with a complicated pricing scheme for each models during the 4-day festival. The Mark II Eternal Edition started sales at a whopping 40 million credits, with a limit of 10 models sold each day. The limit ensured that his company wouldn't be burdened by endless orders that risked being cancelled after a couple of months. The Caesar Augustus Eternal Edition sold at an even more incredulous price tag of 80 million credits, with only 3 models sold per day. Gavin predicted that many collectors wanted to own this model in the optimistic scenario, thus he jacked up the price to almost twice its production cost. As for the Marcus Aurelius, nobody knew if anyone wanted it more than the Caesar Augustus. Due to its uniqueness and exclusivity, Gavin decided to hold a daily auction over this model. This allowed them to avoid setting a fixed price for this esoteric model. That could either go good or bad depending on its appeal. Antje clearly questioned the need to hold an auction. Your design is rather conservative for a variant. On paper, it's nothing impressive, though I admit it does make you forget about it once you see it in the flesh. My main concern is that others won't see it that way and refuse to raise their bids. Failed auctions showed that Ves had overestimated the value of his designs. If he couldn't match or surpass the standard price of a Caesar Augustus, then his reputation in the mech industry could take a hit. Ves stuck to his guns. I'm willing to take the bet. He charged high prices for his designs because they carried something unique. His entry into the vintage festival formed something of a trial balloon. Ves wanted to gauge whether the public had any stomach for mechs enhanced by the X Factor. The LMC's entire business model rested on the outcome of this event. Chapter 224 Colleagues. The Vintage Festival took place at a city called Ansel. Situated far away from the bustling metropolis of Durham, Ansel offered more established mech designers a place to do their business. It became particularly renowned for its Ansel University of Mech Design, an educational institution solely dedicated to teaching the art of mech design. Even though Ves studied mech design at the Rittersberg University of Technology, in truth its mech design course wasn't all that great. The AUMD held a lot more prestige in the mech industry due to its deep connections to the local mech industry. A tight network of influential alumni regularly contributed to the prestigious school with lectures, tours, internships, and even exclusive textbooks. Each student who graduated from Ansel's mech design course received numerous lucrative opportunities that gave them a head start in the industry. A fleet of armored shuttles escorted by several mechs on foot reached the city after several hours of travel. Many other transports heading to Ansel enjoyed protection, so the fleet attracted little attention. Ves left his shuttle after they arrived at the local convention center. Meanwhile, Riella and Melker stayed in their mechs and went ahead to his show booth. The organization allowed Ves a single armed guard to accompany him. "Looks like we made it in time," he said while carrying Lucky. Not a lot of people had arrived in the morning. Ansel's distance from Durham led to fewer visitors who decided to stop by on a whim. This ensured that the majority of the visitors held some actual interest in the theme. The convention center consisted of a massive white-faced main hall with 3 different side halls spread in equal directions. The whole layout resembled a cross, with one leg bigger than the rest. Every mech designer converged at the main hall first. Before the festival began, the managing director had some words to say. Ves entered the bright white walls illuminated both by Benthime's sun and some added light sources. Gleaming metallic mechs in various shapes and sizes glistened in the light, mesmerizing all who entered this opened halls. Many of these honored last-gen mechs came from local hands. The neatly projected captions made it clear that half of their designers graduated from the AUMD. Even with the benefit of bias, Ves knew that all of the designs deserved their places of honor. When he reached the end of the hall, Ves joined his fellow mech designers circling a stage. All of them stood still, mesmerized by the mech elevated to the highest place of honor. "No way! That's the Reckoner!" A mech designer who just entered after Ves screamed out. "How can one be here?" The Reckoner was one of this generation's famed artillery mechs. Designed and sold in the heartland sectors of the galaxy, it turned into an iconic sight in the last 40 years among the second-rate states that could afford it. Many of the mech designers present in the hall had never seen one in the flesh. With its 8 heavy spider legs and its relatively flat torso, the mech had been designed as a low-profile artillery platform. It only really possessed one single weapon, a thick, extendable howitzer that fired off massive explosive shells or railgun projectiles depending on its configuration. Entire cities turned to ruin after a single Reckoner unleashed its entire payload. All of this the artillery mech accomplished many kilometers away. In truth, its heavy cannons barely stayed within the limits of acceptable firepower. What impressed the designers here the most besides its presence here was its age. Various marks and scratch marred its faded camouflage coating. Even though Ves did not detect any substantial X-factor, its worn-out components gave the Reckoner a special feeling of a machine that did its duty but tired of the job. An hour went by as mech designers kept converging around the Reckoner. It must be the most expensive mech at the festival by far. Even Ves didn't dare to put a price on this mech. It was worth its weight in exotics as pretty much all of its components incorporated them in their construction. As Ves patiently waited for the manager to arrive, Ves received a distinctive ping from his comm. He looked up his device and saw one of his apps informing him that another society member was among the crowd. The other member received the same notification and chose to home in on Ves. Minutes later, an elderly-looking man approached Ves. "Knight Larkinson? My name is Reese McDonnell, a squire of the Clifford Society." Ves shook hands with the elderly squire with a bemused expression. He couldn't quite get a grip on a squire as old as Reese. Every other squire he encountered at Limar only had a couple of years on him. The man sensed his confusion and smiled. "Don't be so surprised. The squires you've met at Limar are mostly recent graduates that are trying to keep their options open. Those of us who come from outside Coalition space often blind themselves to the challenges of competing against actual Coalition citizens. Most of them will return to their home states after years of fruitless effort." Unspoken in his explanation was that Reese had likely been one of these dreamers. After finding out that his skills barely impressed the elitist Coalition citizens, he packed up his bags and shuffled back to the Republic in order to make a living. The fact that he languished as a squire up to when his hair turned gray meant that Reese didn't deserve any respect. "My apologies. I'm not used to seeing older society members," Ves replied. "As you've said, those that gathered at Limar still have a full life ahead of them. If I hadn't already had plans, I might have lingered at Limar as well." They chatted a bit about their mech careers. Like Ves, Risk entered a competition held by Limar and managed to reach a notable rank. However, his foundation didn't amount to much, and he only reached the top 500 by sheer luck. Even after he gained access to the Star Library, Risk never got to read a lot of books. "Merits are simply too hard to come by," the old man lamented. "I don't have anything to trade, so the only way I got them is by doing these tedious long-term missions. Even then, they only pay a handful of merits after you slave away for years. It's completely impossible to earn enough merits this way." While he agreed with Risk's complaints, Ves pointed out an alternative. "Haven't you considered taking one of the riskier missions? They pay quite well for a couple of months of work." "Absolutely not. The pay is better, but the conditions are awful. Mech designers like us belong behind a desk, not at some hostile alien planet while shells are raining down above our heads. Leave the battlefield work to the people who signed up to fight." As Risk chatted on about his lack of opportunities, Ves increasingly came to dislike the stodgy squire. The elderly mech designer had a golden opportunity to develop his skills and knowledge through trading merits for access to textbooks, and what did Risk do? He squandered decades of his life performing the safest and most unrewarding missions imaginable. Ves finally welcomed the arrival of the managing director. Everyone hushed their conversation, and even Risk had to shut his mouth. Everyone stared beneath the legs of the reckoner as a small platform lifted upwards from below. A much more distinguished gentleman appeared on stage. The man looked at the hundreds of mech designers gathered here today and nodded in satisfaction. "It pleases me to see so many of you take part in my festival," the director began. "The last generation of mechs may slowly be forgotten, but our memories of this remarkable period will live on. Our job is to remind the public that the last generation will never be consigned to the archives." Everyone cheered in unison at those words, though Ves doubted everyone present here agreed with the director. He had the feeling that at least half of the mech designers had no other choice but to attend in order to make some last bit of money out of their aging production licenses. The director went on to explain some practical matters after his opening. The organizers held different events each day in the main hall. For the most part, only journeyman mech designers qualified to participate in the main exhibitions, so Ves tuned out the speech. He was mostly here to sell mechs instead of trying to gain prestige. Once the director reached the end of his speech, the mech designers dispersed. The main hall became open to the general public, where the managing director officially marked the opening of the festival. "I don't need to be here." Like Ves, many of the apprentices decided not to linger and headed to their booths in the side halls. As he walked to his booth, he glanced at the show models along the way. Most of them appeared familiar to Ves. While he couldn't name their exact models, the apprentices mostly licensed the same designs. All of them were prevalent in Republic space. As with previous years, the quality of the show models left something to be desired. The harsh reality of setting up a business among thousands of competitors left many mech designers at the brink of their finances. A significant amount of show models consisted of bottom-tier frontline mechs. Some even sold for as low as 5 million credits. Ves thanked his lucky stars that he ended up with a better start when his father gifted him the system. Once Ves arrived at his booth, he beheld his 3 show models. The Mark II Eternal Edition, the Caesar Augustus Eternal Edition, and the Marcus Aurelius all displayed their full glory with pride. The similarity between the 3 models betrayed their common origin, but the distinctive traits that Ves imparted in them allowed them to develop their own distinctive look. "Wow! Who made these models? Who would be so extravagant to license a comic? Do you know how much it costs to fabricate a single of these machines? Whoever's bored enough to work with the Caesar Augustus design must be a moneybags or something." A dozen mech designers who occupied the booths next to the one reserved by Ves had gathered over. compared the Caesar Augustus and its illustrious variants, their cheap mechs looked like ugly ducklings before a swan. Some of the designers grew jealous, hence the mildly snide remarks. "Make way, please! This is my booth!" When Ves appeared behind their midst, the mech designers turned around. More than half of them became astonished at his age, while the rest figured that he was some sort of scion of a rich and powerful family. No matter their thoughts, they all smothered their words and politely parted aside. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Where did you get your production licenses? Did you pay them on your own? Are you interested in collaborating with us on a joint project? We'll give you the majority share." Ves mostly ignored the solicitations from his colleagues. At his level, he stopped taking notice of these low-tier designers. Even if they reached the apprentice level through their talents or connections, they obviously didn't have much of a future like Risk. He turned around and regarded the crowd with a forceful expression. "Please disperse. You're blocking the way for my customers. The festival is just about to start, so you'll have plenty of time to admire my designs." A couple of designers found fault with his attitude. "Who are you to tell us what to do? I'm older than you. When you were still in diapers, I've already graduated with a degree in mech design." Ves didn't fall for their trap. He stared at them wordlessly while holding a glowering Lucky. His dour face and his lack of response gave his fellow colleagues no opportunities to seek some benefits from him. They eventually walked away with bitter expressions. After he put down Lucky to let his pet stroll about, Ves approached Antia, who supervised the placement of the final props. Various projectors, posters, simulator pods, and other gadgets occupied his spacious booth, all of which enhanced the shopping experience. "Don't you think you brought too much stuff?" Ves asked with worry. In his eyes, all of these devices attracted attention away from his model. Antia shook her head. "Your show models don't seem to have any difficulties attracting attention. You should worry more about catching the attention of your potential customers from admiring your designs." Marcella's protégé sounded a lot more optimistic than before. "Do you think they'll really catch on with the crowd?" "I can guarantee you they will. Compared to the mechs of your neighbors, yours are the only decent ones in range. The contrast will heighten the appeal of your products." Her words certainly rang true. Ves couldn't help but let out a smile as he looked forward to meeting his first customers. Chapter 225 Toys for Boys. The traffic started pouring in after an hour into the festival. Most of the early visitors consisted of average people who wanted to avoid the crowded main hall. The opening ceremony started off with a bang. If not for the main hall's excellent isolation, the side halls would have been inundated with music and cheers. Ves got a notion of how well his show models attracted attention when he noticed a lot of foot traffic heading in his direction. Only around 10% of the show models in the hall consisted of premium mechs. The Caesar Augustus drew the most attention, but the Marcus Aurelius also held a certain appeal. A loose variety of visitors arrived at his booth to gawk at the expensive models up close. "They're just like the masterwork models at the show halls." "What is this design? The Caesar Augustus?" "Oh. Let's go then. I heard the Augustus was a flop." "Are you kidding? You're blind if you call this mech a flop. Just look at the detail of this machine." Ves couldn't tell if the X factor or the rarity of his show models had a bigger influence on the crowd. Whatever the case, more than 24 people of varying walks of life quickly congregated around his booth. To his regret, none of them looked like potential customers. They ranged from couples hauling along their kids to career mech pilots on leave. Their clothing and lack of escorts made it clear that they didn't have the credits to spend on something as extravagant as a mech. Even if they didn't spend a single credit on his products, Ves didn't care too much. The day had only started and peak time came later. The constant number of people lingering at his booth attracted the attention others who wanted to see what the fuss was about. His models gained a steady amount of exposure. The kids and the adults who grew up during the golden period of the last generation worshipped his spin on the Caesar Augustus. The Eternal Edition's glorious aura infected their minds with fanciful delusions where they imagined playing the hero. The Marcus Aurelius, on the other hand, appealed to the older crowd. Compared to the bright and vivid Caesar Augustus, the sage-like mech exuded an aura of peaceful timelessness. That turned off those who craved constant action, but it put the elderly folk at peace as they thought about the legacies they left behind. Only the Mark II Eternal Edition proved to be a disappointment. Its aggressive aura paled in comparison to glory exuded by the Caesar Augustus, while its inferior quality and cost condemned it to the role of a sidekick. While VS found it unfair for his cheapest model, he still hoped for a change in fortune. Once the people with money arrived, its price tag should warrant the forgotten mech's second look. The only unexpected surprise he encountered had to do with his virtual mechs. The recent promotion of his dark spear also had a knock-on effect on the recognition of his other designs. "Will you be selling a dagger assassin like the one you designed for Jarl?" a young man asked. "Jarl's custom mech is an exclusive design. He won't be happy if I make more copies available," VS patiently explained. "Besides, I made a lot of expert tweaks on its design that make it exceedingly difficult to pilot for the average player. Only a top pilot with lightning-fast reaction speeds can get a grip on its controls." The man and a few other fans looked disappointed at his answer, but VS had no choice. He signed a contract with Jarl that stipulated that his mech should be the only virtual copy of its design. Frankly, VS got a little bored of the mundane questions. Very few festival goers showed any serious interest in purchasing his models. Occasionally, some other mech designers visited his booth. Their jealousy flared up when they watched the steadily growing numbers crowding at his booth. The organizers even stationed a couple of extra guards in the area to keep them well behaved. Sometimes they tried to argue with VS about his design choices. One skinny designer took stock with one of his designs and made his objections loud and clear. "Hey! You made a mistake with this mech. The arms are protruding forward too much. Don't you know how to balance a mech?" VS grew a little angry at the ignorant remark. When he turned around to reply, Antya quickly held his arm. "Don't argue with trolls. You'll only feed them. You'll never be able to win a debate against someone who is set out to make trouble in public." The reminder cooled his head, allowing him to regain his rationality. Antya had a point. He had everything to lose and nothing to gain by arguing in public. Still, his pride as a mech designer made it difficult to ignore the blow. Antya whispered something on her comm. "Look! Security is already handling the issue. They won't allow the festival to be spoiled by ignorant loudmouths." A couple of security guards took hold of the designer and quickly hauled him away. "Hey! Unhand me, you muscleheads! I'm a highly successful mech designer. My mechs are up ahead. You can't throw me out." The mech designer threw up so much commotion that the guards injected him with a sedative. That quickly shut him up. VS and a couple of others shook their heads at the pathetic sight. "I remember seeing his show models," one of the visitors remarked. "They hardly amount to anything. I can't imagine anyone willing to buy those heaps of junk." Maybe that's why he lashed out. His designs are crap, so he wishes that every other design is crap. Sadly, other designers kept the unwanted critique going. With hardly any activity at their own booths, they strolled around the halls and let out their frustration at the first decent mechs they encountered. As VS offered some of the best mechs among the apprentices, he became a frequent target for snide remarks and discouraging advice. Only the fact that they maintained a cordial tone prevented security from dragging them out of earshot. Their remarks even had a conspiratorial tone to them, as many visitors lacked the technical background to understand the truth of their words. Many issues in mech design involve complex interconnected design choices. If Ves changed one tiny aspect, then he had to make adjustments to 10 different sections of his designs. Sometimes, what appeared to be the most optimal solution turned out to be a trap. The most important goal that mech designers had to keep in mind was to complete a practical design. Oftentimes, that meant that the designers had to dial back their ambitions in order to ensure their design remained functionally balanced. Pursuing peak performance in one area often came at a ruinous cost in another area. These subtleties became lost once you engaged in an argument about specific design choices. The perception of the crowd turned ambivalent once they heard remarks like the arms are too protruded or the limbs are too stiff for long-term battlefield deployments. Ves tried to be the better man and decided to close his ears to the noise. Despite the efforts of his fellow mech designers, his show models exhibited enough attraction that they constantly drew more visitors. He even got to meet his first potential customer. The woman looked like a bureaucrat delegated to do some errands for his boss. While she threw an admiring glance towards the Caesar Augustus, its ludicrous price tag almost frightened her to the bones. She quickly diverted her eyes towards the more modest Mark II. Antia introduced its features. The Mark Antony Mark II is a major revision from the Mark II, and is currently deployed by mercenaries and companies around the Republic. The Eternal Edition of the Mark II features several enhancements that make it suitable as a display model. The Mark II Eternal Edition is an ideal design to inspire your company and intimidate your competitors. That sounds great, but this mech line lacks compressed armor, the businesswoman retorted. At the price you're charging for this mech, I might as well procure a comic. That's your decision to make, but you'll be better off if you procure the Mark II. Display mechs aren't meant to be deployed in battle. The quality of the armor hardly matters if its role is to impress the people who are working or visiting your headquarters. Just look at the frame and forget about its specs. Feel how it calls out to you. Can you feel your blood pumping faster? The businesswoman wavered a bit. Now that you mention it, this mech does seem to have a motivating effect. In the Age of Mechs, humanity worshipped mechs to a degree that elevated them beyond the battlefield. An informal custom emerged where certain companies put mechs in front of their headquarters and important offices to show off their wealth. The practice caught on, and more companies started putting up display models for various reasons. For example, an aggressive skirmisher mech encouraged a company's employees to be proactive and to take more risks. A mobile rifleman mech encouraged employees to be more flexible in their approach and to head off potential dangers in advance. A heavy knight proclaimed the company to be an enduring fixture in the market. No matter what its competitors threw at them, they remained unassailable. All of this sounded like hyperbole, but many academic studies have proven that the custom did indeed bring about a subtle psychological effect. The difference often amounted to a couple of percentage points, but for some large companies that quickly added up to a few billion credits. Many businessmen still doubt the actual truth of the matter. Only a small minority of companies actually engaged in this custom. The rest considered the practice to be wasteful and needlessly indulgent. Toys for boys, they thought derisively. Unfortunately for Ves, Antia didn't manage to make a sale this time. The businesswoman shook her head after she spent a couple of minutes taking in the Mark II's aura. I'll have to decline your offer. Your mech doesn't possess the traits my superior is looking for in a display model. She turned to the nearby Caesar Augustus. Your other models look more suitable, but the price. The Marcus Aurelius would be auctioned in the evening while the Caesar Augustus sold for 80 million credits. Either mechs had been priced out of reach of nearly every company in the Republic. Even though his first potential customer shied away, a couple of other serious buyers expressed their interest. Ves mainly stood by and let his salespersons do the talking. All of them worked for Marcella, so they possessed ample competence in this area. Ves only intervened when the more technical-minded buyers started asking complicated questions. Despite the increasing number of potential buyers drawn to his booth, his salespeople didn't manage to close a deal. The number one objection raised by these people was that Ves charged way too much for his mechs. His price levels did not conform to the market, where people expected a mech that offered a certain level of performance to charge only so much money. For example, the Mark II Eternal Edition delivered almost the same performance as the vanilla Mark II. However, their prices differed substantially. The Eternal Edition sold for 40 million credits, while the regular Mark II sold for only 28 million credits. Many potential buyers couldn't accept this 12 million credits premium. As the afternoon rolled on, his booth still didn't manage to make a sale. Even as the crowd around his booth grew to more than 100, the buyers among them all kept their wallets closed. Even Antya started showing her concern. She pulled Ves to the side. "I think we've misjudged the market demand for your mechs. You've succeeded in drawing a lot of interest, but that doesn't matter if you can't convert any of that interest into actual sales. I think we should adjust our price levels. It's too soon to lower our prices. There's still half a day to go before the first day is over. You don't realize how important it is to deliver a strong performance on the opening day." Antya shook her head. "The organizers keep track of every mech designer's sales record and publicize the list in front of the halls for everyone to see. If you end up in the bottom of the list, you'll discourage other buyers from taking you seriously." Ves forgot about that detail. He showed some actual worry this time. "I understand the severity of the situation, but I'm not willing to budge on my prices. At least wait until the evening. If we haven't sold anything by that time, I'll reconsider the matter." Even if others thought he behaved excessively greedy, his products earned the premium he charged. His potential buyers might be discouraged for now, but once they strolled around the convention center, they might change their minds.